Volume 3, Cannon Fire Arcade. Chapter 84 Viewing the Tank. Everyone was a little nervous when they heard the sound of the engine. But immediately someone shouted, "It's our tank." At this time, Wang Zhong remembered that he seemed to have seen a train entering the train station just now. According to Pavlov's previous statement, this should be the supply train brought by the Crown Prince, and it was stuffed with some gadgets he could get. Wang Zhong has only heard about the Crown Prince's character until now, but Wang Zhong is sure that he is very good as the Minister of Logistics. I just don't know if the thing making such a powerful engine sound at this time is the tall and powerful looking T-35. If so, it can only be used. With this thought in mind, Wang Zhong looked toward the train station and saw the dream car he had talked about countless times appearing at the end of the street. The tank he commanded after traveling to this world was the T-28, which was thin-skinned and stuffed, and only had its cannons. The KV-1 gun and armor are reliable, but it runs slowly and has an alarming failure rate. The BT-7 is fast and reliable, and has a decent gun, but its armor is really useless. So is there a tank that is fast, reliable, durable, has a powerful gun and has adequate protection? Yes, that is the famous T-34 tank. The high speed inherited from the BT series, the powerful firepower brought by the 76mm tank gun, as well as the good defense brought by the 30-ton tonnage and sloped armor, this is the tank with the best overall performance on the Eastern Front battlefield at the beginning of the war. The T-34 tank that Wang Zhong has been thinking about. But after the fierce battle just now, Wang Zhong's enthusiasm for this tank is not as high as before. Because he remembered one thing, the design idea was inherited from the BT series T-34, and the commander also served as the gunner. Mazi's designers didn't feel the need for a do-nothing commander at all at first. Otto Carius, the top ace of Santoku, always complained in his memoirs that the Soviet tank commander did not like probe reconnaissance, which led to the T-34's poor battlefield situational awareness. The entire platoon was often killed by a Tiger. The Tiger was nowhere to be found. However, in the early and middle stages of Mazi, the tank commander's reluctance to probe was not because they were timid, but because no one could fire anymore after they probed, so they could only huddle in the tank and observe with the gunner's sight. For comparison, the M4 Sherman tank provided to Mazi by the United States under the Lend-Lease Act had a 5-man crew and a dedicated commander. As a result, the M4 participating in the same battle had a much lower loss rate than the T-34. Mazi himself actually discovered these problems. After all, they had also used the M4 and had seen what Santoku's tanks looked like and how they fought. However, the structure of the T-34 is just like this. There is no way to make major changes, so we can only focus on producing tanks without a commander and stabilize the front first. When the T-34-85, which had a major structural change, was developed in 2043, the designer added the commander back, admitting that it was a stupid design to have the commander also serve as the gunner. However, by this time Mazi had already paid a huge price for this stupid design. Wang Zhong actually knew this before, but he only read it from books and had no actual experience, so he ignored it. Today's experience on BT-7 reminded him of all this at once. What's even more terrible is that the commander must also serve as the gunner, which directly prevents Wang Zhong from replicating the results of the Hauptmann. He really has no training related to the gunner, even if he obtains the enemy's distance from the overlooking perspective, and he doesn't know how to adjust the scope. But the T-34 that appeared in Wang Zhong's field of vision looked a little strange. This T-34 has a big head and looks closer to the later T-34-85, but its main gun is relatively thick and short, not as slender and beautiful as the 85mm gun equipped with the T-34-85. This gun looks like the 76 gun on KV-1. The strange-looking tank drove straight towards Wang Zhong. Only then did Wang Zhong realize that it was Sergeant Major Gregory standing on the rear engine cover of the tank. Under the guidance of the Sergeant Major, the tank stopped directly in front of Wang Zhong. Gregory jumped off the tank and saluted Wang Zhong. "Your Majesty General, I have brought reinforcements." Wang Zhong nodded, "You did a good job." While he was talking, the commander of the tank also jumped out. He was a warrant officer. After saluting Wang Zhong, the warrant officer said loudly, "Alexander Yefimovich salutes you, General." Wang Zhong simply returned the salute and asked, "Are you the captain of this car?" "Yes, General." "Wang Zhong, how many members are there in your car?" "4, driver, mechatronic, loader and me." Wang Zhong originally had a glimmer of hope. After all, the appearance of this T-34 was a bit strange. In the end, it was still a 4-person crew. He had to replace the electromechanical crew if he wanted to add more vehicles. After all, although the electromechanical officer is called this name, he is actually mainly responsible for the heading machine gun on the vehicle body, so it is not wrong to call him machine gunner. Alexander frowned slightly. "Why do you look a little disappointed?" "Wang Zhong, it's okay. How many T-34s do you have in total?" At this time, Wang Zhong's idea was that since he could not personally command a tank to drive Wushuan, he should find a way to make full use of this technical equipment to crush the enemy tactically. Alexander, we have 25 tanks, but this one is different from other tanks. Oh. Wang Zhong became interested. How is it different? As you can see, this is an aristocratic viewing car. It is for dandies. Oh no, it is for the pillars of the empire to experience driving tanks. Wang Zhong was stunned. What? Alexander spread his hands. If a new tank design is to be approved, it is necessary to build this kind of viewing car. If the adults like it, the finalization process will be faster. Wang Zhong was greatly shocked. Is he so corrupt? Alexander, I didn't tell you. You said it? Don't worry, I will never tell you anything when asked by the trial court. Wang Zhong, so, is this viewing vehicle any different from an ordinary tank? There are many more, such as adding a speed limiter, so that the speed will not be too fast and the shaking will not be too severe. Tear it down for me. Wang Zhong said firmly, tear it down now. Just kidding, if you can't drag racing, how can you grab the black gun spot and become the sixth person? Alexander, it's very simple to dismantle this. After all, it's just a little work on the gearbox to restrict the gear. Bilyakov, the general wants you to dismantle the speed limiter. Hurry. Then a tall and thin sergeant climbed out of the iconic driver's observation port of T-34, walked around the turret and started to get the toolbox tied to the back of the turret. Wang Zhong, what else is different? What else? You have also seen that the turret of our tank is relatively large. That is because we have added a seat for a man who is experiencing life. The view is good and he can enjoy the feeling of the wind blowing his hair. That's it? Wang Zhong finally suppressed his ecstasy. Originally, he thought he could only command heavy tanks with commanders such as KV in the future, but he didn't expect that in this time and space, there are such things as noble viewing cars. Alexander continued, in addition, there is a small box next to the master's seat with champagne in it. Wang Zhongzhen was originally ecstatic, but he was stunned when he heard this, champagne. Yes, champagne. Would you like vodka instead? Wang Zhong shook his head, no, no, no. He suddenly thought of his embarrassment when facing the enemy with a small pistol today, and said, can it be changed into a personal belongings box? I want to put some daily props, such as grenades or submachine guns. Okay, everything is fine. Alexander patted his chest, as long as you don't want to dismantle the viewing position, everything else can be changed. But if you want to use the viewing position, we have to remove the debris piled on it first. Boy, these guys used the extra space in the turret as storage space for miscellaneous items. Alexander asked cautiously, you want to use this viewing seat, right? Yes. Wang Zhong nodded. Alexander, you will personally lead us into battle, right? Yes. How did you know? Alexander turned back and looked at the driver who was dismantling the gearbox, and then replied, the Crown Prince said that you might want to do this, so he specially asked us to drive this tank for the ceremony. Wang Zhong, that's why you were asked to drive? You weren't originally driving this car. No, we are the instructors of the armored training team. We were appointed by the Crown Prince, saying that he would provide the best personnel to his good brothers. Alexander shrugged, of course, it may also be because the person in charge of this tank was originally there is no formality in drinking alcohol all day long. After all, they are all related people. They just need to keep their appearance neat and tidy when the master comes to inspect. After hearing this, Wang Zhong asked a question seriously, the Crown Prince, is he a boy or a girl? Alexander was stunned, man, why do you ask that? In fact, the distinction between men and women is very clear in the End language. There are strict distinctions between men and women in names. Many names themselves also have different deformations according to men and women. The word Crown Prince itself cannot be a female, although the Ant Empire had a very powerful queen in its history, and the capital is still named after this queen. However, the Crown Prince has been too good of a wife and mother so far. Wang Zhong, who has been immersed in the two-dimensional culture for many years, always feels like a good brother who wants to tear off his bra to show his feminine side. Wang Zhong waved his hand and decided not to take care of this kind of thing in the future. Anyway, he would definitely see the Crown Prince in the future. At worst, he would confirm it then. Wang Zhong, how long will it take for you to remove the speed limiter? The enemy is attacking now, and we need to attack immediately. Quickly, Alexander replied. Wang Zhong nodded, okay, then give this car a new tactical number. Give it number 422, and then hang this flag on the communication antenna. As he spoke, he showed the blood-stained red flag. Chapter 85 Grassland, Grassland. While the tank members were busy removing the limiters and brushing the tactical numbers, Wang Zhong said to Alexander, call all the platoon commanders of the tank regiment. Not counting this viewing tank, There are a total of 24 T-34s, which is 6 platoons. Even in the current severely understaffed anti-army, it is not possible to say that this is a tank regiment, although it is indeed a regimental-level organization. Soon, the officers of the regiment gathered next to the number 422 vehicle that was being repainted. When the original commander of the regiment, Lieutenant Colonel Kopov, saw Wang Zhong, he saluted and said, "I want to remind you, General, except for these few people who were transferred from the armored training team, the rest of us are only good at washing cars." Wang Zhong frowned, suspecting that he had heard it wrong. Washing cars. Maybe we are also good at painting vehicles. You see, our cars are all beautiful parade paint, and the road wheels have white edges. Wang Zhong then looked down at the road wheels. Sure enough, there was that kind of round white edge, and the marching in formation would be very imposing. But on the battlefield, this can only make the enemy's blood splash more obvious. Hey, it seems not completely useless. Wang Zhong, the circle is indeed well painted. When it passes over the enemy's body, it will leave more obvious blood stains, which can shock the enemy. Are you serious? Lieutenant Colonel Kopov asked with a frown. I am serious. The current situation is. The lieutenant colonel interrupted Wang Zhong again, General. It is impossible for us to hit the enemy, because most of us have not adjusted the precision and scale of the gun scope since leaving school. We are not even sure if we can hit the target, because the gun scopes of these tanks have not been maintained since they were equipped to us. Wang Zhong, what about the cannon? This one has been maintained, because sometimes we have to demonstrate live ammunition shooting to His Majesty, so it can be activated. How can you not adjust the gun scope when demonstrating live ammunition shooting? Wang Zhong was even more confused. Lieutenant Colonel Kopov looked at the sky. That's because the blanks were fired during the demonstration, and the hit effect depends entirely on the preset explosives. Wang Zhong thought, my god, you fooled the Emperor like this. Is the anti-empire not guilty of deceiving the Emperor? At this time, Warrant Officer Alexander interrupted, in fact, as long as you advance to within 300 meters, even if the gun scope is not adjusted, you can hit it, and you don't need to adjust the precision position, just aim at the cross and shoot, even a monkey can do it. Wang Zhong, okay. As he said, he picked up a branch and explained while drawing on the ground. The current situation is like this. The enemy's first echelon has entered the city and is fighting with our army. So far, the enemy's second echelon is still in the wilderness and has no intention of being deployed. I guess the enemy commander has judged that the second echelon does not need to be deployed for the time being. We will leave the city from the southeast road, and then flank the enemy brigade in the wilderness. Wang Zhong looked up at the flag that had been hung on the communication antenna. Recognize this flag and follow us. Remember one thing, when each vehicle sees the vehicle in front, turn right immediately and face the enemy head-on. Can you complete this action? In fact, Wang Zhong was very worried that they would make a mistake in changing the formation, resulting in chaos in the formation. There are many examples in history of inexperienced soldiers being killed when changing the formation. Lieutenant Colonel Kopov spoke up, if you are talking about changing the formation, we are very good at it. Because we are a special unit for military parades. We can even show the enemy a switching goose formation. Ah, that's not necessary. Wang Zhong waved his hand hurriedly, a normal horizontal formation will do. After completing the formation change, we will stop for 1 or 2 rounds of shooting every 50 meters, and try to aim at the enemy who is close to you. Don't be afraid, our frontal armor has a great advantage over the enemy. Our firepower can also ensure the destruction of the enemy. Yes, the T-34 has an overwhelming advantage over Proson's tanks at this time. Although not as absolute as the KV, it is quite difficult to penetrate the front of the T-34 with the 50mm gun on the number 3. The main reason is that the 50mm gun on the Type 3 is not the later long 50mm gun. This early model even has a nickname Jelly Bean Launcher in later games, which means that the armor-piercing shells fired are like jelly beans and can only stain the enemy. Wang Zhong continued, after the enemy finds that they cannot effectively threaten our front, with their fighting spirit, they will definitely try to rush up and attack our side armor. They will enter a melee with us and win with experience and superb skills and tactics. At this time, you remember that the enemy's Type 4 tank is only 18 tons, and the Type 3 is only 15 tons, while ours is 32 tons. The enemy will definitely suffer heavy losses if they collide with it. After Wang Zhong finished speaking, he looked at the platoon leaders, are there any questions? All 6 shook their heads. Their faces were livid. At this time, Wang Zhong remembered the evaluation of the original members they replaced by the gunner Alexander. They were drunk all day and had no serious appearance. Obviously, none of these people drank today, so they were a little timid. If there were experienced tankers, I really wanted to replace them. Unfortunately, Wang Zhong didn't have any. So he waved his hand, then go back to your own troops and make sure that the captains of each vehicle know the plan. We will leave in 10 minutes. Disband. The platoon leaders turned around and ran to their own troops with worry. Alexander, I don't recommend taking this group of people to fight in the wilderness. Believe me, Wang Zhong said, urban combat is more complicated. This group of people will be killed by the experienced Prosen infantry with grenades, Molotov cocktails, and even bayonets. Climb on the tank, lift the cover and use bayonets. Alexander's expression was serious. Are the Plosen people so strong in fighting will? Why do newspapers in the capital say that the Plosen people only rely on equipment, but in fact they have very poor fighting will? Gregory, who had always been taciturn, suddenly said, because the reporter who wrote this has not fought with the Prosenians on the battlefield with bayonets. But we have fought with the Prosenians and know their quality. Alexander, that's it? At this time, the pilot Bilyakov said, it's done, warrant officer, general. Alexander, come and check it for acceptance. Wang Zhong nodded and walked towards the ceremony tank. The paint of the tank is exactly like that of a military parade, with white circles on the road wheels. It looks very majestic and handsome, but its concealment in the wilderness is almost zero. The tactical number on the side of the turret has been changed to number 422, and a white horse pattern has been added after the last two. Wang Zhong, who is the white horse? You are General White Horse, and you were sealed by the enemy, so I drew it? Bilyakov spread his hands. Wang Zhong nodded and took one last look at the flag on the bold antenna that had been dyed mostly red. The obvious bullet holes and smoke burn marks on the flag give it a unique battlefield beauty. Wang Zhong admired this new car. Although the T-3485's big head and stubby 76 gun made him feel indescribably strange, it did not prevent him from liking this new car very much. In his eyes, this is his Gundam, his true getter, and his iron-armored Omniman. Suddenly, Wang Zhong remembered the old man Reznov who introduced this flag to him, and hurriedly asked the Skitarii who were still gathered around, where is old man Reznov? Sacrificed. Said the Skitarii. He called on us to retrieve your remains. There should be his blood on the flag. Wang Zhong was silent, and after a few seconds he gritted his teeth and said, I won't let him regret leading the team to charge forward, no. Now, this life no longer belongs to me. Wang Zhong has never understood Wang Changling's frontier poem so deeply, even though he is now in a foreign land in a different time and space. Huangsha wears golden armor in 100 battles, and Lilan will never be returned until it is broken. Wang Zhong climbed onto the tank with a quick step and said to Gregory, there is no need to protect me. You go and help the priest organize the Skitarii. After the battle, meet at the brigade headquarters. Gregory saluted, turned, and left. Wang Zhong stood on the tank and shouted to the people who had not dispersed around, folks. Women and children, go to the station immediately. There is a train that has just entered the station now. They will carry you to retreat to the rear. It's okay if women don't want to retreat. Please join the labor camp and help repair the fortifications. But the children must go. Masters, please follow our priests. Veterans with war experience, please stand up and become squad leaders. Today we will fight the enemy to the end. Ula! Ula! Wang Zhong responded with deafening cheers. Then he got into the tank and urged Alexander, quick. Fighting position. Alexander climbed onto the tank and entered the turret through the hatch on Wang Zhong's right. The loader and driver were also in place. When the driver got into the cab, Wang Zhong saw him holding a hammer and asked in confusion, what are you doing with the hammer? Turn. You can't move the left operating lever without a hammer. Many T-34s in this batch have this problem. The driver replied. I seem to have seen this statement in many memoirs. While complaining, Wang Zhong put on his headphones and put on the throat microphone, can you hear me? The other 4 people in the tank's other fighting positions responded together, hear that? Go ahead. With a crisp pound, the tank engine roared and accelerated slowly. Not only do you need to tap when turning, but you also need to tap when shifting into gear. The tank gradually increased its speed, and the people in front hurriedly gave way, and soon the entire road was cleared. Then Wang Zhong said a sarcastic line that he borrowed from the Wandering Earth too, Bilyakov, are you riding a bicycle? So slow. The next moment, the engine roared, and the tank jumped forward like an enraged beast. The strong push from behind almost threw Wang Zhong out of the turret. The 32-ton behemoth roared across the street, causing the wind to blow away the headscarf of the girl on the roadside. Everyone was cheering, come on, General. Beat them. Wang Zhong stood upright on the viewing seat. Just as Alexander Yefimovich introduced before, he could fully feel the feeling of the wind blowing through his hair. People can't help but feel high-spirited at times like this. The noisy static noise in the headphones seemed to turn into the classic prairie, prairie. Another 24 T-34s followed closely behind number 422. The smoke and dust raised by the speeding tanks looked like a cavalry charge. but there were no horse hooves, just the roar of tracks crushing helmets. In this way, the brigade rushed out of Ltov and circled towards the flank of the enemy's second echelon. Major General Randolph noticed a large amount of smoke and dust rising from the city. What is it? Did the Anders launch a cavalry charge? He adjusted the magnification of the telescope and looked at the smoke. However, he only saw a tank with a red flag flying at the forefront of the smoke, and something behind it was completely blocked by the dust. Unlike the other tankers that Major General Randolph saw these days, the tank crew of this tank did not cower in the turret. Yes, the Major General, like almost all armored soldiers, believed that the ants did not poke their heads out because they were timid. Small. On the turret of the tank with tactical number 422, the officer stuck his head up and held his chest high, as if he was undergoing a review. Major General Randolph carefully confirmed the tank's tactical number. 422? And a white horse? Randolph, it's General Whitehorse. He's riding out of the city in a light tank. Kill him quickly. The Major General took it for granted that that tank was the same as the light tanks that had destroyed hundreds of tanks on the 15th attack. The second echelon turns its guns. Destroy the enemy's light tanks leaving the city, and kill or capture General Whitehorse alive. Wang Zhong judged the position from the bird's eye view, and the enemy also reacted and began to turn. Now the enemy is only turning a single vehicle. It will be difficult to deal with the enemy when the entire formation is adjusted. After all, I only have 24 T-34s, and my training level is so low. Wang Zhong gave the command, turn right 90 degrees. Doon. The sound of the hammer hitting the joystick is indeed very clear. The tank directly turns right and drifts. Then there was another doon and the steering stopped. Follow car number 422 and turn immediately. Lieutenant Colonel Kopov was not bragging. These professionals in the military parade were very professional when changing formations. The columns leaving the city suddenly turned into horizontal formations. Wang Zhong, advance 30 meters and let each vehicle get rid of the dust. The dust when rushing out will interfere with shooting. You can get rid of it by moving forward. 30 meters was reached in an instant, and Bilyakov braked before Wang Zhong gave the order. While the gun barrel was shaking, Wang Zhong shouted, turn the turret 5 degrees to the left and shoot the tank numbered 112. It has an antenna and is the command tank. Aiming was completed almost immediately, and the muzzle impact of the 76 gun when it fired blew away all the surrounding green gauze tents. The shell hit the number 3 car head-on, which had just completed its turn. Number 3 did not catch fire or explode, but the commander climbed out of the turret, jumped to the side of the tank and hid in the grass. Of course, Wang Zhong could see it very clearly from the bird's eye view. This shot fired directly through the observation window, and all tank crew members except the commander were wiped out. After number 422 opened fire, other cars also opened fire. Wang Zhong watched the artillery shells bouncing on the grassland, as if they were shooting not the modern cannons of the 20th century, but the front-loading artillery from the line infantry era. However, 2 shots hit the target. The formation of the enemy tanks is not good, blocking each other's shooting range. Only the tank on the northernmost side of the entire formation has a good view. They opened fire. Almost all the armor-piercing bullets came towards Wang Zhong. In the blink of an eye, there were 3 more holes in the gun mantelet of number 422. An armor-piercing round hit the front of the car and was shot into the sky. More armor-piercing bullets fell all around, raising dust that covered Wang Zhong's face. I'll go, luckily it's T-34, otherwise it would have died. Wang Zhong, is anyone injured? No. The 4 of them answered in unison. Armor-piercing bullet, okay. Without Wang Zhong's order, the second artillery fire was fired. The sidecar commanding the tank exploded and the turret flew into the sky. Other tanks also opened fire, and the accuracy of the second wave of shooting was much better. It was obvious that these parade professionals were not stupid enough not to calibrate their shooting. 4 more enemy tanks burst into flames. The enemy began to move and drastically adjusted their formation, seemingly intending to overwhelm this mere 25 light tanks with their numbers. Wang Zhong, move, don't let the opponent complete the formation adjustment, rush to 300 meters to ensure that we have better accuracy. We have the advantage in armor. With the doon sound, number 422 started galloping again. Dmitri shouted, look. Our tank troops are attacking. At this time, the defense line had retreated to the front finger. Yegorov personally commanded a machine gun and fired wildly outside. Hearing Dmitri's shouting, Yegorov picked up the telescope that had not been touched for an hour and looked into the distance. It's a general. I knew he was a general when I saw number 422, and he even drew a white horse. Yegorov shouted excitedly, come on. Those tanks are our T-34, the latest model. Let these guys have a try sharp. Major General Randolph looked at those light tanks in shock. These guys seem to be invulnerable. The main weapon of the number 3 tank used by the Prasen Empire for tank-to-tank battles can only wipe off the paint when hit. At this time, the intelligence staff officer had already read through the enemy armored vehicle identification album issued by the headquarters and loudly reported, "It is the enemy's latest Special 34 tank. Major General Randolph, don't just talk about the model. How to deal with them. The brochure says that the rear engine compartment is the weak point, as is the side above the road wheels. Notify the troops quickly." However, at this time, the radio was filled with various exclamations from the commanders of the second echelon. "It can't be penetrated at all. It hit me. Try a grenade. Try a grenade." In this case, although the communications staff officer was shouting at the top of his lungs, no one heard what he said. Car number 422 was the first to rush through the enemy tank array. Wang Zhong was very sure that Alexander hit 2 more enemy tanks while moving. From an overhead perspective, he saw other tanks still fighting the enemy. The enemy was already in chaos and was a bit hysterical. However, after discovering that the enemy could not penetrate them, the military parade professionals gained a great psychological advantage and actually fought better. There are already at least 20 enemy tanks burning on the grassland, and about 30 more are stopped and motionless. From Wang Zhong's perspective, they have lost their highlight. At this time, Wang Zhong suddenly discovered that there were several armored vehicles parked just in front of him to the left, one of which had many antennas. If you look carefully, you will see a very well-dressed guy standing next to the armored vehicle with many antennas. The red collar badge, he looks like a general. A bold idea came to Wang Zhong's mind. The distance was less than 2 kilometers, and the moment to kill the general and capture the flag was right now. "Wang Zhong, turn left 45 degrees. Doin'." The tank turned around. Alexander saw the target through the gun scope. "This looks like the enemy's command vehicle." "That's right. Rush over. Kill the general and capture the flag." Randolph lowered his binoculars and took a step back. The adjutant reacted quickly. "The enemy is coming towards us. Guard tanks." The division headquarters of the Plosin Armored Division will also be equipped with 4 tanks, 1 platoon, as guards, in addition to a guard battalion. The guard tanks immediately moved forward and lined up 100 meters in front of the command vehicle. First salvo. The only armor-piercing round that hit struck a trail of sparks on the enemy's armor. The enemy stopped abruptly, obviously trying to catch the Prosen's reloading gap. As soon as a shot was fired, the platoon leader's car of the guard tank platoon was hit. The tank crews climbed out of the tank and shouted at the same time, "Sani Tower! Medicine!" The tank platoon fired a second salvo, successfully causing the people on the target to shrink their heads. The enemy's counterattack caused platoon number 2 car to burst into flames. The enemy seems to be planning to kill the guard tank platoon from left to right. The remaining 2 tanks started to drive, one to the left and the other to the right, trying to get around to the enemy's flank. However, when the third shot came, the car going around to the right stopped immediately, black smoke coming out of the engine. The last tank stopped circling, rushed towards the enemy, and then took an armor-piercing round from the front. "Killed. Reload grenades." Wang Zhong shouted, "Target, the enemy's general. Fire." Chapter 86, Kill the General and Capture the Flag, additional update from Alliance Leader. The moment the 76 gun fired, the enemy's infantry guards threw smoke bombs. Of course, smoke cannot stop fired shells. Wang Zhong looked down and saw clearly that the shot almost landed at the general's feet. However, the general's adjutant just threw the general to the ground. It can only be said that the flying speed of the high explosive bomb is a bit slow, and the position of number 422 is indeed a bit far from the target. The adjutant died immediately, but the general who was knocked down by him still managed to breathe. Wang Zhong, second shot. Alexander, the smoke obscures the view. Wang Zhong, fight at the original position. At this time, an enemy half-track vehicle advanced at full speed, trying to block the general with its own body. At the same time, the machine gun on the half-track vehicle began to hoist vehicle number 422 from such a long distance. Wang Zhong hurriedly huddled behind the turret hatch. This kind of hatch was designed to be a cover for the noble gentleman who probed. Wang Zhong can look forward through the observation window specially left on the hatch cover. The field of view of this observation window is very small, but it cannot stand up to Wang's Hongaiyu. As long as it can be observed, no matter how thin the slit is through, there will be a fan-shaped field of view from any overlooking angle. The enemy is indeed well trained. Shooting from a moving armored vehicle at this distance, the machine gun has a good hit rate, and the bullets jingle on the hatch cover. The electromechanical crews were also firing back with the vehicle's directional machine guns, and both sides were firing tracer bullets at each other. The loader yelled, "Okay." Alexander fired. The shell flew past the half-track vehicle that was blocking the view, and landed at almost the same location. The enemy tried to move the general, but was a little slow and the general's foot was wounded. When this shot fell, several officers wearing staff armbands who moved the general were directly blown to the ground. The general maintained his standing position, looking up at the sky, and then slowly knelt down. His posture reminded Wang Zhong of the famous scene in the Soviet version of War and Peace. This is true, it is quite romantic. Wang Zhong, kill it. After saying that, he realized that he shouldn't be able to see it at this time. After all, the smoke had blocked his sight. This sentence seems to reveal something. But then Wang Zhong thought that the T-34 gunner's field of vision was really bad, and Alexander should have thought that Wang Zhong could see it. The driver's field of view could be better, but the driver's position is very low, so he probably won't notice anything unusual. So Wang Zhong boldly said, "The enemy general is dead, let's leave quickly." After all, the enemy has a battalion here, and the bolder Prosan soldiers have already charged towards the tank on their motorcycles. No matter how good the T-34 is, it is still afraid of infantry approaching within 5 meters. In this era, the Prosens probably didn't have things like Iron Fist rocket launchers and magnetic anti-tank mines, but a grenade thrown on the engine radiator was enough to drink a tank of water, and it might blow up the engine. Wang Zhong heard Duan's voice again, and the tank started again and then turned. So he quickly retreated into the turret. The hatch cover can only block the front, which is like those relatively revealing evening dresses. The front is well blocked, but the back is directly exposed. If Wang Zhong didn't shrink into the turret, his back would become a sieve, and there would be no White Horse General, only General Sima. After putting on the hatch cover, the environment in the turret became completely dark. Alexander glanced back. "You have to wear a hat when you come in." Before Wang Zhong could respond, the tank jolted and his head hit the latch of the turret hatch. Originally, when he climbed out of BT-7 today, he bumped into several big bags, but this time there were more bags on top of them. "In your locker." Alexander pointed to the side of the viewing position. Wang Zhong took out the tank hat and put it on, but as soon as he put it on, it hit a strong spot on the latch, which made him feel heartbroken. "Fuck, why is this hat useless?" "Alexander, if you wear it like this, think about what would happen if you don't wear it." "That makes sense." Although he was frustrated by the poor ergonomics, Wang Zhong still put his eyes on the observation window. After the actual experience, Wang Zhong realized how poor the view inside the T-34 was. This was because a viewing car equivalent to the commander's observation tower was specially added for the nobleman. It is a special vehicle in this world. Those T-34s without this configuration are basically just like a blind man. Then Wang Zhong discovered that this poor field of vision would also affect his plug-in. His plug-in could originally illuminate the surrounding area and even see a dozen meters in the direction of the back of his head. After entering the tank, there is only the front fan. The fan is better than being blind, and it is Wang Zhong's own field of vision. It can highlight enemy units within the range, including Voldemort lying in the grass. Number 422 calls all platoons. Since there were really no enemies around, Wang Zhong started playing with the radio. "Report the number of those who have not been destroyed." The moment the platoon leaders respond, Wang Zhong will temporarily gain their view, so that he can see the armored melee behind them. Then Wang Zhong discovered that the visibility of these platoon vehicles was terrible. Basically only the front part of the tank. No wonder many of Sandoko's memoirs mentioned that T-34 was blind. Blind indeed. Wang Zhong can only use his own vision. At this moment, he saw a Panzer III tank with tactical number 233, which had left the battlefield and was maneuvering sideways. The captain of number 233 boldly stuck his head out, as if he was sure that he would not be attacked by the T-34. Suddenly, number 233 stopped suddenly and fired a shot between the turret and the body of a T-34, jamming the turret. Then something shocking happened. All the members of that T-34 abandoned the car. Wang de fa. The Plassen tank slaughtered the members with a coaxial machine gun, but stopped immediately. Did it not want the tracer bullet to expose its position? Captain Ethan cursed the machine gunner, "Don't fire. Even if the enemy is stupid, they can still infer our position based on the tracer bullets. These ant tanks are blind, we can still win. Gunner, we can't penetrate them. Then jam their turrets and break their tracks. That's what we did when we faced the B-1 tanks in Carolingian. As long as we paralyze them, the infantry can deal with them." Captain Ethan paused and said, "Besides, these ant tankers have no experience at all. If the seat ring is stuck, they will abandon the vehicle. They must be new recruits who are on the battlefield for the first time. We can win. Wang Zhong, emergency stop. Turn the turret 15 degrees left. Did you see the tank number 233? Alexander, I see, armor-piercing shells. Quick. Loader, armor-piercing shells, good." Because Wang Zhong also shrank in, he clearly saw the whole process of the loader stuffing the armor-piercing shells into the barrel and then the barrel automatically locked. Alexander stepped hard on the pedal. There was no flash or smoke from firing in the turret, only the gun body sliding backwards and spitting out smoking shells. The shells fell directly on the floor, and no one cared about it. Wang Zhong suddenly remembered that he still had to confirm the results of the battle, not the time to watch them operate the cannon. After switching perspectives, Wang Zhong saw the tanker of vehicle number 233 climb out of the vehicle. Wang Zhong, fire. Machine gun fire. Sweep them to death. Load high explosive bombs. This is probably their veteran crew, kill them all. The directional machine gun and coaxial machine gun of vehicle number 422 fired together. Unfortunately, neither the gunner Alexander nor the mechanic could see the enemy tanker lying on the ground, and the machine gun attack was very ineffective. Loader, high explosive bomb, good. Alexander immediately opened fire, and the high explosive bomb hit the side of the abandoned vehicle number 233, immediately killing a tanker and injuring another, but the enemy's commander was unharmed. Wang Zhong, reload. In the old days, on a certain website that reposted military articles, you could often see people appreciating each other's tactical qualities and treating each other with courtesy, but now Wang Zhong didn't want to treat each other with courtesy at all. When he thought about how much casualties these elite enemies could cause to friendly forces after they ran back to recover from their injuries, he wanted to kill them all. After the second high explosive bomb, the crew finally died with only one mechanic left. Wang Zhong thought about it and decided that it was not appropriate to fire another grenade for this mechanic, as the marginal effect was too low, so he issued a new order: move forward and join other tanks of our army. At this time, Wang Zhong discovered that the enemy began to retreat from the city, so he decisively changed the order: turn 30 degrees to the left and drive up the small earthen slope on the left. The order was immediately executed. After climbing the earthen slope, Wang Zhong opened the hatch and looked behind to confirm that there would be no more machine gun bullets shooting from behind before sticking his head out. Turn the turret 5 degrees left. Do you see the number 4 that is retreating? Distance 750 meters. Armor-piercing shells. As soon as he gave the instructions, the cannon opened fire, and the shells accurately hit the engine of the number 4 and set it on fire. Don't be idle with the machine guns, block the shooting. Just as number 422 opened fire, other T-34s also found number 422 and drove over one by one. Wang Zhong nodded. Wow, 8 were lost. The enemy couldn't penetrate the T-34, so how could they lose 8? He glanced at the battlefield of the melee and found that all the abandoned T-34s did not explode or catch fire. Looking more carefully, either the tracks were broken, or the turret seat ring was stuck, or the tracks and leading wheels had problems after hitting the enemy tank. Wang Zhong couldn't understand why the T-34 with only a stuck seat ring would be abandoned. It could obviously be driven back to the city and let the masters of the auto repair shop repair it. It seems that we must summarize the experience after the battle and severely reprimand the crews that abandoned the vehicles. While Wang Zhong was thinking this, the T-34s parked in a neat row were pouring fire indiscriminately, slaughtering the enemies who were retreating from the city. The enemy's offensive was thus disintegrated. Wang Zhong even took the life of the enemy general. It is estimated that the Prasen people will not be able to organize an attack within today. He stroked his chin and thought that when night falls, he should organize troops to leave the city, drag all the abandoned T-34s back, repair them and continue to use them. This is a precious weapon that has been obtained with great difficulty. Alliance leader Xiaoying Jun will add more. Chapter 87: A Tragic Victory. 2 flowers bloom, one on each side. On the 15th Division's side, not only the division commander, Major General Randolph, was lost, but several senior staff officers were also blamed for rescuing the general. Had the division chief of staff not wisely chosen to leave in the opposite direction, the situation might have been even worse. When the engine sound of the enemy tank faded away, the chief of staff got up from the ground and shouted, "General! General!" The few staff officers who were still alive got up, checked the general's breathing and pulse, and then shook their heads at the chief of staff. The chief of staff was speechless and looked in the direction of Uktov. At this time, because of the smoke grenades deployed by the guards, he could not see the city at all, nor could he see the fighting in the open space between the headquarters and the city. Of course, now the chief of staff only needs to walk a few dozen meters more and walk outside the smoke to see the battlefield normally. However, the Special 34 that had just raided left such a deep impression on the chief of staff that even though reason told him that the enemy was gone, he was still unwilling to leave the smoke screen. "Is that General Whitehorse?" The chief of staff muttered in a low voice, but he immediately realized that he was now the temporary commander of the army, and he should not show off to the enemy with such a performance. So he cleared his throat and put on a stern expression that he had never shown since putting on the staff armband: "Start to regroup the troops immediately. The attacking troops must have dispersed. Send messengers to gather them again. Everyone retreats to Kalinovka and sets up anti-tank gun positions. Also, let the artillery regiment retreat to prevent the enemy from coming out for sneak attacks at night. The T-34 tank was so maneuverable that the Chief of Staff simply did not dare to leave the division's artillery in an unprotected place overnight. After the order was passed on, the Chief of Staff asked again, where is the 513th Air Defense Artillery Regiment moving now? Their 88 guns are needed now. The surviving mapping staff immediately reported, according to the map updated at noon today, the 513th Regiment has crossed the perimeter of Bogdanovka and is marching at full strength. Chief of Staff, let them speed up. They must arrive tomorrow. When bus number 422 drove into Ltov, the streets were already crowded with people. Before the tanks entered the city, someone shouted it's coming, and then the deafening sound of uras was heard. The crowd cheered as if the whole war had been won. Wang Zhong shouted on the tank, don't gather together. What if the enemy fires artillery? The enemy has a 15-centimeter heavy artillery. Don't gather. Disperse. Go home. He didn't know that his attack had scared away the enemy's deployed artillery regiment. After shouting 5 times, the crowd reluctantly dispersed. Then a second lieutenant in a dusty uniform appeared and followed the tank. Stop. Wang Zhong patted the steel plate of the turret, and then heard the sound of the hammer hitting the control lever again. He was almost used to it, and he couldn't even hear it if he didn't pay attention. Wang Zhong leaned over the turret and looked at the second lieutenant. Are you from the 5th Vyshinsk Regiment? Yes, General. Where's your captain? Sacrificed, I am now the commander. Give the order, General. The joy of winning just faded away in an instant. Wang Zhong bit his lip. I know, what is your name? Pavel Alexievich, General. Wang Zhong, how many more of you are there? 81 were intact, and the rest were taken to the hospital by the stretcher team even if they were alive. Wang Zhong, thank you for your hard work. I will let the ski Terry take over your defense area. You go to the train station and prepare to take the next train to retreat. The second lieutenant was stunned when he heard this. Don't you want us anymore? We can still fight. Wang Zhong was speechless for a moment. He clearly wanted them to retreat and recuperate, but when Pavel said it, it was as if he had abandoned them. Wang Zhong, no such thing. I just. Second lieutenant, we can guard the station, we still have 2 machine guns, and we have captured a lot of equipment. Our technical equipment has never been as abundant as it is now. We can still fight, General. Wang Zhong was silent for a few seconds and replied, I want you to shrink into a company and bring the smoke bombs captured by the enemy. Are there smoke bombs? Yes, a lot. Okay, bring smoke bombs, find a place to eat and drink, and sleep for 3 hours. When it gets dark, I want you to go out of the city to cover the workers repairing the tanks. No problem. In fact, there shouldn't be any danger in this mission. The enemy is probably in chaos right now, so there shouldn't be any movement tonight. Wang Zhong just didn't want these soldiers to feel abandoned. Although the enemy has been repelled, there is still a lot to do tonight. Wang Zhong said to the driver, drive back to Brigade G. Do you know where Brigade G is? I don't know. Bilyakov replied simply, should we go to you or should the sergeant major lead the way? Wang Zhong, I'll show you the way. Go forward, drive to the intersection ahead and turn left. When Wang Zhong entered the battle group headquarters, actually the brigade headquarters, Pavlov raised his head and said, you can hear cheers 3 miles away from here, Your Excellency, General Whitehorse. Wang Zhong, I need to organize the workers in the auto repair shop to go out of the city to repair the tanks tonight. There are 8 tanks that are just malfunctioning and can be repaired. Okay, there are still 3 hours before nightfall, and we should be able to organize it. Pavlov turned his head. Sufang, go to the auto repair shop to find someone. They said they need a team of skilled workers in 3 hours. Sufang nodded, then ran to the gate. When she passed by Wang Zhong, she stopped and smiled. Wang Zhong? War heroes will be favored by girls, it has always been like this. Pavlov said, is there anything else I can do? Wang Zhong, I need to replenish ammunition and fuel. In addition, I need a lot of anti-aircraft camouflage nets and branches to hide my tanks. The enemy will definitely launch an airstrike tomorrow, and the Stuka is a big threat to these tanks. Pavlov, Lyushenko. Order the Guardians to camouflage tanks. Wang Zhong, Guardians. The church handed over 5 Guardian battalions to us. They are all organized locals. They are poorly equipped, but they have enough bullets. They are just right for doing odd jobs. As for the shells, let me confirm that the guns on the tanks are the same as our 76 anti-tank guns, right? Wang Zhong was silent. This involved his blind spot in knowledge. He is a military fan, but he is not hardcore enough to distinguish what kind of shells each artillery fires. Although the caliber of the T-34's L-11 gun is indeed 76.2, the same as the ZIS-3 anti-tank gun, he really doesn't know whether the two use the same ammunition. Pavlov waited for a few seconds and sighed, only at this time will I think of your previous rumors, General. Wang Zhong, my gunner is the instructor of the armored training team. He must know that I am right to send him to the military station headquarters to get the shells. Indeed, let him do it. Wang Zhong, how are the casualties of the troops? When asking questions, he thought of the second lieutenant of the 5th Peshchensk regiment. Pavlov stopped, took off his glasses, took out a glasses cloth and wiped them, without answering. Wang Zhong, tell me, I'm ready. The wounded are still being looked for, but the living have been counted. After all, we can find out as long as we gather and report the number. There are still 611 people in the 31st Guards Regiment who can report the number. 1/3 of them are injured. I estimate that there are still hundreds of wounded people in the pile of dead bodies. It's hard to say how many can be cured and returned to the team. Wang Zhong pursed his lips, the loss is so great. Pavlov continued, the good news is that the enemy's losses are greater. In the past, even if the enemy was the attacking party, the losses were lower than ours. This time they suffered. Wang Zhong nodded, this may be the only thing to be comforted. However, the enemy's losses are higher, most of which are caused by the tank troops you personally commanded. Including BT-7 and the T-34 behind. The frontal minced meat enemy's losses still won. Wang Zhong, the enemy is well trained, I have fully understood this. In addition, there is good news. Although position A was suppressed by enemy artillery fire, there is still one 203 gun left. We still have 5 203 guns now, and we can give the enemy a big wave tomorrow. Wang Zhong frowned, can we call for aerial reconnaissance to find the enemy's artillery positions? It has been 7 days since we first saw our air force. The air force behind should be replenished, right? Pavlov, you ask a brigade chief of staff this question? You should ask the chief of staff of the front, who can manage the air force. Before he finished speaking, an inquisitor came in with a telegram, the latest order from the front headquarters. Wang Zhong was stunned for a moment before he realized that his telegram was in the charge of a group of inquisitors. He stretched out his hand, give it to me. After taking the telegram, he read it out loud, the 63rd Army is expected to arrive in Lkhtov tomorrow afternoon. Your unit should try its best to delay the enemy. The information we have obtained shows that there may be a reorganized armored division of the enemy in front of your unit, plus part of an armored grenadier division. We believe that the enemy armored group is crossing Bogdanovka, and we expect your unit to be hit hard by armored vehicles tomorrow. Wang Zhong looked up at Pavlov, that's what they, the front, said. Pavlov snorted, what a timely notification. Does the front know that if it weren't for the T-34 sent by the Crown Prince, this place would have been lost? I guess they don't know. Wang Zhong, then let's tell them. He turned to the judge and said, the reply is as follows, please write it down. The judge immediately took out a notebook and pencil and prepared to record it. Wang Zhong, my unit suffered heavy losses today. If it weren't for the newly joined T-34 troops, and the remnants of the 23rd Tank Army performed well, Lkhtov would have fallen. My unit urgently needs to replenish ammunition and personnel, especially armored forces and anti-tank technical weapons. In addition, my unit needs air force support, Alexei Konstantinovich Rokosov. The judge wrote quickly, and only looked up at Wang Zhong after writing the last word. Wang Zhong always felt as if something was missing. He thought for a while and said, please repeat it. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 88 Aftermath. After the judge finished retelling, Wang Zhong nodded with satisfaction and let him go. Pavlov, I'm startled every time the inquisitor comes in. We really need to get a regular communications staff officer. I think the judges are pretty nice people. Wang Zhong shrugged. If I were close to the Crown Prince, he would rush over to send heavy equipment, and I would also think they are very nice people. Pavlov seemed to have awakened the attribute of admiration, and his admiration was 1/10 of the level of the uncle. As soon as he finished speaking, another judge came in. Pavlov subconsciously raised his hands, I didn't say anything. The judge looked at him with a sharp look, and then said to Wang Zhong, the front army intercepted the enemy's communication. Lord Randolph, commander of the enemy's 15th Armored Division, was killed in action. Do we know what happened? Wang Zhong, I did it. The number 422 tank I personally drove and commanded rushed to a place 850 meters away from the enemy's headquarters, and attacked with high explosive bombs and machine guns. All members of the tank can testify, so they responded to the headquarters like this. The judge nodded and turned to leave, then suddenly turned back, snapped to attention, and saluted Wang Zhong, salute to you, General. Wang Zhong nodded. The judge turned away. Wang Zhong pointed to his back and said to Pavlov, "Look, they are quite nice people." Pavlov couldn't answer this time, so he could only blink and change the topic. "Now I am gathering the troops, and I will probably reorganize them tonight. I don't expect you to be of any help. Can you call Bishop Popov back?" "Yes." Wang Zhong said firmly. Pavlov continued, "Please inspect the position. With such a large number of casualties, we need to boost morale. Otherwise, when the soldiers remember the faces of those who left at night, the organization will not be maintained. Wang Zhong, I think they have no problem. I have confidence in them." While speaking, Wang Zhong first thought of Penier. When he fell from the tank because of fever, it was the hands of countless soldiers who supported him. Then he remembered that just now, a pair of hands pulled him out of the bottom of despair and let him stand up. How could such an army and such a people be defeated? Pavlov seemed to have guessed what he was thinking, and said, "This is your duty, General. It is even more important than commanding the war personally. After all, commanding the war can be done by capable officers. This can only do it yourself." "Wang Zhong, you are right. Pavlov, better get on your... don't say for. Bucephalus, is it still okay?" The stable was blown up by the enemy's heavy artillery. We all thought the horse was dead, but it ran out and grazed on the playground without any injuries. I asked the ski I assigned to us to take care of it. Wang Zhong nodded, stopped disturbing the chief of staff who was wrestling with documents, turned and left the brigade. As soon as he reached the door, he saw Gregory coming with Bucephalus and another bay horse. Gregory also looked more bruised than in the morning. His clothes were wrinkled, torn in several pieces, and so dirty that water could turn into ink. But it seemed that he was not injured at all, and there was not even a trace of blood on his body. "Wang Zhong, where's the bullet bag?" "It was shot during the battle, don't worry, I got a new one." Gregory pulled a canvas bag from behind, with 4 magazines inserted in it. Wang Zhong noticed again that the sergeant major's submachine gun had been polished and shiny. It was obvious that he had maintained the weapon before coming to find him. "Did Pavlov order you to bring the horse over?" "No, I think horses are more convenient than jeeps when it comes to moving around the city. Now the city is full of wreckage and craters left by enemy artillery, making it difficult to drive a car." Wang Zhong nodded and was about to reply when 2 BT-7s drove into the battle group station at lightning speed. The leading BT-7 is a platoon leader vehicle and has a radio antenna. The platoon leader didn't wait for the tank to stop before he got out and came to Wang Zhong in 3 steps, "Your Majesty General." "Wang Zhong, are you two the only ones left?" "A few more broke down, and the enemy destroyed them with grenades." "Let's receive the combat mission, Your Excellency General." "Wang Zhong, there should be no fighting tonight. You can have a good rest." At this time, the members of BT-7 all got out of the tanks and gathered around Wang Zhong's T-34 for a ceremony, noisily as if they were watching the big livestock they had just bought in the village. A driver asked Bilyakov, who was inspecting the tank engine, "How thick is the armor of this vehicle?" Bilyakov reported the approximate armor data just like he reported the name of the dish. "I go. Compared with this guy, we are just running naked. Damn marshals, why don't you equip us with this guy? A lot of people will die less." Wang Zhong was excited and said, 8 T-34s were lost due to faults. They are on the plain outside the city. We are going to go out of the city for repairs at night. The crews of these cars should also have suffered losses. If there are more cars after merging the crews, it's up to you to take over." The tank crews were all shocked when they heard this. "What? Really? Wang Zhong, really?" At this time, the platoon leader asked, "This car has such thick armor, how can we lose 8 more? "Wang Zhong, the enemy is very experienced, probably from fighting the Carolingian heavy tanks. They shoot at the tracks and turret seats, and these T-34 troops are all military parade professionals. They abandoned the vehicle when the turret seat got stuck." In fact, Wang Zhong is not sure where the pro-sense gained experience in dealing with hard vehicles. After all, he is not even sure whether there are B-1 heavy tanks in the Carolingians here. But in the history of the Earth, the Sondoko armored division that first encountered the T-34 did quickly find a way to deal with the T-34, hit the tracks and seats, and then throw them to the infantry. In the early days, a blind vehicle like the T-34 lost its mobility and was gone when the infantry touched it. On the other hand, KV, even if its tracks are interrupted, can still kill a large number of infantry and fight until they run out of ammunition and food. The tank crews of the 23rd Tank Corps looked at each other, and then said in unison, "We will never do this." Then the military parade professional was not happy. "Oh, that's great. Let you drive the T-34 and let's compare. Hey, I'm so proud. Did you see the tank mark on my car? Those are my results. I have so many results when driving the BT-7. although they were all made today. Today, Wang Zhong led the remaining men of the 23rd tank and achieved quite beautiful results. Wang Zhong coughed and interrupted the arguing tank crews. When everyone's eyes were focused on him, he said, "You all performed very well today. The Plozans have always looked down on our armored strength before. Starting today, they must take us seriously. There is still a tough battle waiting for us tomorrow. The enemy's entire armored group has crossed Bogdanovka, and more tanks will appear in front of us. You don't have to worry about not getting the victory. We will be here to let the enemy know how powerful we are." The tank crews had resolute expressions. After Wang Zhong finished speaking, they shouted Ula. In unison. Vasily took his Tokarev and stabbed the Prozan soldier on the ground with his gun. This was killed by him himself when the enemy retreated just now. This is also the only enemy he can be sure he killed so far. The battle was too fierce before. Vasily stood at the window and just opened fire with all his strength. He had no time to see if the bullets hit anyone. He used his gun to lift the enemy's helmet and saw the same young, lifeless face. At this time, someone shouted from behind, "Don't move, raise your hands." Vasily turned around and saw that it was Filippov. Filippov was also shocked. He put down his gun and asked, "Why are you carrying a Prozan backpack?" "Vasily, this is the enemy's radio that the general personally captured. The enemy just arrived at the front finger, and I had to join the battle, so I carried this thing on my back. If you shoot and break this thing, the general will punish you as a turd picker." Filippov smiled, "Damn it, it's like we didn't pick it." As he spoke, he leaned against the wall, sat down slowly, and took out a cigarette. "You still smoke?" Vasily leaned over and teased. "Filippov, I suddenly realized that it didn't make much sense not to smoke for the sake of health. After all, you see, before we think about health, we may die first." Vasily nodded and said, "Give me one too, let's try it." After a while, both of them, who had never smoked, started coughing violently. After stamping out the cigarette butts, the two old friends sat side by side against the wall. "Nikolay is dead," Filippov said, "and Balfanovich." Vasily was silent for a few seconds and said, "Dmitri is alive and kicking. Isn't that a good thing?" "Yeah, I wanted to say a few words about who died, but I kept pointing out that Yegorov and the others were all veterans and thieves, and they couldn't die at all. I at least saw him throw it back. 3 Prozan grenades." Filippov smiled, "So powerful? I just blew up 3 enemy tanks with Nikolai. It was so simple that it was unreal. Nikolai threw the Molotov cocktail, and I used the submachine gun I picked up to stand guard. I fired at the Lozans as soon as they climbed out of the tank. Later, Nikolai was shot when he threw the Molotov cocktail. The bullet hit his arm, and the Molotov cocktail fell and burned at his feet. As he rolled away, he begged me, 'Let me free. Please, Filippov.' Vasily, did you free him?" "I didn't hear it. The enemy came up, and I fired 2 magazines to fight them off. When I looked again, Nikolai had already killed himself." "Vasily, how do you know what he said if you didn't hear him?" Filippov laughed, "Damn it, Vasily, you are really a bastard." "Damn it. Vasily, maybe you are right. You know what? I have met Nikolai's mother, who works at a farm tool station and is a part-time missionary for the local church women's association. When we go to visit him in the future, you can't say this story. You have to say that Nikolai fought with 7 or 8 Prozan Japs. After killing one, he was despicably attacked by the enemy." Filippov was silent for a few seconds and nodded, "You are right. Nikolai killed a platoon of Japs with a submachine gun. Then he died heroically while changing the magazine. Yes, that's it. He's good. That's it?" Vasily said repeatedly. "It can be considered as a normal update today. More updates are being generated. Chapter 89. The dusk here is quiet, 1000 monthly tickets for additional updates." Wang Zhong rode a white horse and was stunned for a moment when he walked to the road leading to the fertilizer factory. Because in his memory, this was an alleyway that could only accommodate one car. If a car and a 3-wheeler came facing each other, it would have to be blocked. The road is now very spacious, because the walls on the roadside have been blown to pieces, and the houses behind the walls have also collapsed in half and are in tatters. Wang Zhong looked back at Gregory, who was helping him carry the flag. "Is it here?" "Gregory, yes, just go straight." Wang Zhong took a few steps forward, turned a corner, and saw the burned-out Plozan tank. A ski terry was collecting the weapons and ammunition from the dead Plozan soldiers next to the tank. Next to the ski terry was a mule cart piled high with ammunition and weapons. Among a pile of Prozan's bolt-action rifles, Wang Zhong saw several Tokarev semi-automatic rifles. As if he had the ability to sense, Busy Faraz walked directly to the mule cart so that Wang Zhong could pick up the gun. The gun was scabbed with blood. Wang Zhong pulled the gun open and found that it was almost unusable because of the blood. The gun would jam if not cleaned thoroughly. The bayonet of the gun was so clean that the owner may have been killed before he could use it. At this time, the Skitarii collecting equipment said, "General, the young man holding this gun has been carried away, and all our young men have been carried away." Wang Zhong, where was it carried? The warehouse over there was originally used to store fertilizers that were to be transported away. Now it has become a huge morgue, a huge morgue. The Skitarii probably didn't have much education, so they could only repeat the adjective huge. Wang Zhong put the gun on the mule cart and said to Gregory, "Let's go and have a look." After saying that, he lightly kicked Bucephalus in the stomach. The horse took a light step, as if not wanting to break the silence that enveloped the battlefield. The stack area is not far away, just past the wreckage of 7% tanks. It is said to be a stack, but it is actually just a piece of flat land with weeds on it. It seems more accurate to call it grass, which as always highlights the informal nature of the people of the Ant Empire. Now the grass was covered with corpses in khaki uniforms. Several old women were pushing a cart and covering the young people with black cloth. The leader was a nun, who was singing a requiem while shaking the bell in her hand. The soldiers of the 31st Guards Regiment were gathered next to the warehouse, watching Mammy bid farewell to their comrades. Perhaps because of the heat, they hid in the shadows of the tall building of the chemical plant next door. The light of the setting sun passed over the dilapidated building and fell on the empty stack, coating everything with a red light. The silhouette of the shadow is like the border between two worlds, the living looking at the dead. Only the requiem echoes in the lonely scene. Wang Zhong closed his eyes and recalled those young faces. The enemy came so quickly that he had not yet been able to match everyone's faces with their names. But that didn't stop him from sending them on their last journey. Wang Zhong dismounted, glanced at the flag held by Gregory, then took out his notebook and pencil and walked into the sunset, into the realm of the dead. He came to the first corpse in the lower right corner of the stack, read the young man's name aloud, and then wrote it down in his notebook with a pencil. In this way, he slowly walked past everyone, read everyone's name, and wrote it down in his notebook. The soldiers of the 31st Regiment stood up and looked at him silently. Wang Zhong didn't know how many people he read. He only knew that his pencil ran out of writing several times and he had to stop and sharpen it with his pocket knife before continuing to write. When the ant saw what he was doing, she silently asked the ants to temporarily stop covering the house with black cloth, and the singing of the requiem was also temporarily stopped. The voices of the living echo in this area dominated by death. Wang Zhong suddenly stopped, looked at the corpse in front of him, and read his name with a heavy heart, Alexei Balfionovic. May you be reunited with the girl in heaven. Grandma made a triangle on her chest and whispered, Amen. Wang Zhong continued recording names until the shadow of the fertilizer plant completely engulfed the stack. He stood on the edge of the shadow and turned around just in time to see the bloody sunset. I don't know since when, all the surviving soldiers of the 31st Regiment have been standing on the edge of the stack, looking at Wang Zhong and their general. Grigory stood among them, holding the flag. Wang Zhong walked towards the soldiers. Perhaps the scene was too solemn and no one broke the silence with passwords. Wang Zhong walked all the way to everyone, I promised to remember all of your names. But I haven't had time to do it yet. The young soldiers pursed their lips and looked at Wang Zhong. Wang Zhongyang raised the notebook in his hand. In this notebook, everyone who died today is recorded. There will definitely be many more people in this notebook in the future. One day in the future, when I become the commander of a group army or even a front army, the number of deaths will be so great that it will be difficult to record it in a notebook. But I promise, I will remember every drop of blood shed to win. Look at this flag. Wang Zhong made a gesture to Gregory. The sergeant major stepped forward 5 steps to where everyone could see the flag in his hand. Wang Zhong, this flag was taken out by a veteran. His name is Reznov. He has sacrificed his life to rescue me in trouble. Many people have sacrificed their lives to save me, and their blood is spattered here. On the flag. I carry this flag to remember the civilians who sacrificed their lives to save me. Now, I decided to use dye to dye this flag completely red, so that it will represent all the soldiers who died today. It will represent every warrior who has sacrificed his life to protect our country since the war began. Every one of us, when we see the red flag, will think of the sacrifices we have made and the price we have paid for victory. I think in this huge, all-encompassing war, in the chaos of the early stages of the war, many people will die without having time to leave their names. This red flag will represent each and every one of them. We will never forget. Wang Zhong stopped and looked at these faces that were as young as the deceased. I don't know who started shouting, we will remember it. Others joined in shouting, we remember. We remember it. We remember it. After the chorus ended, Wang Zhong continued, if one day, I also fall, my blood-stained style will also be on this flag. Gregory. Go and dye the flag with a red background. Gregory started running, got on his horse, and disappeared in a flash. After watching the flag disappear, Wang Zhong looked at the young people again. Vasily. Is Vasily here? Or is he injured? Vasily, here. I have your precious walkie-talkie with me. It's not broken. Don't punish me. Wang Zhong, aren't you going to punish me, or do you just want to pick the shit? I don't want to at all. Wang Zhong, I heard that your father is a music professor. Yes. Vasily looked a little unhappy. It seemed that there was a deep gap between him and his father. Wang Zhong, then sing some song suitable for this scene. This, General, in this situation. Wang Zhong, what's wrong? Can't you sing at this time? But such a sad scene. Yes, such a sad scene. But do the dead want us to cry? No, they want us to have the courage to kill the enemy as well as them. They want to repay the dead with blood. Sing. A powerful song. Vasily frowned. This. Didn't your father provide you with music education? Wang Zhong asked doubtfully. Next to him Filipov shouted, report. Wang Zhong, speak. Educated, General. He is very good at music. He can also play the trumpet. Vasily gave his friend a sharp look. Wang Zhong, so, people who have received a good music education say that there are no songs suitable for this kind of scene. At least I haven't learned it. Wang Zhong thought it was a coincidence. I do know a song like this, but unfortunately I don't know how to write the lyrics in ant language. I'm afraid singing it in Chinese won't confuse everyone. But in this situation, he really wanted to sing this song because it was so suitable. So he hummed, and found out that there was no translation, it was just Chinese. Although the sound was very small, Vasily heard it, maybe because he had a musician father and a good ear. What song is this? I've never heard it before. I can't understand the lyrics, but I can feel the meaning when it comes to the melody. Vasily asked curiously, what on earth is this? Wang Zhong suddenly had an idea. He asked, have you studied composition? I haven't tried it, but my dad forces me to learn music theory all day long. You can give it a try. At this time, Wang Zhong suddenly had an idea, singing cannot be translated, but I can recite it. Once I recite it, I will translate it, and then let Vasily worry about how to change the content into lyrics that can be sung. So he said, look, put this to music and make it into a song. As he spoke, he turned his head and glanced at the pile full of corpses, and began to read. Singing heroes in the wind and smoke. Surrounded by green mountains, listen carefully, listen carefully. Sound of thunder and golden drum on sunny days. The waves of the sea are in harmony. People soldiers drive away tigers and leopards. Sacrifice one's life to preserve peace. Why is the battle flag so picturesque? The hero's blood dyed her red. Why is spring always present in the earth? The life of a hero blooms with flowers. Filipov opened his mouth in an O shape, are you still a poet? Vasily took a notebook and wrote down the words, read them silently again, and then commented sharply, the rhyme is a bit strange, and it needs to be changed. But it does have a sad but not sad temperament. Nonsense, this is one of the immortal treasures of my real motherland from another time and space. Wang Zhong patted Vasily on the shoulder, I order you to survive and change it. Then put it to music. I'll try my best. Vasily looked at the lyrics written on the notebook in his hand. This word says that the hero's blood dyed her red. Did you think of this after seeing the flag? Sadly, no. Wang Zhong was about to answer when the sound of an engine came from the sky. He quickly switched to an overhead view and found that the enemy's reconnaissance plane was flying at high altitude. This time Wang Zhong confirmed very carefully that this was indeed not a bomber carrying Fritz X radio-guided bombs. Vasily also looked at the sky, damn enemy, where is our air force? As soon as he finished speaking, something in the sky reflected the light of the setting sun. The MiG-3 in a two-plane formation appeared. The enemy reconnaissance plane immediately sprayed intercepting fire, but the two MiG-3s still flexibly got into its 6 o'clock direction. After a short burst of fire, the left engine of the Dow-215 reconnaissance plane caught fire, dragging thick smoke towards the ground. The two MiGs followed as if to ensure the destruction of the enemy plane until the enemy plane crashed. Then the two planes turned around and roared over the pile of corpses. The tough pilot on the plane had clearly just shot down the enemy from several thousand meters in the air, but he did not close the glass hatch of the cockpit. In Wang Zhong's impression, only Italian pilots like to open the cockpit cover so much, and the reason is to feel the breath of the wind. After the pilot saw what was below, he raised his right hand in salute. Some of the soldiers exclaimed, he has 6 down stars. He is the ace of the Air Force. Ula! Everyone cheered. Only Vasily was still looking down at the poem Wang Zhong had just written. Chapter 90, the night of July 7th, updated by the Alliance leader. Brigadier General Rokosso paid tribute to the fallen soldiers at the same time. 25 kilometers east of Bogdanovka, in the town of Glezno, the largest manor in the town, Mr. Boyer, has been occupied by the Plazans and turned into the headquarters of the 1st Armored Group. At 7 o'clock in the afternoon, General Everett von Steiermark, surrounded by a large group of entourage and staff officers, entered the hall of the main building of the manor. Steiermark raised his head, glanced at the gorgeous chandelier on the top of the hall, and said, "This thing will fall down and hurt people when it is bombarded. Remove it." The service staff of the headquarters immediately took action and found a ladder to remove the chandelier. Storia's adjutant made an inviting gesture at the side. "General, the map room is set up over here. Let's go check out the house where we sleep at night. Anyway, you must not have updated the map information." The general waved his hand. The adjutant immediately changed the direction of the guide. "This way, please, go up the stairs." A few minutes later, the general entered the bedroom and frowned when he saw the gorgeous velvet bed. "What is this?" "Hadelin, you should know that I don't like this kind of thing. Throw this out, burn it, take it, here comes my camp bed." Adjutant Hadelin hurriedly gave instructions to the orderlies, and within a few minutes the velvet bed was dismantled and thrown out of the window. General Storia's camp bed was placed in its original position. The general supervised the completion of all this before nodding with satisfaction. "Hadelin, as a soldier, you must always be alert. Velvet is not suitable for soldiers." At this time, the communications staff officer appeared with a message. "General, an urgent message from the 15th Armored Division." Read. The staff officer immediately read, "To the Armored Group Headquarters, our unit's attack in Lchtov was blocked. The enemy has invested in the new tank Special 34 mentioned by the headquarters, which has a huge armor advantage over our army. Our division now only has 53 Panzer III tanks and 4 Panzer IV tanks left in combat readiness. And because the battlefield is controlled by the enemy, abandoned tanks cannot be recovered and repaired. The enemy used mobility to surprise our headquarters. General Randolph died for his country." 15th Armored Division Headquarters, 1730 hours on July 7. The general turned to look at the communications staff officer, his brows furrowed. He took 2 steps forward, took the telegram, read it carefully several times, and then said in shock, "Major General Randolph is dead. Chief of Staff, this may be the highest-ranking general killed in action since our army began its offensive." "I know." The general put the hand holding the telegram behind his back and began to pace in the room. "New tanks. The headquarters said there are only 100 such tanks at most. Did the 15th Armored Division report how many new tanks it encountered?" "No. The report they sent back is the one you have." The communications officer replied. "Chief of Staff, I remember yesterday, on the 6th, the 15th Armored Division reported that after the failure of their exploratory attack, there were still 91 No. 3 vehicles and 27 No. 4 vehicles in combat readiness. With such huge losses all at once, the enemy may not have dispatched more than 50 new tanks." General Storia paced while complaining. "The information given to us by the Intelligence Department of Army Group South said that Lchtov only had 2 infantry brigades. As a result, the Legion's heavy artillery appeared there, and a new type of full-format tank troops. Are these enemies growing from the ground?" As soon as he finished speaking, another communications soldier entered the room with a message and handed it to the communications staff. "The decoding has just been completed." Steiermark went directly up to grab the message and read it himself. "Message from Army Group South Headquarters. According to aerial reconnaissance, troops of an enemy infantry group are moving towards Lchtov and are expected to arrive tomorrow night. The 1st Panzer Group should attempt to capture Lchtov before the army group arrives." After Storia finished reading, he handed the message to the Chief of Staff. "An infantry group did not mention tanks at all. Chief of Staff, perhaps we can let the 15th Infantry Division try again tomorrow." "No, no," General Steiermark waved his hand. "These 10 days of offensive operations have proved one thing, that is, our armored division has too few infantry. If the enemy has heavy artillery and 50 new tanks, then they may have 7 to 8 infantry battalions. Our armored division only has 4 armored grenadier battalions, and one of them is a motorized reconnaissance battalion." After that, he walked around again and emphasized again, the number of armored grenadiers should be increased. Ordinary infantry can't keep up with the armored troops at all, and they are always out of touch during the attack. The ants are in chaos, so our armored forces can be overwhelming, but recently the ants have become tenacious. We need infantry to conquer those well-defended towns." The chief model officer asked tentatively, "Then, we won't attack?" "Go on the attack. When the enemy's infantry group arrives, it will be more difficult to capture Lchtov. Let the 24th Panzer Grenadier Division join the attack. Since Major General Randolph died gloriously for his country, the offensive command will be handed over to the 24th Panzer Grenadier Division. Major General Franz of the division." The Chief of Staff nodded. it is very reasonable to let infantry officers command the battle to capture the city. Steiermark nodded and added, also, let the Air Force bomb the enemy's positions fiercely. Especially blow up those tanks. Since the enemy's new tanks are so difficult to deal with, let the Air Force deal with them. It's hard to hide 50 tanks. Steiermark waved his hand after speaking. The communications staff officer who received the order was about to leave when the general asked again, who commanded Luftwaffe's enemy forces? Supposedly Brigadier General Alexei Konstantinovich Rokosov. General Storia frowned, the names of these enters are really long, so who is this? General Whitehorse, said the chief of staff. General Steiermark frowned, General Whitehorse? The man the emperor's trusted young officer used to shirk responsibility. Chief of staff, if I remember the name correctly, that's the one. Steiermark frowned, Randolph was beaten to death by this guy. Communications staff, call 15th to find out the details of Major General Randolph's death. Kalinovka, July 7, 1940 hours. I saw it with my own eyes. Veteran Hans said to the others around the fire, that new tank was painted white. He rushed across the battlefield and destroyed 7 of our tanks before he rushed to the front of the headquarters. The headquarters guard tank platoon immediately stepped forward, and bang bang bang, the pure white new tanks blew them all up. That white figure looks like the devil has descended. That's the white devil summoned by Ant's army. Immediately, someone around the fire objected, you're talking nonsense. I clearly heard that it was painted red. Just like the Red Baron. That's right. Veteran Hans was unhappy, he's called General Whitehorse. How can it be red? I saw it with my own eyes. It's white. Don't worry about red and white. Rush to the front and then what? Some people only care about the results. What else can we do? The tank fired 1 shot. The Major General is dead. Several staff officers also died. While the veteran was describing vividly, someone next to him called out to him, Hans. The coffee you brew tastes terrible. What the hell is this? Just be content. Hans shouted back without hesitation. At this moment, someone said mysteriously, there is a rumor about General Whitehorse. It was said by my fellow engineer who is an engineer. In this village, General Whitehorse laid 20 booby traps, but only 4 engineers came out. And 1 exploded. The remaining 15 booby traps have not been found anywhere. These words made everyone around the fire tense. The person who released the news was very proud, so be careful and try to stay away from suspicious things, otherwise your life will be at risk. The Prussian soldiers looked at each other. General Whitehorse can drive a tank and single-handedly kill 12 tanks and then kill the division commander General Randolph, then he can definitely lay 15 booby traps. There is no logical relationship between the two, but the big-headed soldiers don't care about this. Anyway, they just think General Whitehorse can do this. Everyone secretly swore that they would sleep outside the house later and would not dare to sleep on a bed or anything else. At 10:50 at night, Wang Zhong rode a white horse out of the city and found the auto repair shop workers who were busy rescuing tanks to learn about the situation. Your Excellency General, he was still the old worker who saved the cannon, you asked us to repair the tank, but we are repairing cars and are not familiar with tanks. So we called in the maintenance workers from the tractor station. They can at least connect the tracks return. As he spoke, the old worker introduced the worker next to Wang Zhong, this is the foreman of the tractor station. Let him introduce the situation. Wang Zhong nodded, please tell me. Your Excellency General. We have inspected several abandoned tanks. 3 of them can move after being connected to the tracks, and the turrets are also normal. Among the remaining 5 vehicles, 1 has a damaged front guide wheel and needs to replace parts. The remaining 4 vehicles all had their turrets jammed by enemy armor-piercing projectiles. We are going to use pliers to pull out the armor-piercing projectile inserted between the turret and the hull. As for other malfunctions, we are not familiar with artillery, so we cannot check the condition of the artillery. We have only seen a few machine guns in reserve during training, and we cannot guarantee that they will be repaired. Wang Zhong, how many vehicles do you think you can salvage? If you give us time, everything can be fixed. But will you give us time? Wang Zhong, the time is tonight. I hope to restore these tanks to combat effectiveness before 6 or 7 tomorrow. That will be more difficult, said the engineer at the tractor station. We do not have special emergency repair equipment, nor are we professional logistics mechanics. I think we can only repair 5 vehicles by the time you specified. Wang Zhong was speechless. It seemed that he couldn't force this anymore, so he changed the question, where are those Proton tanks? De Gong shook his head, the structures of those tanks are hugely different from ours, and the width of the tracks is also different. There are no special tools for connecting the tracks. And it can be seen that the manufacturing process is very high and extremely precise. It is difficult to repair such a thing. But, Wang Zhong, but, However, we found that some enemy tanks actually had no problems, but after being penetrated, the number of tank members was severely reduced, so they were abandoned. We checked the tanks and at least 3 were still operational and could even fire artillery shells. Wang Zhong, there are only 3 cars. 5 plus 3, among other things, actually restored the combat effectiveness of 8 tanks, regardless of whether it was AT-34 or not. However, such a small number of tanks is simply not enough. I don't know how many enemy tanks we will face tomorrow. The leaders' numbers will be updated one after another. See you in the evening. Chapter 91 Artillery Preparation. In the early morning of July 8, 914, Wang Zhong woke up among the rubble. The senior officer's dormitory next to the front finger was now half exploded, but miraculously the 3 beds were not damaged. As soon as Wang Zhong opened his eyes and sat up, he saw Yegorov cleaning his gun. "Aren't your shoes polished?" he asked doubtfully. Yegorov took the leather shoes and showed the huge gap in the front. It was blown up by a grenade. "It was only discovered this morning, so I asked Vasily to get me new shoes." "Wang Zhong, do you regard Vasily as your orderly?" "Why, it can't be done." "Are the rumors true?" "Wang Zhong, what rumors?" "It's just that the old man has." Yegorov seemed to be looking for an adjective, turning his hand several times in the air. "It's as good as a wolf or a sheep." Wang Zhong thought for a second before thinking that Yegorov might have meant that Long Yang was good, but he spelled it wrong. "Wang Zhong, no. Don't you know my reputation? I am the bulldozer of Saint Ekaterinburg, the terminator of the virginity of noble ladies." "Yegorov, that is not inconsistent with this. By the way, did I spell it correctly?" "Wang Zhong, that's not right." "I knew it." Yegorov cursed, "Sucka. You guys are using words like this that you don't usually use." Wang Zhong turned the topic to the empty bed. "Popov didn't come back last night." "How can he come back? After last night's battle, there must be a mountain of things to do. Generally, a brigade headquarters has more than 100 staff officers, handymen, and clerks. How many of us do we have? Pablo, it's no surprise when my husband falls." "Wang Zhong, does a brigade staff department need so many people?" "This does not include communications and security. It is normal for a normal brigade to have a few thousand people including the logistics team, accompanying soldiers and civilians, etc." "Wang Zhong, a brigade? So many people? Well, this number is even lower in terms of logistics. The ratio of fully staffed and well-supplied brigades and soldiers is basically 2:1. If there are more cars, it can be reduced to 1:1. Wang Zhong scratched his head. No wonder it was said that the victory in the Huaihe battle was achieved by a wheelbarrow. In the past, there was only a paper understanding, but now Wang Zhong finally knew what modern warfare was, a logistical war. By the way, Wang Zhong finally knew what Pavlov was busy with his panda eyes every day, and hoped that Popov could share his pressure. Wang Zhong expected so. At this time Yegorov said again, "I heard that yesterday you wanted the workers to dig tank bunkers." Wang Zhong, "Yes, a tank bunker that I conceived myself." Of course, this was not his own idea, but something written in the Soviet armored defense textbook from another time and space, and he stole it. No one stipulates that copyists can only copy poems and songs, right? Wang Zhong picked up a brick, cleared a clean ground, and drew a schematic diagram for Yegorov. "Picture from Station B up Master Dog Sex Chocolate." Wang Zhong explained while drawing, "Look, the straight side of the wall is the front, facing the enemy, and the slope is the rear. The rear is divided into 2 steps, and the tank can move between the steps under its own power. If the tank drives to the bottom of the bunker, the enemy side will completely block the tank, making it impossible for the enemy to detect it and attack directly. When the tank reverses onto the step surface, it can just expose the turret and fire. At this time, a large space in front can accommodate the muzzle blast of the tank's firing, making it difficult for the enemy to find the location of the tank." Yegorov held his chin. "Although I am an infantry officer, I can see how wonderful this is. It's a bit like when we dug trenches during the Civil War, with different heights on both sides, so that it would be difficult for the enemy to shoot back after entering the trench. It will be easier for us to counterattack and regain the trenches." Wang Zhong hesitated for a moment. "Well, I think there is still a difference. After all, they are making a fuss by taking advantage of the height difference between the 2 sides of the trench. So were these tank bunkers dug in the end?" Wang Zhong shook his head. "No, the labor camp said that there is too much earth to be dug for the bunker. Their manpower will not be able to finish digging until tomorrow night, tonight. So we can only let them do something that can achieve immediate results. Like laying landmines." Yegorov raised his head in surprise. "Are there any landmines?" "Sent it over last night. By the way, I also have some new ideas about minefields. You see, the enemy will use cannons to blast the minefields and detonate all the mines, right? We had to think in reverse, so I asked the engineers to guide the workers to bury the mines 5 kilometers away from the city, so that the enemy's fire preparations would not be able to blast the minefields. But we put up a bunch of Prosen signs around the city, plus some pickle can lids. There are real landmines mixed in the lid of the can, and simple booby traps made of hand grenades are buried under the real landmines. When the engineers defuse the mines, if they don't notice the booby traps, boom! Yegorov was stunned. What do you think? No, it was in mine warfare. War movies at that time all had military directors who had fought and killed people, so they should be reliable. But Wang Zhong slapped his chest shamelessly. I thought so. Yegorov gave a thumbs up. No wonder you are so optimistic about Vasily's thorny head. You are all people who like to come up with bad ideas. Wang Zhong laughed loudly. He just kept smiling, stood up, and walked to where the window was originally. Now there is only a parapet left. If the vase on the windowsill hadn't been there, he wouldn't have known it was a window. Looking at the fields outside, Wang Zhong's smile disappeared. I didn't realize it at night, but now the green fields have turned into iron gray. As Dmitri said, this land is almost entirely made of iron. However, Wang Zhong discovered that a cluster of green grass was growing tenaciously under the rising sun. While cleaning his gun, Yegorov asked, "What move do you think the enemy will make first today?" "I think it's a plane bombing." Wang Zhong replied, "They always have to bomb a wave, otherwise the Prosan Air Force will not be able to explain to the army." "That makes sense." As soon as he finished speaking, the phone rang from next door. After a while, Dmitri came in and reported, "Brother Peter heard a large enemy aircraft group approaching." Wang Zhong, "Okay, got it, sound the air defense siren." As soon as he finished speaking, the air defense alarm sounded. Apparently Brother Peter called the air defense troops first. Yegorov, many people saw that the Air Force shot down the enemy's high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft yesterday. I saw that after they defeated the enemy, they flew over the city and saluted the young people who died. Wang Zhong said, "Although I am very grateful for their efforts to boost morale, I still hope that the Air Force can have more substance." The power of sex. Roaring sounds came from the horizon, and Wang Zhong lay on the ground symbolically. 20 minutes later, the sound of the enemy planes faded away. Wang Zhong got up and dusted himself off. At this time Vasily rushed into the room. "Captain, I brought the boots." "Wang Zhong, is it okay if you encounter a bombing on the road?" "It's okay. The kind lady dragged me into the cellar of her house. Now I smell like pickled vegetables." "Can you smell it?" Wang Zhong and Yegorov shook their heads together. Vasily handed the boots to Yegorov and asked Wang Zhong excitedly, "How are you going to fight today?" "The plan is simple. Although we didn't dig a complete tank shelter yesterday, I asked the workers to pile up some cover with sandbags. Sandbags were also put on the front of the tank and the front of the turret. We are on the edge of the city, relying on the ruins and shooting at the enemy." Wang Zhong glanced at Yegorov and continued, "The field of vision of the T-34 tank is very poor. I confirmed this with my own eyes yesterday. Their tank commander also serves as the gunner, and most of the time he can only focus on looking at the artillery team. Mirror. So arranging the tanks on the edge, staggering them, and facing the outside in a consistent manner can effectively reduce the blind spots in the tank's field of vision." "Yegorov, are you treating the tank as a fort?" "This is the result of yesterday's battle. For those honor guards, it's okay to let them stay where they are and fire cannons at the enemy. But it's a bit difficult to ask them to rush up and engage in close combat with enemy tanks. When the enemy infantry is close enough to threaten the tank, reverse the vehicle and let the machine guns deployed on the sides of the tank bunker cover the tank." Wang Zhong said plausibly, as if he was already an experienced tank commander. However, considering the current poor loss rate of the Ant Empire's tank troops, maybe Wang Zhong is really the #1 tank expert in the Ant Empire now. Yegorov nodded, "I have no control over tanks. I am just an infantryman. I will continue to defend our position today. In fact, the situation is much better than yesterday, at least we have more people." Yesterday, because of Wang Zhong's heroic battle, the number of Skiterii organized by the church increased sharply, and 5 Skiterii battalions were crammed into the Rokosso battle group. However, these people have basically not received much combat training, and their weapons only have old-fashioned weapons in the warehouse. In the words of P-Club players, these people are the real line-filling infantry. But having line-filling infantry is better than leaving elite troops to fight alone. "Yegorov, what about you, General? Continue to ride on your tank." "Yes, I am a mobile force and will appear wherever I am needed. This is the confidence that the bird's eye view gives me." At this time, the roar of artillery shells came from the sky. Preparations for enemy artillery fire began. Everyone in the room lay down together, maintaining standard avoidance postures. When the shells fell, Yegorov smiled, and said, "It looks like it will be very lively again today." Chapter 92 Pavlov and hashtag 039, S Flexibility. At 8 o'clock in the morning on July 8, Wang Zhong commanded the number 422 vehicle to enter the preset position. Other cars were already in the bunker, tightly covered with camouflage netting covered with leaves. Yesterday's 2 surviving BT-7 crews were split into 2 reduced T-34 crews. As for the recovered number 3 tanks, they were operated by gunners from the 31st Guards Regiment and were used as fixed forts. One of the military academy cadets who originally joined the 31st Guards Regiment was a gunnery academy cadet. The young man had a high learning ability and quickly learned to hand-operate the number 3 turret. After all, number 3 is armored, and the survival rate of these students should be higher than directly operating the 45mm anti-tank gun. During World War II on Earth, the anti-tank gun casualty rates of both sides on the Eastern Front battlefield were very high. Later, Santoku simply used the number 3 assault gun to serve as the anti-tank firepower of the infantry division, reducing the reliance on anti-tank guns. Wang Zhong sat on the turret, thinking wildly, in the future, when he can intervene in arms production, he must produce something like the No. 1-3 assault gun and send it to the infantry division as anti-tank firepower. The Soviet self-propelled artillery is really used as a self-propelled artillery. Although the Su-76 and Su-85 can lay the barrel flat for direct fire, most of the time they are still used as indirect fire. This was also reflected in the movies shot after the war, where tank destroyers and howitzer groups were put together, and the barrels were raised to fire in a curved direction. In fact, the early No. 3 assault guns originally equipped with short-barreled howitzers were also used to fire grenades. However, the anti-tank pressure behind them was too great, so they were all replaced with long-barreled guns to fight tanks. For a long period of time during World War II on Earth, the armored force exchange ratio between the Soviet Union and Germany was dominated by Santoku. Some units could even reduce the number of combat-ready tanks by only 10 after 3 days of fighting, and reported destroying more than 200 Soviet tanks. But there are only so many Santoku armored divisions, which means that the infantry has to contend with countless T-34s. The No. 3 assault gun greatly reduced the losses of the infantry division. There should be some good stuff like this. We have to find a way to influence equipment production. I wonder if the Crown Prince can play some role in this regard. When Wang Zhong was daydreaming about the future, Vasily's voice came over the radio, "The Hound Fox calls the White Horse, the Hound Fox calls the White Horse." Hound Fox is the radio call sign assigned by Wang Zhong to the 31st Regiment headquarters this morning, that is, the front finger. "Wang Zhong, this is the White Horse, please speak. We just monitored the enemy's communications. Although we don't know what troops those call signs refer to, we can be sure that they stepped on a mine and had to stop to clear it. After the enemy discovered that the false information they released did not fool the Ant Army, they changed the radio call sign and code list, but monitoring still has its significance, such as now. Wang Zhong, are you sure they stepped on a thunderbolt?" "Confirmed." Enemy frontline command also reported that the attack could be delayed by 2 to 3 hours. Wang Zhong patted his thigh, "Okay. A little mine was delayed for 3 hours, and there was no casualty for 3 hours. This thing is really good. No wonder both sides in modern wars lay various minefields." Wang Zhong could foresee that he would have to fight a lot of defensive battles in the future, and landmines would probably be a good helper in his military career. After Vasily's communication ended, Wang Zhong just took the earphone away a little and heard a new call, "Nun calls White Horse, sister calls White Horse." "Wang Zhong, what is a nun? What bastard is shouting with the radio?" "I'm Sufang. I'm just a nun. I received a hymn from the Grand Choir of St. Catherine Castle, asking us to attack with all our strength and strive to take over the entire country within 1 to 2 weeks. "Wang Zhong, shut up. This is a clear code, and the enemy can hear it. I'll go to the brigade immediately. Just wait." After saying that, he patted the top of the tank hard, "Go to the brigade. Bilyakov, we just arrived at the ambush position. Wang Zhong, the enemy will not arrive for at least 2 hours. Let's go to the brigade first to see what the gentlemen behind are doing." As soon as Wang Zhong entered the headquarters, he saw Sufang. The girl couldn't help but smile when she saw him. "You're here. Wang Zhong, don't say the content of the hymn on the radio next time." At this time, Pavlov raised his head. "Actually, it's not a big deal. Most of the content of the hymn is not confidential. Anyone with the ability to listen can hear it, so the enemy's spies must also know it." "Huh? Is that so? Wang Zhong, then what effect does this hymn have?" Sufang pouted, "Pioneer is the car number 67 that I called for." The girl's voice suddenly dropped. "Even though they died there, I at least let us survive." "That seems to be the case. Wang Zhong, okay, you are still useful. So what did the gentleman in the capital say?" Let all the troops attack with all their strength and regain the lost territory within 2 to 3 weeks. Su Fang replied seriously. Wang Zhong commented truthfully, the emperor's head is broken. Blue Hat, who happened to be sending the telegram, was shocked. He looked for the speaker with wary eyes. When he found that it was Wang Zhong, he pretended not to have heard him. The war hero, the crown prince's buddy, and what did General Whitehorse say about the emperor? Maybe it's a family matter. Why is the illegitimate son complaining about his father? What should I do if I mess with Lu Zi by meddling in his own business? Blue Hat pretended not to hear, strode up to Wang Zhong, clicked his heel and saluted, urgent call from the front army headquarters. Wang Zhong took the telegram and looked at it. It said, your department should launch as soon as possible. He simply stopped reading, crumpled the telegram and threw it into the trash can. His physical coordination was so good that he threw it accurately into the trash can. This dude has been exercising very well, but why did he stretch his hips on the battlefield? Pavlov hurried over to pick up the telegram and opened it. We are really told to attack. Shouldn't the number of enemy tanks destroyed yesterday be reported lower? Wang Zhong, how much did you pay? 200. Pavlov said with an innocent expression, that's only an overstatement of 44%. Talent. Wang Zhong's brows knitted into knots. What kind of behavior is this in his small life? Why don't you put the space camp battle report aside? Then he noticed the problem. Wait a minute. Why were only more than 100 vehicles destroyed? When the enemy attacked, there were 80 vehicles entering the city and 100 vehicles outside. We defeated all the enemies. What about the rest? Escaped from the north of the city. Pavlov said, by the way, they also knew that there was no defense in the north of the city. That's why I asked the church to drag the newly formed Skiterii to the north of the city. We must also be careful of the north of the city in today's battle. Wang Zhong curled his lips and returned to the number that Pavlov had falsely reported, 200. How dare you say that? Even if we kill all the enemies attacking tanks, there will still be a gap of 20 tanks. Where can I go? Looking for these 20 cars. It can be said that you destroyed 20 vehicles when you raided the enemy's armored division headquarters. Pavlov said. Wang Zhong was stunned. Suddenly, he said, oh, I understand why we are asked to counterattack. Together with you, we are increasing the pressure. The higher UPS think that the enemy is at the end of its war effort, right? Pavlov said with a dark face, how do you think we became like this? There is something in this Pavlov's words. The Inquisitor, who was waiting for a reply, turned to look at the spider webs on the ceiling. Wang Zhong, forget it, Judge. You haven't sent a call back yet, have you? No, replied the judge. Then don't respond, smash the radio station, and say it was destroyed by shelling. Wang Zhong waved his hand, that's it? Pavlov, wait a minute. He said to the Inquisitor, call the decryptor and the keeper of the code book. The judge immediately went out, and Pavlov leaned over the desk and wrote rapidly, and then pulled the writing off the notepad. The Inquisitor just came over with the decryptor and the keeper of the code book. Pavlov, take this, go to the hospital, and get 3 cards for the injured to be hospitalized. Be sure to leave a record saying that you are the telecommunications team of the battle group. The judge just now asked doubtfully, then what? Stay there. When the battle is over and we change defenses with the 63rd Army, we will tell you that you are well and leave a discharge record. Wang Zhong, it'll be fine in a few hours, won't the secret be revealed? What are you afraid of? At the beginning of the battle, a large number of wounded people must have been sent to the hospital. There are so many records between admission and discharge. No one will find the problem. Even if the problem is found, it can be said that they were stunned by the shells and then stretchered. The team carried the wounded in. Wang Zhong re-examined Pavlov, is this the way a noble officer handles things? You are also an aristocratic officer. You are the only aristocratic officer in the entire empire who cannot say that about me. Even if I am more serious, I will learn from you. Pavlov said, and then waved to several inquisitors, go quickly. Go. The judges are gone. Wang Zhong, then, are you going to destroy the radio station? That's no need. We still need to contact the front army after the battle is over. You see, our decoders are all injured and hospitalized. It's normal that they can't understand the telegrams they receive. At this time Su Fang said, what should I do? Should I respond and say that I received the hymn? Wang Zhong, you also go to the hospital and lie down for a while. Su Fang thought for a while and nodded seriously, I can go to the hospital to help. It just so happens that I am also a monk and can listen to the soldiers' last prayers. Wang Zhong, very good. Su Fang turned around and ran away. Pavlov picked up the note he had just torn off, wait. Note. Ah, running so fast. Wang Zhong, I suddenly feel that it is a miracle that the Ant Empire has not been defeated yet. At this time, Popov, who had been silent just now, raised his head. Well, the church has been dissatisfied for a long time. The civil war back then was focused on sweeping away the holy sect. It ignored that there were also scum among the big nobles who supported the secular section. When Wang Zhong heard what Popov said, he suddenly had an idea. This scum includes me, right? Including you. Popov nodded, once. Chapter 93 The Combat Plan of the 24th Panzer Grenadier Division, additional updates for 2000 monthly. On the enemy side, Major General Franz of the 24th Panzer Grenadier Division arrived at Kalinovka early in the morning, and saw the body of Major General Randolph, who had been lying there for a day and was already a little swollen, in the simple funeral hall set up by the army chaplain. Poor Randolph. Franz raised his head slightly after ending the silence and looked at Randolph's face. I know he wants to imitate the young Erwin who was at the forefront during the Carolingian campaign. So the headquarters was pushed very close to the front line. The Chief of Staff of the 15th Armored Division said, "My condolences, I heard that you and the division commander were classmates in the military academy. I am 3 years older than him." Franz stopped talking and did not continue to talk about the past. Instead, he turned the topic to today's battle. I received a report that the troops are now delayed by landmines. Chief of Staff of the 15th Armored Division, yes, a mine suddenly appeared 5 kilometers away from the city. It should have been planted last night. Major General Franz, you didn't leave any troops to monitor the enemy, that's why this problem happened. Why, were you frightened by the enemy's new tanks? The Chief of Staff's expression immediately became awkward. This. Major General Franz, I heard it's a special 34 tank painted in white. No, I don't remember it. The color should be the ordinary Ant Army protective paint. The Chief of Staff raised his right hand and drew a circle in the air with his index finger while recalling the scene at that time. The tactical number is 422, and there is a symbol drawn next to it. A white horse. Also, there was a dirty and torn flag on the radio antenna. Dirty and torn flag. Major General Franz repeated, is this a specific description, or does it have a special meaning? Chief of Staff, the specific description is that the flag of the Ant Empire has become dirty, with a lot of blood on it. Major General Franz slapped his palms with a riding crop. Even if many Junker noble officers did not ride horses, they would carry a riding whip instead of a civilized stick. It is said that the Junker aristocracy used this method to distinguish themselves from the emerging industrial aristocracy. Major General Franz clapped his palms and muttered, blood-stained, dirty flags. It is understandable that the flags on the tanks are dirty and torn. Where did the blood stains come from? Are the tanks also bleeding? The Chief of Staff could only shake his head. Major General Franz thought for a while and decided not to care about it. You were frightened by the tanks and retreated to Kalinovka in a hurry. You didn't even leave any troops to monitor the enemy, which caused the enemy to relay mines. You will be held accountable afterwards. Your responsibility. As he spoke, Franz made a gesture, and his adjutant immediately handed over a white flower. Franz threw the white flowers into Randolph's coffin, turned around and walked out. On the right side of the morning hall is the division headquarters that currently houses the 15th Division, and there is a small door directly connected to it. Franz entered the small door, came to the map, and slapped the map with his riding crop. Lotov. It is now guarded by the enemy's famous White Horse General. This White Horse General has never appeared in any exchange activities between us and the anti-army before, but he has beaten our army time and time again. The intelligence ministry can't find his ranking in the university. Among the top 100 students who graduated from the Suvorov Military Academy in the past 15 years, there is no one with this name. Our excellent officer corps was defeated by a poor student. This is simply unbelievable. It's as ridiculous as a corporal being able to command the entire Prussian Empire. After speaking, Major General Franz tapped the map a few times with his riding crop. The staff officers in the map room, whether they were using 15 or 24 equipment, were silent and looked serious. Major General Franz sighed, our next step is to kill this so-called White Horse General and crush the Ant Empire's will to resist. Just like we want to quickly occupy their capital, St. Catherine, like a castle. Long live the Empire! Major General Franz's adjutant shouted. Long live! Others quickly followed. Okay. The Major General raised the riding crop in his hand. How is the progress of the demining work now? The enemy's minefield has no fire cover, and the engineers believe that a safe passage forward can be opened by 10:30. Franz, okay, before that, continue to prepare the artillery fire on Luchthof. The artillery ammunition has been blocked on the road for so long, it's time to use it up. Due to the lack of sufficient preparation for the road conditions of the Ant Empire, Prussia's army was once stuck in a traffic jam, and its artillery and artillery shells could not keep up with the assault forward. Therefore, The armored forces have always relied on accompanying self-propelled mortars to fight offensive battles. But it has been 16 days since the war started, and the Prosan army has already captured some train hubs. With the help of railway transportation, the traffic jam has finally been alleviated. Prosan now has plenty of artillery shells. As soon as Major General Franz gave the order, a staff officer immediately called the artillery. The Major General continued to observe the map, and then suddenly tapped the logo of the 513th Anti-Aircraft Artillery Regiment with his riding crop. Is the anti-aircraft artillery currently in erection status? Yes. The Chief of Staff of the 15th Outfit replied, yesterday I asked them to choose the blocking position and deploy it. Too far from the front line. Let them enter the marching state, and I will designate the deployment location after personally conducting front-line reconnaissance. The Chief of Staff in the 15th Outfit was surprised. Are you also going to the front line in person? An excellent commander must clearly grasp the terrain on the front line. If I were a group army commander, then I could hand over the task of personally mastering the terrain to the division commander below. But now that I am the division commander, I must serve the troops responsible. The Major General paused after speaking and added, of course, I will not be as eager and radical as Randolph. I will be with the division reserve team. As for you, the armored soldiers. Several armored military officers in the room stood at attention together, with their chins held high. The armored uniforms of the Prosan Empire are darker than those of ordinary troops, and the collar badges have been changed from military rank badges to skull symbols. Major General, your mission today is to go out alone after the access to the minefield is opened. Shouldn't the armored grenadiers be allowed to advance towards the city? An armored major asked doubtfully. Major General, no, after being delayed by mines, it will be difficult for us to capture the city in the morning, but we can try to kill this White Horse General. He destroyed so many of our tanks yesterday. It's easy for inferior peoples to get carried away. He must think they are invincible now. Your mission is to release smoke and retreat after losing 10% of the tanks. The enemy will definitely chase them out. We expect to ambush them at this location. The Major General slapped Hill 120 on the map hard with his riding crop. I will personally choose the firing position for the anti-aircraft guns. In the Carolingian, we used 88 guns to prevent the Carolingian armored counter-assault and destroyed a large number of B-1 heavy tanks. We will repeat this glory. 1,130 hours on July 8. The enemy's second artillery preparation was finally over. The members of the T-34 tank came out of the anti-gun bunker and began to inspect their tanks. When a tank is hit by heavy artillery, the shock wave may cause the surface layer of the tank's inner wall to collapse. Most of the time, this collapse will not damage the tank's mechanical equipment, but it is fatal to the personnel inside the tank. Therefore, most members will leave the tank during shelling, and will only take shelter in the tank if they have no other choice. It is the lesser of two evils, and it is still safer inside the tank than lying outside. The crew of car number 213 chatted while inspecting the tank. Loader Alexei, this is a common name I don't understand. Our new tank can crush the enemy. Why don't we take the initiative? The enemy's artillery is at most 10 kilometers away from us. It takes half an hour. I rushed over. No, I rushed over in 15 minutes. If you raise the artillery, you won't be bombed like this. How many people died because of this shelling? The commander glared at him. What are you talking about? The general has his own considerations. What are you thinking about? The enemy can't penetrate us at all. We should rush over. You see, one of our vehicles has 40 rounds of armor-piercing ammunition. Counting 2 rounds to kill an enemy tank, that's 20 tanks. We rush over and the enemy's 400 tanks are finished. Then we use high-explosive bombs to blow up hundreds or thousands of their trucks, and we can relieve the siege of Bogdanovka. Elisha. The commander raised his voice. What are you talking about? Can you still know the enemy better than the general? The loader pursed his lips. He rushed up on his own. I heard the electromechanical officer of the 422 car said that they killed a general. Why don't you take us and charge together? Because at that time, you were screaming I'm hit. The driver finally couldn't help complaining. Every time we were hit by a Prosan shell, you would scream. If the general doesn't lead a charge with someone like you. Loader Alexei defended. I really feel like I've been shot. My body feels like I've been punched. Oh, yes, the enemy's armor-piercing bullet hit you through the 60mm sloped armor. If you ask me, your name is Alexei, and the general is also named Alexei. Has your courage been sucked away by the general? Hush, the general is here. After speaking, the commander first stood up straight on the tank, holding his head high and looking at the number 422 vehicle approaching in the distance. Different from the ordinary model T-34, the general's car has a larger head and looks more powerful. Of course, The most powerful thing is the general himself. His upper body is exposed from the turret, holding onto the turret hatch and looking ahead. A red flag fluttered in the wind from the tip of the communications antenna behind the general. The 213th car crew held their heads high and paid attention to the general like soldiers waiting for a review. After the general's tank drove past, the loader spoke first. I've heard that when the general's tank charges, he has to stick his head on the turret to feel the wind blowing in front of him. The commander scolded, "You idiot, you are observing the enemy. As a commander, you will know that you can't see anything without sticking your head in. If I didn't have to control the aiming, I would stick my head in too." "General, don't you care about aiming?" the loader asked. His car is a viewing car. Instructor Alexander Yefimovich from the Armored Training Corps is the gunner. The general does not need to aim it himself. "Oh, that's right." The loader nodded and asked, "Why does the general's tank have to hang a red flag? Wasn't it the same flag yesterday?" The driver smiled, "You just heard one thing and another. How come you don't know about such a critical issue? Let me tell you, the general's red flag was specially dyed to represent him. Everyone who died under his command." The general also said, "One day I will also shed blood on the battlefield, and my blood-stained style will be on the red flag." The pilot learned it so vividly, as if General Rokosov had really said this. "Really?" Loader Alexei looked in the direction where the general was going. Tank number 422 had been blocked by a bunker, but the red flag was still clearly visible. At this time, the platoon leader of their platoon ran over. The monk heard the engine sound of the enemy tank. "Prepare for battle. Enter the bunker." Tank number 213 does not have a radio. This is something only the platoon command vehicle has, so the platoon leader has to run over and notify them like this. The commander shouted, "I heard you all. Quickly, put away the toolbox. Enter the position. 2,000 monthly tickets plus updates." Chapter 94. The general's clever plan shows his power. For the Prasen army, 1 hour before the attack was launched, Major General Franz put down the telescope and praised, "The 513th Regiment has expanded very quickly. As long as it successfully lures the enemy later, it will definitely achieve good results." Then he turned to the other side and used his binoculars to observe the position of the artillery battalion equipped with the PaK 38 50mm anti-tank gun under the 24th Army. After a minute, Major General Franz put down the telescope. "Very good, this will form a crossfire, and the enemy's new tanks will be destroyed no matter what kind of monster they are." As he said that, he turned around and said, "We just need to retreat to the back and wait for the Ant army who wants to steal the credit to rush over." After taking 2 steps, Major General Franz stopped and had some new ideas. He turned around and said, "Is the communication vehicle carrying the 15th Division still there? Remove the personnel and put the communication vehicle and other vehicles here." As he spoke, he pointed to the 120 Highlands at his feet. "Make this look like a headquarters." The Major General's order was quickly implemented. All the armored command vehicles from the original 15th Division headquarters were driven to the high ground, and the personnel were withdrawn, leaving only the vehicles. Franz's adjutant was watching from the side. At this time, he finally couldn't help but come up and said, "These are almost all the radio equipment belonging to the 15-unit headquarters. If they are damaged, they will not be able to replace them for a while. The command and communication capabilities of the 15-unit it will be a big discount. Franz, but if we can eliminate the enemy's war heroes, it is worth it? Think about our offensive operations along the way. Although we encountered some heroic resistance troops, in most places, the enemy was defeated in front of us. Now the enemy's resistance has increased significantly. In the encircled Bogdanovka, there are still troops continuing to fight. The 6th Army has to clear out the enemy house by house. At times like this, it is even more important to attack the enemy's morale. No matter whether this Rokosov is General Whitehorse or General White Eagle, we must destroy him." Major General Franz habitually hit his palms with his riding crop. As long as the armored force completes its task of luring the enemy without its commander will become a mess, and we can take the opportunity to capture Lktov. When there is a railway, wouldn't it be easy to add some radio command vehicles? In fact, after such a battle, the 15th Division had to stop and rest. Franz looked at the acting commander of the 15th Division and showed a gloomy smile. As soon as tank number 422 arrived at the bunker, the enemy appeared on the horizon. Wang Zhong immediately observed the enemy's situation from a different perspective. Looking at him, his brows knitted into knots. There are so few accompanying infantry. If it were from a normal person's perspective, it would probably not be obvious. After all, when viewed from the front, the infantry were blocked by tanks. But Wang Zhong's bird's eye view can also light up the enemy, making it clear at a glance. With such a small number of accompanying infantry, it doesn't look like they are going into the city to grind meat at all. Instead, it seems like if there are no accompanying infantry, their flaws will be seen, so let's do it casually. Wang Zhong frowned. At this moment, he remembered that in the history of Earth's wars, Santoku once used armored forces to pretend to retreat, lured T-34 to pursue them, and then used an 88mm anti-aircraft gun to launch an ambush. Could it be that the Prosens also adopted this tactic? No matter what, Wang Zhong decided to fire first, regardless of whether the enemy was a lure, and get the results first. So he raised his hand, and then he remembered that no one could see him raising his hand at this time. The T-34 commander's eyes were all on the gun mirror, aiming at the target. He could only put down his hand in embarrassment and order over the radio, "Fire." The next moment, all platoon commanders' cars with radios opened fire. Other tanks heard the sound of gunfire and then opened fire. Half the regiment's T-34 completed a salvo. The shells crossed a scorched plain and hit 403s. The enemy also opened fire, but the T-34 was already well armored and now had sandbags as cover. Proson's crew's accurate shots hit the target 80% of the time, but all the shells bounced off and hit the brick wall behind the tank bunker. The enemy tank did not waver and stayed in place, continuing to target the T-34 in the bunker. At this time, Vasily's voice came from the static noise of Wang Zhong's headphones, "The enemy is shouting for another round. I feel something is wrong." As soon as he finished speaking, the tanks on both sides opened fire at the same time, obviously the enemy's 50mm cannon loaded faster. 3 more Panzer III tanks were billowing smoke. Then the enemy started firing smoke grenades, and the infantryman who had just been hiding behind the tank also threw smoke grenades, which helped block the T-34's vision in the bunker. Wang Zhong was speechless. At this time, he was sure that the enemy was luring him. In car number 213, the commander shouted, "The enemy has retreated. They released smoke to interfere with our vision." Loader Alexei stuffed a shell into the barrel. "Then what are you waiting for? Rush out and destroy all the enemies. We can drive straight in, destroy the enemy's headquarters, and then blow up the artillery position." "No." The commander shouted, "We have to wait until the platoon leader's car rushes over before we can rush. The platoon leader's car can hear the general's orders." Alexei pursed his lips. The boss was unhappy, as if someone had snatched the metal away from his chest. Wang Zhong took out the map at this time, turned sideways, and spread the map on the top of the turret. Wang Zhong had personally surveyed the terrain outside the city to Kalinovka before. Last night when the Skitarii and engineers went out to lay mines, Wang Zhong confirmed the terrain again. Now he knew everything about the outside of Uktov. Looking at the various signs he drew on the map during the investigation, Wang Zhong muttered, "If it was an ambush by the 8th Artillery, it should be here." A good ambush position should ensure several conditions: first, have a very good vision; second, have woods and the like to provide cover; third, have a retreat path. Referring to these 3 conditions, Wang Zhong found several suitable locations on the map. However, considering the retreat direction of the enemy tanks, Wang Zhong finally locked 3 positions. He climbed out of the turret with the map and jumped to the ground, ran into the house next to the bunker, and picked up the temporary phone he had set up before. This house not only has a telephone, but also an artillery mirror. This was originally an artillery observation post, and 2 artillery school cadets were on duty inside. When the students saw Wang Zhong coming in, they immediately saluted. "Take a break," Wang Zhong said casually, picked up the phone, "Answer the artillery position." There was 1 artillery piece that survived in position A before, so today Wang Zhong simply put the 2 groups of artillery together, preparing to fire together tomorrow to give the enemy a little heavy artillery shock. Artillery position. Wang Zhong lowered his head to check the position marked on the map and read out the coordinates. Immediately launch an attack at the following 3 coordinates, and shoot a salvo at each coordinate. 3 targets. The artilleryman asked after hearing the coordinates, "Are you going to hit all 3 targets? They are far apart." "No, not far, just enough to form a crossfire," Wang Zhong thought to himself. Wang Zhong raised his voice, "That's right, hit all 3 targets. It would be great if the heavy artillery could take out the enemy's 88mm gun, so that in the future we would only have to worry about 50mm guns like the Pak-38. If I remember correctly, the 75mm caliber Pak-40 anti-tank gun will not be sent to the front line until November. It is a weapon that can effectively contain the T-34 and KV-1. The artilleryman in the earpiece checked the launch coordinates again. After confirming, he said, "We will fire right away, General." "But, what is this?" "Wang Zhong, I speculate that the enemy's anti-tank gun positions are at these locations. The tanks in front of the enemy are pretending to surrender. I think this may be a trick to lure the enemy." The artilleryman was shocked. "You ordered us to attack these places based on your feelings." "No, I have personally conducted reconnaissance before. These places are very suitable for setting up anti-tank gun positions. If you play the game Steel Division, Wang Zhong will definitely arrange his anti-tank guns at these 3 points. I just don't know if General Prosan on the opposite side will see the same thing as the hero. Wang Zhong, a military fan, might have something he hasn't considered. The Prosan officer corps is more professional. But you have to give it a try, right? After all, no one knows how many days these cannons can be kept. Maybe Prosan's air force will come in the afternoon and blow these cannons into the sky. In this case, it's better to seize the time and fire a cannon, blast him. If you don't win, at least you have momentum. Wang Zhong, after binding the various elements, let's fire. After saying that, he hung up the phone and ran back to the tank. Gunner Alexander asked, why not pursue it directly? The enemy seems to be at the end of his strength. Wang Zhong, this is to lure the enemy. The enemy is preparing to sneak attack us with 88mm anti-aircraft guns from behind. What? Wang Zhong continued to explain, don't you think there were very few infantry accompanying you just now? Alexander shook his head, no, we can't see the accompanying infantry at all. They may have fallen down when the fighting started. Wang Zhong emphasized again, the enemy is accompanied by very few infantry. I think this is a way to lure the enemy. I have called 203 artillery fire to hit the possible positions of the enemy's anti-tank guns. Alexander was speechless, you were so reckless yesterday, why are you so steady today? You were so scared after being so reckless yesterday. I've always been rough and yet delicate. After Wang Zhong said this, he realized, am I Zhang Fei? At this time, there was the sound of cannon fire from behind, followed by the roar of cannonballs passing over everyone's heads. Alexander, it really hit. Will it be a waste of 203 ammunition? I heard that there are not many 203 shells left. Wang Zhong said confidently, just wait and see, the enemy will have a good drink. When General Franz heard the whistling of artillery shells, the adjutant threw him to the ground with a flying jump. Franz cursed, what are you doing? This shell will obviously not land here. You will know it by hearing the roar. As soon as he finished speaking, a large artillery shell fell on the position where the Pak-38 50mm anti-tank gun crew was ambushed. In the blink of an eye, a Pak-38 battery gun and the gunner on the position were sent into the sky. Franz stared dumbfounded at the dust cloud that looked like a torpedo exploding in the water. He immediately reacted from the shock, it's the heavy artillery of 203. The enemy has an observation team around. He made the same judgment as his junior brother. But the landing points of the next few shells clearly deviated from the anti-tank gun position. For this accuracy, either the enemy's observation team is too poor, or it's just a fool's errand. Franz's scalp was numb, that white horse general, he has scouted the terrain and knows where to place anti-tank guns. The Junker nobleman concluded that this was the work of General Whitehorse without any reason. Franz, let the air defense battalion leave the position. If we are fooled, we won't just attack here. At this time, the roar came again. The second wave of shells landed near the hedge on the west side of Hill 120. Franz was even more certain, this is also a suitable place to deploy anti-tank guns. Retreat quickly. Let the anti-aircraft artillery regiment retreat quickly. The third wave is coming. Major General Franz yelled, forcing the communication staff to shout in plain language on the walkie-talkie, 513th Regiment. The general wants you to leave the place. The call was still effective. The 513th Regiment began to close the deployed hoe of the 88th Artillery. Although they moved very quickly, in order to stabilize the artillery, this thing was as rigid as the character of the Prosan, and the closing movement was not fast. Stand up. The sound of shells breaking through the air was heard. The anti-aircraft artillery soldiers who were still stationed at the hoe spread out and lay down, and even the artillerymen on the vehicle got out of the car and got into the bottom of the vehicle. 203 landed. The first 4 shots all missed, and only the last shot hit the ammunition truck of the 513th Anti-Aircraft Artillery Battalion. An orange-red fireball rose from the ground, and then the fireball turned into a mushroom cloud. That is to say, no one has seen mushroom bombs in this era, otherwise they would be crazy. Major General Franz stared at the mushroom cloud with his mouth open, and angrily read out the name, Alexei Konstantinovich Rokosov. Damn you. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 95, a battlefield full of surprises and surprises. Wang Zhong looked at the thing rising in the distance and frowned, what did I hit? It can't be a nuclear bomb, right? If the enemy had nuclear bombs, we would have met the King of Hell long ago. It could only be that the ammunition truck exploded. The rising fireballs and mushroom clouds were Wang Zhong's first encounter with things that could not be seen from a bird's eye view, but could be seen with the naked eye. It seems that the shelling has hit something, so why not take advantage of the chaos in the enemy's anti-tank position to rush up and make a profit? Wang Zhong thought for a while and finally decided not to take the risk. He had two reasons. First, his heavy artillery hit something, which meant that the enemy had really set up anti-tank guns at these locations. This was a trap. But I am not strong enough to break through this trap. Second, the enemy tank crews are too elite. Yesterday, some were already attacking the tracks and turret seats. Today, relying on the preset bunkers, we finally protected the tracks and seats, and temporarily solved the problem of T-34's blindness. Now the battle damage ratio is very good. No, there is no battle damage on Wang Zhong's side now. However, the situation is different after leaving the bunker. In the melee, the elite pros and veteran tanker will definitely have a greater advantage. These two reasons made Wang Zhong give up his desperate plan. Hey, why am I just being a turtle? What's wrong with me just hiding in my turtle shell and being the sixth child? Bite me if you can. If the enemy pushes the 88 gun up, Wang Zhong will call 203 to greet it. If the 88 gun, a fixed weapon that needs to be set up, comes into view, just wait to be shot. Without the 88 gun, the sandbags outside my armor are still 40 centimeters thick. No matter whether it is the 50 mm small water pipe of number 3 or the 75 mm short fat man of number 4, I am not afraid. I also have infantry cover, so I'm not afraid of the infantry rushing up to grind the meat. The most important thing is that these more than 20 T-34s are mobile forces. Even if the enemy sees that the defense line with tanks is impregnable and wants to divert the main attack direction, the tanks can quickly support it and even flank it. The more Wang Zhong thought about it, the more he felt that he shouldn't move. He began to think from the enemy's perspective, how should he crack a turtle shell like this? After much deliberation, he felt that the only way was to let Stuka throw a 500 kg or even 1000 kg gas tank, otherwise it would be impossible to break it. As he continued to think about it, Wang Zhong naturally thought of using smoke bombs to resist the enemy's bombing. If he couldn't see the target, he couldn't bomb it. Not to mention the Stuka's dive bombing. On Earth, even Sandoku's Fritz, once it reaches the target, the remote-controlled bomb will most likely miss. Then Wang Zhong thought that even if the 500 kg thing was not thrown on the tank, it would be quite harmful if it was thrown next to it. It may not be able to kill all the people in the tank, but it can blow up the tank. Even if the track is broken, the combat effectiveness of the tank will be greatly reduced. When the tank can move, it can reverse to distance itself from the infantry, and use firepower to kill the infantry. If the immobile tank is touched by the infantry, it will become an experience baby. Because of this, in the middle and later stages, tank crews from all sides carry submachine guns. If they find infantry approaching, they can crawl out and take a beating. Wang Zhong understood this, and the enemy Stuka pilots probably also understood this. Would they drop bombs in the smoke? Wang Zhong thought over and over again, and decided to think more carefully than the enemy. He moved the tanks to the reserve position, and then asked the Skitarii with smoke grenades to hide near the empty tank bunkers and prepare to throw smoke grenades. When Brother Peter heard the Stuka approaching, he used smoke to cover the empty tank bunker. Didn't expect it, I'm on the second floor. The key is that there is no risk in doing this. The reserve positions are carefully selected and can block the enemy. However, the range of fire is worse than that of the first position. At the same time, there is no bunker to block the weak points, and the tracks and seats may be broken. Wang Zhong made up his mind and waved to the Skitarii priests who were standing by, "Come here quickly. I have a task for you." The priest came running over. "Say what you say, General." Judging from the priest's expression, the big fireball and mushroom cloud just in the distance obviously boosted the morale here. Wang Zhong explained in this way, and then used the radio to call the command vehicles of each platoon to arrange for the tanks to retreat to the reserve position. "Call the Air Force." Major General Franz said firmly. "It is impossible to push the 88 mm gun forward. As long as the enemy's 203 has not been counterattacked and destroyed, it is impossible for us to let the slow expanding anti-aircraft artillery to the front line. Although we still have half of the air defense cannons and shells, but I don't think that White Horse General will be fooled." In fact, Major General Franz made a mistake here. He suddenly thought too much of General Whitehorse, just like the Chief of Staff of the 15th Division yesterday. In fact, it was not his fault. The enemy not only failed to take the bait of his well-designed ambush, but also shot back with a blind shot. As a result, the artillery shell landed in the best position for setting up an anti-tank gun for an ambush. What does this mean? It shows that the enemy has carefully surveyed the entire battlefield and fully considered various possibilities from a counterpoint perspective. This is the quality of a top tactician. The key position chosen by General Whitehorse is exactly the same as the one chosen by Major General Franz himself. If the positions chosen by the two sides are slightly different, the bombardment will not explode anything. This fact made Major General Franz instantly put the enemy on the same level as himself, which was quite impressive. Of course, the Major General will not admit this. After all, according to the imperial propaganda minister, Ant is an inferior nation, and Ant's generals must also be inferior. Prosan will prove the superiority of the nation in the process of conquering Ant. Like when they conquered the Carolingians. No, we must not admit that the enemy is strong, we must show contempt for the enemy. So Franz calmed down and made amends, although we can also deal with these tanks in the bunker. The enemy tanks were in the bunker, and the retreating decoy troops had already reported it. According to Prosan's military textbook, tank bunkers will also be dug during armored defense to protect the vulnerable parts of the tank. Although these contents have not been used by the Plosan army so far, the armored soldiers are very familiar with this set of things due to the professional level of this army. Franz, but the Air Force is more convenient and easier to deal with. When we call for Air Force support, we are definitely not afraid of General Whitehorse and his new tanks. Then, the Chief of Staff in the 15th Outfit asked tentatively, the Air Force will probably arrive at 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, maybe 4 o'clock. What should we do before then? Major General Franz gritted his teeth and said, do you still have to ask? Before the appearance of armored forces, we were an army that fought with artillery and infantry. We have won countless victories. We have the best infantry and artillery in Europa. Sujin barrage, infantry attack. When Wang Zhong saw Sujin's barrage, he was about to order the tank crew to come out and hide from the gunfire, when he saw his subordinates taking action first. In the blink of an eye, all the tank crews hid in the cellar next to them and lay prone. Sujin's barrage passed quickly. By the time Wang Zhong and the others came out of the cellar and climbed onto the tank, the fields outside the city were filled with smoke. The last wave of the enemy's Sujin barrage was smoke bombs. No, this smoke. Wang Zhong was obviously still far away from the smoke, but he still coughed and his eyes hurt. This is tear gas smoke. In the smoke, there was the sound of a whistle. Wang Zhong heard this sound in a World War I movie. It was the whistle when Desi attacked. The shrill whistles came one after another. Then, one by one, the Prosan infantrymen emerged from the smoke, all wearing gas masks. The reflection of the masks looked like the eyes of hell demons. A Ski-Terry machine gun had just fired a round, and then the machine gunner with tears and runny nose was stabbed by the Plosan soldier who rushed out of the stab, and he lay helplessly on the machine gun. The Prosan pulled out his bloody bayonet, pulled out the grenade and threw it into the window next to him. The explosion shattered the window panes, and the Ski-Terry guarding inside screamed. Wang Zhong got into the tank, and he almost immediately realized that these Ski-Terry were not the 31st Guards Regiment, and they could not beat these Plosan veterans. But the tank in his hand is not suitable for this kind of close combat. I was thinking about how to deal with Stuka, but I didn't expect someone to come up with a simple and unpretentious move. The battlefield is really full of surprises and surprises. Chapter 96. Wang Zhong saw the Plosan army coming up like this, and immediately ordered on the radio, retreat. All tanks retreat. Avoid close combat with the infantry. His number 422 immediately moved, and in the bird's eye view, all the platoon command vehicles equipped with radios moved, but the other tanks stopped and fired. With the enemy in front of them, the tank commanders didn't even notice that the platoon command vehicle started to move. Fuck, this configuration that only the platoon leader's vehicle has a radio is too pitfall. Whoever approved this design should be shot 500 times. But there are always more solutions than difficulties. Wang Zhong was anxious to find a solution, and he really thought of one for him. Wang Zhong pressed the microphone on his throat. Platoon command vehicle, use the coaxial machine gun to shoot other vehicles in this platoon, let them know to retreat. Inside the number 213 tank, the battle was in full swing. The shells ejected from the heading machine gun and the coaxial machine gun fell on the floor of the fighting room. Suddenly, the commander stopped firing and listened attentively. Is someone shooting at us from behind? Then he saw tracer bullets flying from behind to the front through the gun mirror. He immediately turned his head and looked out from the narrow observation port on the turret, and found that the platoon leader had retreated a long way. The platoon leader retreated. The commander shouted. The loader Alexei stuffed a shell into the gun barrel, high explosive shell, good. The coward platoon leader is scared. No. Then why did he use a machine gun to shoot at us? The commander thought for a while. No, this is the general's order, retreat quickly. Seeing that vehicle number 213 retreated, the platoon leader immediately changed his target to shoot at vehicle number 214. The commander suddenly had an idea and turned the muzzle to shoot vehicle number 212 on the far left of the formation next to it with a coaxial machine gun. The mechanic operated the heading machine gun and swept the enemy who broke through in front. Number 212 reacted quickly and began to retreat, but it was too late. The Prosan infantry approached it from the side blind spot and climbed directly onto the turret. The commander used the coaxial machine gun to sweep down all the prosons without saying a word. However, since number 212 blocked most of the firing range, the prosons in the cover threw a smoking grenade. The grenade landed on the engine cover of number 212 and exploded immediately, spreading the open fire within a range of several meters and producing a large amount of white smoke. The white smoke completely obscured the vision of number 213. The commander could only see the members of number 212, who were covered in fire, jumping out of the tank and rolling on the ground to try to put out the fire. Another grenade was thrown over the burning number 212 and exploded on the ground. The tank driver on the ground stopped rolling and let the flames burn on his body. The commander was silent for a second and shouted, "Retreat. Number 212 is finished." He continued to shoot into the thick smoke, trying to stop the Proson infantry from approaching. Wang Zhong looked at the battlefield, his heart aching. "We finally managed to repair 5 T-34s last night, reducing the loss to 3, and in just a few minutes, we lost 12. In addition to the 6 platoon leader vehicles, only the armored platoon 1 was relatively well preserved, and there were 2 vehicles left, 213 and 214. The bastard who decided to install a radio only on the platoon leader's vehicle should have been taken to target practice with the bastard who decided to combine the commander and the gunner into one person. Because he was too angry, Wang Zhong didn't even notice the incendiary grenades used by the Prosons. The effect could obviously be achieved with Molotov cocktails, and the Prosons specially developed a grenade. No matter how angry he was, he still had to think of a way. The good news was that 6 of the remaining tanks had radios and could be commanded. The bad news was that the Prosons spread smoke everywhere, and there was no way to fully utilize the firepower of the tanks. The Skiterii fought bravely, but they didn't have gas masks, and tear gas seriously weakened their combat effectiveness. The elite Plauson armored grenadiers are cleaning every house skillfully and efficiently. Although the situation is very bad, Wang Zhong did not stop thinking. No vision. Wang Zhong suddenly thought of World War II on Earth, when the Americans fought with Suarezai on Guadalcanal Island. Suarezai is good at night battles, and the Americans are as bad at night battles as always, but the US military guarding Henderson Airport has come up with a way to deal with Suarezai's night attack. In general, since I can't see you at night, I don't need to see you. I will configure the firepower during the day and just sweep at night. Each weapon has a specified scale and shooting area. The American soldiers only need to mechanically sweep the entire front to seal it tightly, and then wait for the Japanese to hit the bullets themselves. Wang Zhong looked at the southeast city area, which was now full of smoke, and decided whether to pull a mule or a horse out for a walk. First of all, he needed an open area, and this open area must be across the enemy's attack route. Relying on the bird's eye view, Wang Zhong immediately found this place, the square in front of the train station. By the way, the military station headquarters is right next to it, and there is also a square in front of it. The two squares together form an open area with a length and width of more than 100 meters. The best thing is that the hospital, train station, train dispatching yard and military station headquarters are all on the north side of this square. Blocking the square can protect these core areas. As long as a fire zone is deployed here, even if the enemy uses smoke, it can be blocked. But tanks alone are not enough. It would be better if there were some elite veterans to cooperate. Wang Zhong suddenly found that there was a unit logo belonging to him at the train station. The 5th Pishynsk Regiment. He transferred 81 men of the 5th Pishynsk Regiment to the train station, hoping to preserve the fire of this regiment. In this case, 81 veterans might be more reliable than 800 Skiterii. In addition, there are anti-aircraft artillery units near the train station. First find a way to delay the enemy, and then mobilize the anti-aircraft artillery units to block the area more effectively. As for what to do if the enemy plane comes at this time, let's wait until the enemy plane comes and think about it first. Block the hole in front of us first. Wang Zhong immediately issued an order, all tanks are following closely. We must maneuver to the square in front of the train station as quickly as possible. Be careful of the craters on the road. The second platoon leader asked, what about the Skiterii who are still resisting? Abandon them. Wang Zhong was silent, but after a second, he gritted his teeth and ordered, yes, drop them. Their fighting will delay the enemy and buy us time. Wang Zhong recalled the scene where the Skiterii rescued him from under the tank yesterday. This order was like a knife stuck in his heart, as if a piece of his chest was suddenly missing, and even his breathing became rapid. The tank completed its turn and drove down the street. Wang Zhong was immersed in the sudden surge of emotions, and even forgot to dodge the stray bullets fired from behind. Fortunately, the stray bullets themselves were not accurate. Wang Zhong remembered a documentary about Shang Ganling that he watched. In it, a platoon leader said, actually, I am arranging the order of death. How can I not feel distressed? They are all comrades who get along day and night. But we must line up and fight at the entrance of the tunnel. If the machine gun is sacrificed, it won't work. This is a documentary Wang Zhong watched when he was very young, so much so that he doesn't even remember the title of the film or the name of this old soldier. Only the sentence transcends the separation of time and planes. Wang Zhong finally understood the emotion behind the sentence. He turned around and glanced at the red flag on the antenna behind the tank turret. The midday sun falls on the red flag. When number 422 entered the square in front of the train station, Wang Zhong shouted to the Bishinsk regiment people at the station gate from a distance, "Send a squad to the anti-aircraft artillery position to get something that can kill infantry quickly and efficiently." Several people who heard Wang Zhong's words looked at each other and immediately ran towards the anti-aircraft artillery position together. Second Lieutenant Pavel Alexeyevich, the acting commander of the 5th Bishinsk regiment, ran over and asked loudly, "What's going on?" "Wang Zhong, the enemy frequently uses smoke, and the Skiterii are not well trained and equipped enough to stop them. We have to use firepower to organize a death zone here. Do you have machine guns here?" "There are two." Wang Zhong immediately found two positions from the bird's eye view, and then pointed them to the second lieutenant. "Place the machine gun in these two places, set the scale to 100 meters, and the reference object for the aiming line is the recliner over there. Let your machine gunner remember it when the smoke blocks this position. Keep shooting at this area." The ensign turned and ran. Wang Zhong then used the radio to command several command tanks. "First row, take your two vehicles to the front of the birch tree in the northwest of the square, aim directly in front of you, mainly use the machine gun on the vehicle body to shoot, and the main gun will continue to fire high explosive shells. Just do this when the enemy's smoke appears." A platoon leader immediately drove over with cars 213 and 214. Wang Zhong continued to rely on the bird's eye view to arrange the remaining tanks into appropriate positions to form a crossfire. At this time, a few people who had just been sent to the anti-aircraft artillery position came back with two Gez trucks. There were 4 heavy machine guns mounted in the truck bed. "General, is this enough?" "Enough, that's enough." Wang Zhong was overjoyed and immediately designated the location. There was another problem to worry about. He loudly called to the Skiterii guarding the station, "You don't need to guard anymore. Go to the military station and keep taking out the machine gun bullets and send them to the tanks and machine guns. I will let the tanks open the hatch. You just hand the bullet belt in." The Skiterii immediately turned around to call to the other guarding Skiterii and rushed to the depot headquarters. Everything was ready. Wang Zhong took a deep breath and looked at the red flag again. "I hope all the sacrifices will bring good results." At this time, someone from the station came out with a telephone cord and a phone, and went straight to Wang Zhong. "Rokosov Battle Group Headquarters phone number." Wang Zhong answered the phone. "Hello? I'm Rokosov." Pavlov's voice appeared over there. "We received a telegram from the 63rd Army, which was sent from a place 30 kilometers away from us. They have sent a rapid force to reinforce us as soon as possible." "Wang Zhong, is it a tank?" "No, there are no mechanized troops in episode 63, just some trucks for logistics." "Wang Zhong, then let them hurry up. The situation here is very dangerous. The enemy should be in front of the train station soon." After Wang Zhong finished speaking, he realized that Pavlov knew to call him at the train station, so he should know the current situation in the city. "Pavlov, I guess you are thinking that I can find you at the train station because you know the situation." "No, I just called the southeast defense line and no one answered, so I made a series of calls everywhere. Finally, the commander of the station said you in front of the train station. Then you are really good," Wang Zhong said perfunctorily. At this moment, several Prasen people showed up at the intersection opposite the square. Tank number 213 hit them with one shot, blowing up 2 of them and retracting the rest. Then smoke bombs are thrown out. Wang Zhong shouted on the radio, "Remember, if there is smoke in your respective assigned areas, keep firing. If there is no smoke, hit people." As soon as he finished speaking, the tank team facing the street opened fire. The anti-aircraft vehicle also turned its gun and fired at the smoke. The enemy made no next move. Wang Zhong confirmed from an overhead perspective that the enemy behind the smoke had no further plans to take action and shouted cease fire. After the gunfire stopped, the square fell into silence. At this time, Wang Zhong remembered that he was still holding the phone. "Pavlov, the situation is very urgent. We can only barely resist the enemy and ensure that the station and depot headquarters are okay, but the enemy may divide his troops to sneak attack on the brigade. Pavlov, I have ordered the machine guns to be set up and the anti-aircraft guns to be leveled." "That's good." Wang Zhong paused and said, "Don't die." "Same to you, General." The phone was hung up. At the same time, the enemy's actions began. The mortars fell on the square, and the smoke quickly spread from the landing point to the surroundings. "Coming. Wang Zhong, watch me fire and fire again." Soon smoke filled the entire square. Although everyone was wearing gas masks, it seemed like it was just ordinary smoke this time. Enemy mortars may not be equipped with tear gas shells. Then Wang Zhong clearly saw the enemy's infantry appear. Wang Zhong, fire! All the machine guns of tank number 422 opened fire at the same time, and also fired a high explosive round at the pre-aimed position. Wang Zhong saw with satisfaction from the bird's eye view that a dozen of the Prosan soldiers who rushed out were knocked down at once. But more Prosan soldiers poured out from various intersections on the south side of the square. What responded to them here was a dense fire net with no blind spots. Within a few dozen seconds, more than 50 Prosan soldiers fell, and the others all lay on the ground and did not dare to move. Wang Zhong pulled the anti-aircraft machine gun on the top of the turret and relied on the plug-in to accurately kill the enemies lying on the ground. Anyway, if you ask, you will be fooled, and no one will notice anything unusual. The enemy began to crawl on the ground, but the fire net was too dense. Even if Wang Zhong did not deal with it at a fixed point, the enemy would be killed by stray bullets even if he climbed dozens of meters. Is this America's unique magic that she used to massacre her childhood? It really works. Wang Zhong was having fun shooting the machine gun when he ran out of bullets. He hurriedly changed the bullets, after the experience of the BT-7 anti-aircraft machine gun jamming last time, which caused the death of all the people in the car. Wang Zhong carefully straightened the ammunition belt before completing the loading of bullets. He immediately started shooting. Finally, the enemy gave up the attack and retreated into the buildings on the south side of the square. Immediately afterwards, the enemy's vehicle-mounted mortars began to fire high explosive shells. Shells continued to fall on the north side of the square. Wang Zhong retreated into the tank, put on the hatch cover, and waited for the enemy's second attack. In the next 2 hours, they repelled 7 more Prosan charges. In the end, all the enemy mortar smoke grenades were used up, and the smoke in the entire square gradually dissipated, and it became a confrontation between the two sides across the square. Wang Zhong did not have much accompanying infantry, and the tanks did not dare to rush over. The enemy did not have effective anti-tank firepower, and there was nothing he could do against the tanks parked in the square. The square became so quiet that the crows in the sky descended and began to peck at the eyes of the dead people on the ground. Wang Zhong breathed a sigh of relief, at least the enemy's offensive was blocked. Suddenly, he spotted enemy infantry on the east side crossing Luktov's main street. The garrison Ski-Terei opened fire. Wang Zhong, we will go over to support, and the other tanks will stay where they are. Without waiting for his order, the driver Bilyakov turned the number 422 tank around. Almost at this time, Wang Zhong heard the trumpet sound. He seemed to have heard this kind of horn in a movie about the Napoleonic Wars. It should be the cavalry charge. Cavalry. Wang Zhong looked to the northeast, and then saw a large number of cavalry on horses and black cloaks rushing into the streets of Luktov from the north. Like a wave they dispersed into countless trickles and penetrated the streets of Luktov. The horses galloped, and the Prosenians had no time to react, or in other words, they did not expect to encounter such a large-scale cavalry attack on a modern battlefield. Although they were cavalry, this unit did not raise their sabers, but carried pistols and submachine guns. They kept shooting while advancing like a whirlwind. There is a bombardier in every 3 cavalry, and the grenades are accurately thrown from the windows into the enemy buildings. Wang Zhong watched all this with his mouth open, and then remembered what Pavlov said 2 hours ago, the 63rd Army sent a fast force to support Luktov. It's such a quick method. At this time, after several hours of hand-to-hand combat in the city, the Prosan infantry was at the end of its tether, and the devastating cavalry charge shattered their last will to fight. At this time, 4 cavalry officers rode tall maroon horses to Wang Zhong's car. The leading general glanced at the white horse mark on Wang Zhong's tank. Then he saluted Wang Zhong. The 7th Cavalry Corps salutes you, Brigadier General Rokosov. Our 15,000 cavalry are sweeping the entire city. You have worked hard. Wang Zhong let out a long sigh of relief. When defending, fortifications, tactics and firepower configuration are all important, but the most important thing is the continuous flow of reinforcements. 1 hour after repelling the enemy's attack, at 1530 hours on July 8, Wang Zhong commanded the 422 vehicle to return to the preliminary launch position where they were at the beginning of the enemy's attack. The surviving residents have moved the fallen Ski-Terei to the road and lined them up close together. Stop. Following Wang Zhong's order, the tank stopped. He climbed out of the turret and jumped to the ground to a Ski-Terei soldier clutching a smoke grenade. Wang Zhong remembered this young man. Before the enemy attacked, Wang Zhong's order to him was to wait for the monks to notice the incoming enemy planes, and then throw smoke bombs on the empty bunker to lure the enemy planes to dive and drop bombs on the bunker. Unexpectedly, the enemy's Stuka did not come, but Sujin's barge and infantry came. Wang Zhong took off his hat and bowed his head in silence in front of the young people. A wrong judgment by the commander could lead to the loss of many lives. Wang Zhong once again realized this deeply. At this moment, piercing air raid sirens rang throughout the city. Wang Zhong raised his head. Brother Peter probably couldn't find Wang Zhong on the phone, so he just reported the situation to the Air Defense Force. Wang Zhong climbed onto the tank, stood on the tank and looked up. He could see the enemy aircraft fleet on the horizon without changing his perspective. After switching the perspective, Wang Zhong discovered that the fleet actually had as many as 20 Dao-215 bombers and 30 Stuka dive bombers. It can be seen that the enemy really hopes to occupy Ltov before the 63rd Army. Wang Zhong ended the bird's eye view and shouted to the surroundings, "The enemy plane is coming. Hide in the cellar. Hide in the cellar quickly. Leave the body alone and throw it on the street. Go into the cellar quickly." Alexander and the others also climbed out of the tank. The door of the building next to it opened and an old lady shouted, "Young man, come in. My cellar is still empty." Members of the number 422 crew immediately rushed through the door. Wang Zhong took one last look at the fleet of aircraft in the sky. At this moment, he saw something higher than the planes reflecting the sun's rays. It's a plane. 15 MiG-3s threw away their auxiliary fuel tanks, dived from high altitude, and rushed towards the enemy aircraft. In the first round of shooting, 5 Rode 215s fell to the ground dragging thick smoke. Immediately afterwards, the fleet circled back and rushed into the bomber group again. Tracer bullets fired from machine guns crisscrossed the air. The enemy probably didn't think they would be intercepted by the fully organized Ant Air Force, so they didn't send out escort fighters at all, so the sky soon became a one-sided slaughterhouse. At this time, the air defense sirens on the ground also stopped, and the people who had just been running desperately to the cellar all walked to the street, watching the fierce battle in the air as if they were watching a fireworks display. Every time an enemy plane was hit and a long plume of smoke erupted, the people on the ground would let out deafening cheers. Some naughty children climbed directly to the roof to watch this wonderful performance. The battle in the air soon came to an end. The remaining enemy planes abandoned their bombs outside the city and dived to low altitude, trying to accumulate speed and escape. The intercepted MiG-3 aircraft group chased out of people's sight. The whole scene fell silent. Wang Zhong heard a child asking, "Mom, have we won the battle?" His mother replied, "We won the battle. The enemy's plane was driven away." The child asked again, "Then why didn't our plane come earlier? Then our grandparents wouldn't have died." The woman just silently held the child in her arms and gently stroked his hair. At this moment, the Ant fighter jets chasing the enemy came back, forming a flying geese formation and flying over the city. Wang Zhong recognized it. The leading plane was the one that shot down the enemy's high-altitude reconnaissance plane yesterday. At this time, from an overhead perspective, he clearly saw the pilot taking out a chimney, biting the head of the chimney with his teeth, and lighting the fuse. So the chimney sprayed out colored gas, and as the plane moved forward, a long line of colored smoke was drawn into the air. The other planes followed suit, and the 15 MiG-3s dragged a colorful trail past the ruined streets of Ltov. The crowd roared with deafening cheers and threw everything they could get their hands into the sky. At this moment, Wang Zhong suddenly felt victorious. At the same time, the child on the roof suddenly shouted to the people below, "Your Excellency General! There are troops coming from the northeast." Wang Zhong hurriedly looked to the northeast, and sure enough he saw a large number of infantry troops marching in 4 columns on the road. The main force of the 63rd Army finally arrived. Chapter 97. Knowing that reinforcements were coming, Wang Zhong hurriedly commanded the tanks to greet them. As soon as they started, the tank engine suddenly made a series of sounds that sounded like a stomachache, and then it fell down. As the pilot Bilyakov climbed out of the cabin, he muttered, "Finally, I have a rest. I think it's time to rest." Wang Zhong was speechless. "Does this engine often break down?" "Bilyakov, they are all small problems and can be eliminated quickly. Sometimes they can even be solved by giving them a kick." As he spoke, Bilyakov opened the maintenance hatch, swung the hammer in his hand and gave the engine a blow. However, this time the Mao's maintenance did not take effect. Bilyakov shook his head. "It seems like it will really take some time this time. General, why don't you ride over there? You should hand over to the commanders of the 63rd Army, right? Wang Zhong, where can I find a horse now? It's not like a whistle can call a horse." As he spoke he whistled. Horses neighed in the distance. Wang Zhong was startled, looked around, and saw Bucephalus turning around the corner and running over happily. Could it be that the setting in the game where horses gallop when you whistle is based on reality? Then Wang Zhong discovered that Bucephalus had no harness and no reins on him, so he couldn't ride at all. This guy's stable was probably blown up by enemy artillery, but he was unharmed and came to find Wang Zhong when he heard the whistle. The white horse stopped in front of the tank, looked at the white horse painted on the tank's tactical number, neighed, shook its head, panted heavily, and kept pumping its front hooves. "Why, Are you still jealous of the horse in this painting? Wang Zhong climbed out of the turret by holding the sides of the turret hatch and jumped to the ground, then you repair the tank. After the repair is completed, go back to the brigade station to join the other tanks. I'm going to meet the commanders of the 63rd Group Army. Gunner Alexander turned to the loader and said, follow the general and serve as a guard. The loader nodded, took out a submachine gun from the tank and slung it over his shoulder. Alexander then said to Wang Zhong, General, you'd better be careful. There may be Panosan soldiers in the city who have separated from the larger army. Wang Zhong waved his hand and walked towards the train station. Bucephalus followed him step by step, constantly trying to bite his hair. When Wang Zhong quickly walked to the train station square, his hands were already full of eggs and pickled cucumbers given by locals. Does Missy like cucumbers so much? Entering the square, he saw a large number of trucks parked in front of the train station, and stretcher teams were carrying the wounded on the trucks into the train station. Wang Zhong's sharp eyes spotted Losanov, the director of the field hospital, and he greeted loudly, Doctor, what's going on? The doctor raised his head and glanced at Wang Zhong and said, Your Excellency, General, the military station headquarters is arranging for the evacuation of the hospital, and there will be empty trains arriving soon. Wang Zhong, what will happen to the wounded in the battle after you retreat? Losanov looked at the sky. This city is about to turn into rubble. The hospitals are full of wounded people who have been rescued with medicines and supplies. We cannot let them die here. After they recover, they will become the backbone of our army's combat. This is true. Losanov, as for the wounded in future battles, the medical center of the 63rd Army will do simple treatment and wait for the train to evacuate. There is no better way to handle the situation now. I personally will stay to help the medical center of the army. That's all I can do to take care of the wounded. Wang Zhong, do you want to stay? Yes. Director of the field hospital Losanov smiled slightly, I will stick to my post. Wang Zhong nodded, unable to speak. At this time, a young man riding a maroon horse and wearing the standard hat of a messenger stopped beside Wang Zhong, saluted and asked, Is this Brigadier General Rokosov? It's me. Our commander is looking for you. Lead the way. The messenger looked at Bucephalus, who had no harness at all, in confusion, as if he was wondering how to ride this horse. Wang Zhong, I'll walk there. Is it far? No, it's at the military station headquarters nearby. Our commander has temporarily occupied the map room. Wang Zhong nodded, and then handed the eggs and pickled cucumbers to the dean. These are for the wounded. I'll leave first. You can't carry eggs and pickled cucumbers to see the commander of the cavalry army who rescued you, right? When the messenger saw this, he got off his horse and led Wang Zhong on foot. Wang Zhong smiled and said, I have been to the military station headquarters many times. Just go there by yourself. You can go back and recover first. The messenger nodded, mounted his horse and galloped away. The map room at the depot headquarters looked several times more crowded than before. As soon as Wang Zhong entered the door, everyone turned to look at him. Lieutenant General Kyrenenko of the 7th Cavalry Corps took 2 steps forward, took off his cavalry gloves, and saluted Wang Zhong, Brigadier General, your troops fought very beautifully. We have confirmed a large number of enemy corpses and tank armor in the city. The vehicle was wrecked. A lieutenant general was the first to salute the Brigadier General Wang Zhong, which was a great respect. Wang Zhong saluted back, It's not my fault, it's the victory that our soldiers and the Skiterii soldiers paid for with their lives and blood. You are very humble. Kyrenenko admired. Wang Zhong thought to himself that I was not humble. The people who really won the victory were the people of the city. This city defended itself. But he didn't say it. Kyrenenko continued, the headquarters of the 63rd Group Army is still on the way. The troops currently entering the city are under my unified command. We are in the process of handing over the defense area. The rest of your troops can return to the station to sleep tonight. Have a good sleep. I also asked the commander of the military station to prepare supplies for you, so that you can eat potatoes and beef stew tonight. Wang Zhong's interest suddenly increased when he heard what he was going to eat tonight. After traveling to this world for more than 10 days, he still couldn't get used to the food here, and he ate too many pickles. As a Chinese, for the first time, he didn't look forward to eating, and only regarded eating as a necessary task to maintain life. But he liked the goulash. Usually there are potatoes and beef, so the taste of this dish is not that bad, Wang Zhong thinks so subjectively. However, his interest only lasted for a few seconds in the food, and then he asked, since you can provide beef stew with potatoes, can you provide us with anti-tank guns? Lieutenant General Kyrenenko and the commander of the station, Brigadier General, looked at each other, and then laughed together. Wang Zhong, what's wrong? Kyrenenko, the commander of the military station, said that you are an outstanding officer who only thinks about how to win. I have seen it. Those rumors about you are obviously all wrong. No, Those rumors are correct, it's just that I has been replaced. Wang Zhong, it's not important, I want an anti-tank gun. Your battle is over. After the hospital is evacuated tonight, your soldiers can board the vehicle and retreat. Wang Zhong was stunned for a moment and immediately asked, what about my equipment? My 203 cannon and T-34. Kyrienko, theoretically, we need all the technical weapons that can help us defend the city, but most of the technical weapons of your army are designated by the Crown Prince to be incorporated into your army. So these technical weapons will be with you. The battle group withdrew together. As for the Divine Arrow Company, we have a fully equipped Divine Arrow Company. Adding a prayer hand only slightly increases the combat power, so they will continue to remain in your troop organization. Wang Zhong, oh, that's okay. Suddenly, he hesitated. These technical weapons could obviously greatly improve the efficiency of the 63rd Army in defense. Should they really be taken away? I am protecting my family and my country, not running my own private army. At this time, Lieutenant General Kyrienko said, you are indeed a noble person. I know what you are thinking, but I implore you to take these troops away. Wang Zhong, what do you mean? Kyrienko smiled and said, I am also a professional soldier, and I have been on the front line. The idiots above have been deceived, but I have not. I know that now we are in the stage of strategic defense or even strategic retreat. Precious technical weapons should be withdrawn. It's us, the grey animals, who should be left behind. Wang Zhong hesitated to speak. He suddenly felt that words were pale and he might as well express his thoughts with actions. So he stepped forward and grabbed the Lieutenant General's shoulders, and then hugged him warmly. I'm sorry, comrade. No need to regret, I have no intention of dying here. We will break out after completing the defense mission. See you in Prosonia then. Prosenia, the capital of the Prosen Empire. Wang Zhong patted the Lieutenant General on the shoulder, see you in Prosonia. After saying that, he let go of his hand, took a step back, pressed his heels together, and saluted the Lieutenant General, goodbye. Goodbye. Wang Zhong turned around and left without looking back. Watching him leave, Kyrienko suddenly said to the commander of the military station, is this a dude? The difference from the rumors is too big. He is obviously a model soldier. Commander of the military station, you don't know, right? The soldiers call him, Victory Star. It is said to come from a song he sang, the Victory Star will shine on us. When Wang Zhong led busy Faraz back to the station, he found that the number 422 tank had arrived first. Obviously Bilyakov quickly eliminated the fault. Now the driver and gunner are loading artillery shells into the carriage next to the tank, while the electromechanical personnel are constantly taking the shells and machine gun bullet casings out of the carriage and placing them in a large wooden box. Obviously this crew intends to continue fighting. Wang Zhong, we are going to retreat. Alexander, huh? We can still fight. The crews who were replenishing and maintaining the tanks all around also stopped and looked directly at Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong, there will be many opportunities to attack the Prosens in the future, but today we have to retreat. Not only us, but also the 203rd Heavy Artillery Regiment, the evening train, retreat at night. Everyone looked at each other. At this time, singing came from outside the station. The 31st Guards Infantry Regiment, which had completed its defense change, marched into the station in a neat line, singing songs. Each of the young men looked miserable, but the expressions on their faces were high-spirited and their marching steps were neat and powerful. The spears of the rifles on their backs swayed like the wind blowing through the cypress forest. They were singing loudly, Tanya Tanyusha, my Taki Yana, do you still remember that hot summer? I can't forget that time to love. That time to love. Chapter 98 Beef stew with potatoes is really delicious. Jules 914, July 8, 23:15 hours. All 914 members of the Rokosov combat group are waiting on the platform of Lokotov railway station. The Lokosov City Defense Regiment, which was temporarily incorporated into the Rokosov battle group, volunteered to stay and continue to participate in the city defense battle, so it was not included in the calculation. The Skiterii temporarily assigned to the battle group were not on the retreat either. The 5th Pishinsk Regiment wanted to stay, but Wang Zhong refused. The 31st Regiment and the armored units were willing to obey orders. The 914 people on the platform are the total number of infantry, artillery, armor, and logistics personnel of the battle group. Wang Zhong touched his belly stuffed with potatoes and beef stew, looked at the few people left, and sighed, what a victory for Pyrrhus. Yegorov, who is Pyrrhus? Wang Zhong was dumbfounded. There was no Rome in this world, so naturally there would be nothing to do with Pyrrhus. At this time, Pavlov came out of the station dispatch room with a stack of documents and walked up to the two of them. I got the transportation plan. We will be sent all the way to Ixikov. Wang Zhong, sent so far? I thought they would put us behind the next line of defense to rest and be ready to defend again at any time. There is no second line of defense. Pavlov looked serious. The front army decided to launch an attack in accordance with His Majesty's order. Wang Zhong, are they crazy? Because the sound was so loud, all the surrounding soldiers looked over. Yegorov patted Wang Zhong on the shoulder. Calm down, Lord Count. The good news is that this time we will be far away from the front line. Even if the front line always collapses, it will take several days for the Prosins to reach us. Wang Zhong, I'm not happy at all. So where is our supplement? Pavlov shook his head. I didn't mention it. At this time, Popov came in from the freight exit of the train station, walked onto the platform with square steps, and joined the three of them. There is no news from the church. I don't know when we will be able to replenish the company of divine arrows. The bishop sighed. Now there is a shortage of prayer hands, and the replenishment of the divine arrows is not enough. Wang Zhong, what about Brother Peter? After 2 days of fighting, Wang Zhong had a good impression of this human ear radar that he had picked up for free, and felt that it was indeed very useful. There are quite a few sound array masters, so they are assigned to us. This is a personnel transfer document. According to regulations, it must be backed up over there, right? Popov said and pushed the document over there. Pavlov frowned. The documents have arrived, where are the others? Popov looked back at the door, and just then Brother Peter walked in with a frown on his face. Yegorov shouted loudly, Monk, why are you frowning? Brother Peter looked up, because there are too many noise sources like you. Then he walked towards Popov and protested directly, I should stay on the front line, I am needed here. Popov, complained to the brigadier. Brother Peter immediately turned to Wang Zhong, I should stay. I heard it, Wang Zhong interrupted him, but I also need you. You will play a greater role here. Think about how much role you played in the past 2 days. Brother Peter pursed his lips. At this time, a whistle sounded in the distance. The switchman also came out of the hut and began to operate the switch. The green light in the switchman's hand is very conspicuous at night. Soon, a train consisting of flatbed and tank cars pulled into the station. The flatbeds were all empty, obviously they were put into the train to load the heavy artillery and T-34 of the Rokossov battle group, and the stuffy tank cars were full of young faces. Before the car stopped, a young man in the tank asked loudly, Hey, how are you doing? Just as Wang Zhong looked at the tank truck, Vasily replied, the fight was great. The tank wreckage you see in the city was basically caused by us. The corpses of the Plosin soldiers were collected and buried by the labor camp and the skiterii, but the tank wreckage was just like the craters on the street, and there were not enough manpower to deal with it for the time being. Drink. If you are so good, we will not be worse than you. The young man in the car said confidently. Vasily seemed to be about to retort, but he stopped as soon as he opened his mouth. After a brief hesitation, he said, I believe you. Let the Prosins have a taste of their power. The soldiers of the 31st Guards Regiment saw that Vasily was not scolded for speaking casually, so they all joined in the shouting. Show them how awesome you are. Let them see who is the inferior race. Wang Zhong was actually not that old before he traveled through time. The original owner of this body was also a young man. With his original character, he should also be involved in encouraging his allies. But it's strange that now Wang Zhong just wants to silently bless these young people. Suddenly, one of the young people who had just got off the tank truck shouted, Hey, look at that tank, tactical number 422. There is also a white horse icon. These words suddenly made the excited recruits who had just arrived on the battlefield all look in one direction. The T-34 tank number 422 of the viewing model is parked in the moonlight, like a giant beast lurking in the shadows. Alexander and Bilyakov were smoking next to the tank. When they saw this posture, they immediately hid in the shadow of the tank. Really? Is this General Whitehorse's car? I heard the general's battle group is here. Wang Zhong was standing under the awning of the platform, and the moonlight just couldn't reach him. Building morale is also the commander's job. He wanted to move forward, but the moment before he took a step, he remembered the scene when Count Laskiterii dragged him out from under the tank yesterday. Today, he gave up these benefactors who once saved him. In the afternoon, under urgent circumstances, he only hesitated for a second before making a decision, and finally blocked the enemy's offensive. But now, just as he was about to step forward and encourage the warriors, the emotions of that time seized him again. My troops and I are about to retreat. No matter what kind of Helktov becomes in the future, it has nothing to do with us. Am I still qualified to inspire the young people in front of me and let them march into purgatory with pride? While Wang Zhong was hesitating, he suddenly remembered a marshal's poem. He liked this poem very much. It was actually the marshal's desperate poem in a desperate situation, but it was full of fearless spirit. Here we go to Quanta to recruit the old troops and kill Yama with 100,000 banners. The marshal must have made many decisions to let the soldiers die generously. But he will never hesitate, for he is braver than anyone else, and if the time comes, he will die generously without hesitation. I can also be braver than everyone else. No, I have to be braver than everyone else, so that I can issue the order to let them die without regrets, and then I can make a cold decision when I have to abandon them, and then I can say with a clear conscience, compassion does not control soldiers. A word. With this determination, Wang Zhong took a step forward and stood under the moonlight. He did not introduce himself, and no one could even see his face or collar badge clearly in the dark. Just standing there, he made people feel majestic and fearless. Fighters, he said. Although no one gave the command, the recruits still stood up straight, with the sound of heels clicking everywhere. Wang Zhong, I will not sugarcoat the current situation. Look to my right. This is my battle group. There are only 914 people including logistics personnel now. When the 5th Bishinsk Regiment joined the battle under my command, more than 300 people were left in one regiment, but now, only 81 people are standing here. Their leader is now a second lieutenant. I will tell you clearly that there is hell ahead. If you stay here, you are facing hell. Does anyone want to quit? Wang Zhong scanned the entire platform. Not only the newly arrived soldiers looked at him, but also the railway workers and train drivers stood at their respective posts and stared at him. No one is talking about quitting. Wang Zhong, why? Answer me, why do you want to go to hell? Suddenly someone shouted for the Tsar. Wang Zhong, that's wrong. Pavlov was shocked and looked at Wang Zhong with wide eyes. Someone else shouted, for the Eastern Holy Sect. That's not right. Wang Zhong replied without hesitation. Popov was shocked and looked at Wang Zhong with wide eyes. Wang Zhong glanced at everyone again. Vasily suddenly said, for Aunt's mother. Wang Zhong pointed at Vasily, yes. But it's too abstract. Wang Zhong paced the platform with his hands behind his back, what is Aunt's mother? Think about it specifically. Mother Ant is a squirrel playing in the birch forest. The fish that swim in the Tiber. It's the waves of wheat on the black earth. After Wang Zhong compared these sentences, he felt that they were not enough, so he had to add a few more sentences and continued. It's the girl's bright singing voice. It's the goulash with potatoes that grandma brought to the table. Just as he finished speaking, someone burped. Then several people couldn't hold back their laughter, especially Vasily. Wang Zhong himself was also embarrassed. He ran out of words and couldn't force it out, and the beef stew with potatoes was really delicious. Very fragrant. In order to protect all the beautiful things. We die generously. He thought about it again, and sure enough, he still ran out of words. He had no choice but to copy it. He continued. Suppose we don't go to war and the enemy kills us with bayonets, he still points to our bones and says, look, these are slaves. As soon as these words came out, it was like a bomb, instantly causing anger to appear on everyone's face. Vasily shouted the word that can be used in all moments when morale needs to be boosted and pride expressed, Ula. Everyone shouted together, Ula. Ula. The sound got louder and louder. At this time, the commander of the new recruits shouted, turn right. Start walking. The recruits drove out of the train station with neat steps and military appearance. Popov took a step forward and came to Wang Zhong, don't take my job next time, okay? Wang Zhong, which grandson told me that it is the commander's job to boost morale. At this time, the dispatcher at the station came over and said, hurry up and put the equipment on the train. If we leave now, we can still get within the range of the enemy aircraft before dawn. Wang Zhong turned around and ordered, get in the car. Chapter 99 Accident. Pavlov handed the watch in his hand to Yegorov, get on the train in this order. The labor camp and railway workers will help us fix the tanks and heavy artillery. After speaking, he turned to Wang Zhong, the Brigadier General's command compartment is in compartment 1, right next to the air defense compartment. Wang Zhong, I didn't see any passenger compartment. Pavlov smiled slightly, no, there are few people in your carriage, and there are tables, chairs, and beds. It seems acceptable? Wang Zhong really wanted to try sleeping on straw. After all, he didn't know what kind of hard times he would experience in the future, so it would be better to adapt in advance. At this time, his hand was suddenly grabbed by someone. Then something like a big cotton-padded jacket was rolled up, and the cool night breeze suddenly disappeared, and it even started to get hot. Wang Zhong was shocked and quickly turned around to see where the monster was chewing his hand. It was Ludmila. She hugged Wang Zhong's arm like a pillow and raised her face. Wang Zhong, don't be like this, they are all wearing military uniforms. Ludmila seemed not to have heard what he said, and said, you obviously have 0 points as a scholar, But you can still speak so well. Miss, you have misunderstood, Wang Zhong thought. The first paragraph ending with potato stew and beef is my true level. The second one is the most famous modern poem If We Don't Go to War by the poet Tianjian. I copied all the awesome speeches. Don't worship me, young lady. When Wang Zhong felt guilty for appropriating other people's achievements, Ludmila turned around and asked Pavlov, is there a bed in the number 1 carriage? Pavlov nodded seriously, yes. But it is a lighter camp bed. Do you need me to change it to a sturdy wooden bed? Wang Zhong's brain short-circuited for a moment, what do you mean? Why do you need to change the wooden bed? Ludmila, no need, just a light camp bed. Pavlov, okay. Let us other officers squeeze in with the soldiers in car no 2. Wang Zhong was about to ask what was going on, but Ludmila dragged him to the train. At this time, Wang Zhong finally realized what was going to happen, but in his mind, this unfolding was very sci-fi and impossible to happen, so he had never thought about it before. Wang Zhong, Ludmila. Didn't we agree to wait until the war is over? Call me Lucia, or Myra. The girl interrupted Wang Zhong. Ludmila's nickname is Liuda, and her further nickname is Lucia. Generally, calling her Lucia means that the two of them have achieved perfection. This girl is going to be hard today. Why? So sudden. I don't know. Just looking at the way you gave your speech just now, I feel like today is the day. Wang Zhong, Ludmila. Liuda. Liuxia. There will be very difficult war years in the future, I'll get by. No problem. Oh, forget it, then, Wang Zhong looked at the soldiers who had completely stopped boarding the car and started watching the show, and his face suddenly turned red. Why can this girl take such initiative in front of so many people? What about reserve? Just then, Wang Zhong remembered that Ludmila was a furry girl, and she would grow into a furry ant who could fight bears in the deep mountains and forests. Isn't this normal? While thinking this, Wang Zhong was already dragged into the number 1 carriage. As soon as he entered the carriage, Ludmila pushed him against the wall of the tanker with her backhand, I know you are right, I understand. I also agree. But how can I bear it? The younger brother who was always getting into trouble suddenly turned into a white horse. Wang Zhong became a white horse. Bucephalus. Ludmila, that's it? She was also at a loss for words. She thought for a few seconds and shouted, no matter what. Then she nibbled on it. Poor Wang Zhong, he has never seen such a vigorous development of science fiction. His understanding of how proactive girls can be is only if a girl has a set of underwear, then you may be the one who gets slept with. Degree. I've never seen such a fierce girl before. I have a blind spot in my knowledge. Do all the girls in this area behave this way? Will I be run over by the wheels of a car in the future? Wang Zhong thought as he was being crushed back and forth by the explosive reactive armor. Wang Zhong, can you at least wait to drive? No one will come in. Said Ludmila. Jules, July 9, 914 at 0350 hours. The train carrying Wang Zhong and his troops slowly drove into Sabachevsky, 110 kilometers away from Luktov, where it was necessary to replenish coal and add water to the boiler and water tank. Wang Zhong stood at the open door of car number 1, looking at Sabachevsky in the morning light. Ludmila appeared next to him and said, you put on your military uniform. What does it look like this? Many soldiers will come down for air later. They see that your belt is not fastened, and it will affect morale. While scolding, the girl skillfully helped Wang Zhong put on his clothes, then stood on tiptoes and kissed Wang Zhong on the lips, good morning. Wang Zhong was still absent-minded, morning. Ah, he thought, my fiancé is wonderful. It was just a little too good, causing the sage time to extend into the next morning. Ludmila turned around to straighten her silver hair and said while doing so, you should find an orderly. How can a general not have an orderly? Okay. Wang Zhong responded absently. Ludmila continued, it's a pity that I am a praying hand and have a combat mission, otherwise I would have been your orderly. Wang Zhong, huh? Can the orderly be a woman? Yes, the secularists believe that women can theoretically do anything that men can do. You wanted to bring a maid before, but your father forced the butler to come over. When she mentioned the old housekeeper, Ludmila's voice stuttered, and then she sighed softly, if the old man sees your current state, he will definitely cry with joy. It seems that this old housekeeper has always hated iron, Wang Zhong guessed. At this time, the train completed its arrival and came to a complete stop. Pavlov jumped out of car number 2 and stretched his head to look at car number 1. Wang Zhong raised his hand and waved. Then Pavlov came boldly, is it convenient? Wang Zhong, convenience, what's wrong? I'm going to the station's telegraph room to send a telegram. Together. I'm afraid I'll sleep there alone and miss the train. Wang Zhong, Okay. He jumped and reached the platform. Ludmila's voice came from the carriage, your leather shoes. Really, they haven't been wiped for a long time. Change them and I'll wipe them for you. As she spoke, she threw out a pair of cloth shoes. Wang Zhong could only change his shoes. Pavlov, the battlefield is also a place where the flower of love blooms brightly, isn't it? Humph, you are quite romantic. Wang Zhong teased. The bear-shaped chief of staff waited for Wang Zhong to change his shoes, and then took the lead to walk to the telegraph room next to the station. At this time, the other soldiers on the canister truck also came out for air. When these young men saw Wang Zhong, they all smiled meaningfully. Vasily whistled directly. Wang Zhong, if you are disrespectful to your superior, be careful that Popov will punish you by picking up manure. Popov also got out of the car, and when he heard Wang Zhong's words, he turned around and shouted, don't worry about ventilation, let out water when it's time to let it out. Don't pee in the stuffy car later. And if yesterday's beef stew with potatoes needs to be put away, do it quickly. The train has to stop for half an hour to add coal and water. Wang Zhong, do you want to stop for so long? Yes. Pavlov nodded, I plan to use this time to ask the front army command via wired telegram how to arrange it after we arrive at Iksakov. After all, in the order given to us yesterday, even after we arrive it's not written where I'm stationed. Wang Zhong, maybe someone will receive us at the station, just like they did when we entered Bogdanovka before. Pavlov didn't answer. There was only an old man on duty in the telegraph room at the station. When Wang Zhong and others came in, the old man was sleeping leaning against the back of his chair with his mouth wide open. The old man opened his eyes suddenly when he heard the door ringing, oh, it's two officers. Oh, and there's a general. What can I do for you? Wang Zhong pointed to Pavlov, my chief of staff wants to use the telegraph machine. Okay. The old man put on his glasses and turned on the telegraph machine. Pavlov began to dictate the contents of the telegram, and the beeping sound echoed in the telegraph room. Wang Zhong was bored and began to look at the notice board on the wall of the telegraph room, carefully looking at the notes pressed on the board with thumbtacks. Who took the coffee I left in the telegraph room yesterday? Lost and found, a blue pen. Please ask the owner to get it back from Peter. It's all trivial matters. Wang Zhong suddenly felt that this place was so peaceful that it was unreal, as if the previous wars were all his illusions. Until he saw a note, the collective memorial service of the 54th train group will be held tomorrow. I hope to attend on time. This note is just mixed in a bunch of trivial notes, and you can't even notice it if you don't look carefully. Sure enough, no one can stay out of this war. At this time, Pavlov finished his dictation and breathed a sigh of relief. The next step is to wait for the reply from the other side. I hope they can come in time. If the other side really forgets to arrange a place for us, it will be a headache. I hope that after a fierce battle, the soldiers can at least get a good night's sleep. Wang Zhong nodded, yeah. Indeed. If you only have straw on the train, you will definitely not be able to sleep well. Wang Zhong slept soundly last night. The only problem was that the camp bed shook a bit. For the next time, the two of them waited quietly. Pavlov probably was too sleepy, so he fell asleep directly on the bench, leaning against the back of the chair. Wang Zhong continued to observe everything in the room. This room was full of life. In addition to the bulletin board filled with notes, there were briefing papers posted on the walls of the room, and other messy things. 20 minutes passed like this. The electric bell rang suddenly, and the old man who sent the message quickly reminded, 2 adults, the train will leave in 10 minutes. You'd better get on the train quickly to avoid being pulled off. Pavlov stretched and let out a long yawn. Wang Zhong, why don't you go to car number 1 and sleep on the camp bed? No, Pavlov flatly refused, how dare I use the bedding you two have used? Wang Zhong, you can throw away the bedding and sleep directly on the hardboard. Pavlov thought for a while, it makes sense. That's it? And we officers should have packed into the number 1 car together and took turns to rest. Wang Zhong, then let's go. The two of them came out of the telegraph room together and returned to car number 1. Ludmila had already put away all the bedding and piled it in the corner of the carriage. Not only that, she also boiled water and brewed coffee with a stove she got from nowhere. Wang Zhong's leather shoes were neatly placed under the camp bed, the surface was shiny and spotless. Ludmila's shoe polishing skills were really good. Pavlov saw the coffee and shook his head, coffee has no effect on me now, so let me have a good sleep. Take up the camp bed. He lay directly on the bare camp bed and fell asleep in seconds like Nobi. Maybe he hadn't slept for too long, his snoring was very loud, trying to compete with the whistle. At this time, Yegorov also appeared at the door of carriage number 1, where is Pavlov? Did he ask where we were stationed? Huh? Why is he sleeping? Wang Zhong, I sent a telegram but there was no reply. Just as Yegorov was about to speak, a whistle came from outside. Yegorov turned around and shouted, "Get on the bus. There are 5 minutes before the bus leaves. Get on the bus. Each squad leader should count the number of people. If someone is not here, send someone to find them. Hurry." After giving the order, Yegorov looked at Pavlov again, "So we still don't know where to stay in Exakov?" At this time, Ludmila said, "You can stay in Eliash's manor." Wang Zhong was shocked, "Whose thing?" "Your manor." "I still have this thing?" Yegorov asked worriedly, "Can it fit?" Ludmila, "It should be possible. After all, there are 210 rooms in the 2 main buildings." "How many rooms?" Ludmila looked at the stunned Wang Zhong in confusion, "What are you wondering about?" "I'm wondering what kind of family I am, how can I have such a huge wealth?" "Wait, I seem to be a count? Can a count have a large manor with 210 rooms?" Yegorov, "Sounds good, let's stay in the nobleman's house and see what it feels like." At this time, the station master held the loudspeaker, "Mr. Officer, please get on the train." Yegorov grabbed the door of the sealed car and climbed up with force, "Since Pavlov sleeps here, I'll come too. Carriage number 2 is too crowded, it's more comfortable here." Before Wang Zhong answered, Sufang suddenly appeared and climbed up nimbly by grabbing the door. "I received a message from Exakov's choir." Sufang said, "I need to report to you." Just at this time, the car started slowly. "Ah, I can't go back." Sufang stuck out her tongue. Ludmila put the cup into her hand, "Coffee." "Oh, thank you." Sufang nodded and took a big sip. "It tastes good. The coffee beans are ground very finely." Ludmila, "I didn't grind it. The ant in the distribution warehouse gave it to me when I went to get the stove." Wang Zhong suddenly remembered the note on the notice board in the telegraph room, "Who took the coffee I left in the telegraph room yesterday? Can this be connected?" Sufang took another sip of coffee, and then she shrank her neck, perhaps because she was burned. "Wang Zhong, what did the Agasakov choir say?" "Cancel the attack. All units please resist firmly and do not retreat." Sufang said. Wang Zhong was shocked. The good news is that the higher UPS finally realized that the attack was not advisable. The bad news is, Yegorov, fortunately we ran fast, otherwise we might have been wiped out in Luktov. Ludmila looked in the direction of Luktov, "Those young people must fight to the end last night." Everyone was silent. Only Pavlov's carefree snoring continued. Chapter 100 Arriving at Exakov. 1050 hours on July 9. At this time, the car windows, well, the tank car had no windows, and the scenery outside the car door could hardly see the trauma left by the war. Under the rays of the morning sun, the fields of the kingdom of Kesalia fully reveal their beauty. Before Wang Zhong traveled back in time, he had watched a movie about resisting US aggression and aiding Korea made by a famous director. As a result, the most impressive scene in the entire movie was when the protagonist took the train to the border, opened the door, and saw the great rivers and mountains of the motherland. Although the special effects in the scene are a bit cheap due to saving money to hire big-name traffic, the great rivers and mountains are really picturesque. Now looking at the grassland of Kesalia, Wang Zhong remembered the scene again. Just as he was thinking about it, Yegorov said, "Now I feel that this grassland is really not suitable for defense. In the future, when our strength increases, the battle here may turn into an armored tug of war, and then everything will be destroyed." Tank. Wang Zhong admitted that he was right. Yegorov continued, "General, what do you think you will be promoted to when you go back? Will you be promoted to 2 more ranks and become a lieutenant general?" Wang Zhong is now a brigadier general, also called a brigade general. He was promoted to a 2 beans major general by 1 star and commanded a division. Further up there are 3 lieutenant generals who command an army, or are transferred to the group army to serve as deputy, or are the heads of large military regions in the rear where there is no fighting. There is a certain possibility that they will become the commander of the front army in a relatively small strategic direction. Wang Zhong was not familiar with the promotion of the Ant Empire, but he was familiar with the promotion of the Soviet Army on the Eastern Front battlefield of World War II. There are many officers in the firing line who have been promoted to Major General, but it is very difficult to be promoted to Lieutenant General. They usually have to wait until the 3rd year of the war. So he said, "Probably give me a Major General, and then continue to give me a mixed army." Ludmila joined the conversation, "Why do you think so? Maybe I will give Eliasha your organizer." Wang Zhong, No, I'd rather they didn't reorganize the division for me. The 31st Guards Regiment and, the Ceremony Tank Regiment and the Parade Heavy Artillery Regiment are all old units, and they know the basics. When I get to the new unit, I still have to spend time to make them obey me. Wang Zhong's words did not mean that he would not be able to command the people below him when he arrived in the new army. The army was highly hierarchical, and even if he was a new general, his orders would still be carried out. This was determined by the nature of the army. Wang Zhong is talking about his own plug-in. If the people below don't convince him and don't recognize him from the bottom of their hearts, their ability to gain vision will be limited. Of course, in the future, General Whitehorse will be so famous that any new troops will accept his command with sincerity, but the situation will be different. No matter what level you rise to, I think you should get an orderly to take care of your life as soon as possible. I found out that your clothes were not put away when you got them from the laundry team. You just threw them there. You need an orderly. The orderly will take care of your life. Ludmila said. Wang Zhong, isn't it you? I can't get tired of being with you all day long. Turns out it can't? Disappointment. Don't look so disappointed, I will try my best to be with you. Su Fang looked at the two of them and said, if the general becomes a major general, I, as a poetry monk, will have to be by the general's side all the time. How about I serve as an orderly at the same time? I am very good at housework. Wang Zhong, it's okay. But is it in compliance with the rules? Will Popov have any objections? Yegorov and Ludmila answered in unison, definitely. It turns out it must be. Then I'll change to one with bigger breasts and wear a maid outfit. Ludmila, don't even think about getting the maid into the army. Even if she comes, she can only wear the uniform of an orderly. What? It's a pity. But Wang Zhong actually thought about it this way. What he really paid attention to was the battle situation. After seeing enough of the scenery outside the car window, Wang Zhong returned to the map. From this map, you can clearly see the situation of the entire kingdom of Hazalaya. As part of the Ant Empire, 1/3 of the kingdom has now been occupied by the Prosens. It is said that telegrams were also received from Bogdanovka, emphasizing that the city was fighting and needed to be relieved. But every grassroots officer understood that it was basically impossible to rescue the siege under this situation. It was only a matter of time before Bogdanovka's army was completely wiped out by the enemy. Based on the position and number of arrows representing the enemy on the map, Wang Zhong judged that Ixikov was the target of the enemy's next pincer offensive. The enemy's second armored group is fighting north of Ixikov, and it seems that it has no intention of turning around and surrounding Ixikov. But Wang Zhong, who was familiar with history, always felt that the armored offensive spearhead would soon turn south and begin to outflank Ixikov. The three virtues of the earth fought like this. Although they achieved brilliant results, they delayed the advance to Moscow by a month, until the arrival of General Ni. Sandoko's armored forces were stuck in the mud and could barely maintain their advance. General Ni finally left, and General Winter came again. The year when Santoko first attacked, the tanks and aircraft did not have antifreeze lubricants and were frozen to the ground. At that time, the Sandoko tank even had to be ignited before starting to melt all the solidified oil in the engine. Of course, the terrain in this time and space is different, and the Prosen Empire is not a Santazi, so they may not necessarily follow this. At this time Ludmila said, I saw Ixikov. Look over there. Wang Zhong looked along the girl's slender index finger and found a row of chimneys on the horizon, many of which were still spewing thick smoke. Is Ixikov actually an industrial city? Wait a minute, in an industrial city so close to the front line, why don't we quickly demolish the factories and move them back? In this way, the Prosens could be prevented from acquiring Ant's factory, and the factory that was later moved to a new location could be restarted, and they could continue to support the resistance of the Ant Empire. Why not send it to the factory as soon as possible? It seems that there is one more thing to complain to the Crown Prince about. I just don't know if the Crown Prince's ability to intervene in the war is that strong. After all, the people the Crown Prince had worked so hard to send before were all military parade professionals who could be directly mobilized by the royal family, which basically could not reflect his influence on the military system. What kind of person is the Crown Prince? Wang Zhong thought about it, trying to dig out some memories about the Crown Prince from his mind. Since this body belongs to the original owner, it is reasonable to have some remaining memories, right? Unfortunately, despite trying hard for a long time, he still couldn't remember a single thing. So Wang Zhong tried to make up a lie. To be honest, I don't know if I was hit by heavy artillery, or if my brain was burned out when I had a high fever. I can't remember what kind of person His Majesty the Crown Prince is. Ludmila, I can see that you have to ask him if he is a boy or a girl. Of course Wang Zhong could hear the teasing tone of Ludmila's words, but he still asked with a shy face, so you can help me recall it. Ludmila shook her head. You entered the Reserve Infantry Officer School in the same year, and later went to the Suvorov Military Academy together. One of you was ranked last, and the other was second to last. Is the Crown Prince stretching his hips like this? Wang Zhong, who is now a famous first-line general of the Ant Army, feels a little superior, even though he is a first-line general with the support of the Crown Prince, the Transportation Brigade captain. At this time, Wang Zhong noticed that there were more and more parallel rail tracks outside, and soon the train passed an uninhabited station. Yegorov, We've arrived at Weisholei, and we're about to start slowing down. Wang Zhong, you are very familiar with the railway near Ixikov. Of course, I fought many battles nearby during the Civil War. At that time, there were not so many railways here, but there were railways in Weishor at that time. The Zhongsheng Sec's army is occupying Weishor and has been trying to launch an attack on Ixikov. We lined up on both sides of the railway and even brought armored trains as fire support. Yegorov said with all his treasures. At that time I was affiliated with. At this time, the train blew its whistle to announce that it was about to enter the station. Pavlov also responded by snoring loudly. Wang Zhong looked at more and more houses on the fields outside the car door, and suddenly remembered something. He turned to the table, picked up his small bag, and took out a letter stained red with blood. Ixikov, 43, Krugen Street Alexeyevna. Wang Zhong hurriedly asked Yegorov, since you have fought in Ixikov for so long, you should know Krugen Street, right? Yegorov, I know. What, do you really plan to deliver the letter yourself? Wouldn't this matter be left to the military postal system? No, Wang Zhong said loudly, I want to send him in person to talk to this old lady named Alexeyevna and tell her how brave her son is. Yegorov, but, even if you die? Wang Zhong said stubbornly, no. I want to go. In fact, this was not only for the sake of the deceased, but also to make Wang Zhong himself more determined and brave. In order to allow him to issue the order, I don't want the number of casualties, I just want XX with a clear conscience at some point in the future. Ludmila looked at Wang Zhong's side face and suddenly smiled, Elisha, I never knew you had such a gentle side, just like I never knew you were a speaker. Sufang, so you don't know either. Ludmila, now I know. I also know which way he turned. Wang Zhong, no need to elaborate on this. Yegorov asked curiously, General, do you want to put the left one or the right one? I prefer. Don't say it anymore. Wang Zhong put on the air of a general, say what you believe. Yegorov, number 43 Krugen Street. I really know where it is. When the troops settle down, I will take you there and ride your iconic white horse. Wang Zhong suddenly had a hallucination and felt that it was impossible to hear the neighing of horses. Bucephalus was mixed with the pack horses and mules of the army carrying goods, and was staying in carriage number 11. It was impossible for its neighing to be uploaded against the wind. Come here. At this time, the train began to slow down, and the surrounding field scenery began to decrease sharply, and soon turned into a mixture of black and red city street scenes. Station troops and the gathering of skiterii can be seen everywhere. As long as they are not in queue, they all look at the train. Yegorov said, I bet they are looking at the red flag on your tank. After all, there has never been a red flag in the Ant Empire. The train continued to slow down, finally reaching human walking speed. The locomotive blew its whistle. Pavlov suddenly shouted, I can't handle it anymore. Where are my staff? Then he sat up and looked at everyone in car number 1 with wide eyes. Wang Zhong, don't worry. I will give you a full staff team this time. Pavlov was obviously still confused and his brain was not working. He looked at Wang Zhong, really? Then I want a 9th level civil servant. At least 9th level. Wang Zhong, I'll give you level 6. In fact, he was not familiar with the levels of civil servants, so he counted up one level in the order of 3, 6, and 9. Pavlov finally woke up at this time, stop talking, General, 6th level civil servants can become university council members. They can control the professors. Yes, yes. At this time, the platform outside the door suddenly appeared. Then the military music sounded, farewell to Slavic women. Apparently, a welcome ceremony was prepared for the Rokossov battle group at the station. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 101 His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. The train gradually stopped amidst the sound of military music, and shook violently before it came to a complete stop. When he went from Bogdanovka to Ltov, Wang Zhong had already taken a tanker truck. At that time, he knocked his head due to the shaking. Now that he had experience, he held the door firmly in advance. Ironically, now that his head is covered with bumps from the bumps while driving the tank, it won't make any difference if he bumps them less. After the car stopped, Wang Zhong was about to get off when he suddenly discovered that in addition to the military band, there were also a large group of guys wearing fancy military uniforms on the platform. Let's call it a military uniform. The style is obviously different from the simple khaki uniform worn by Wang Zhong, mainly because it is much more handsome and fancy. But you said they are not military uniforms. These clothes all have elements of military uniforms that are unmistakable. People will know at a glance, oh, the person wearing these clothes is an officer of the Ant Army. If I have to say it, it's a bit similar to the noble custom-made military uniforms of Santoku on Earth. The aristocratic officers of Sandoko often customize their own military uniforms, such as motorcycle leather jackets, which are usually only issued to the motorcycle reconnaissance troops of Sandoko. However, many noble officers think this leather jacket is handsome, so they will also order a leather jacket to wear. The group of flashy guys appearing on the platform now are probably noble officers. They all became excited when they saw Wang Zhong. Oh! It's coming, it's coming. Elisha, why does your head look like polo? Was it beaten after being captured by the Prosens? Elisha, why is your military uniform so plain? Where is your tailor? The group of people shouted in all directions. Wang Zhong felt like he was facing a formidable enemy. He never tensed up like this when facing the Prosen tank. Who are you? He cut the bird's eye view and realized that these guys might not be officers at all. They didn't have the insignia of officers, and no names could be seen. No wonder none of their collar badges have formal military ranks, only fancy decorations. Damn it, I didn't expect to meet a bunch of civilian friends. At this time, Ludmila came over and said in Wang Zhong's ear, "These are all your friends before we went to St. Ekaterinburg to study. You can say that you don't know them anymore." Wang Zhong looked at Ludmila in confusion, wondering why she suddenly came out to help him. Could it be that she actually saw it? Doesn't that mean that her liking me has nothing to do with the original owner? At this time, someone in the group also recognized Ludmila. It would be strange not to recognize her. After all, Ludmila's silver hair and appearance made even a man impressed by her. Lyuda! Someone shouted, "Come to the dance tonight, there are many people waiting to dance with you." Wang Zhong frowned. These people are like this on the front line, and they are still dancing? Wang Zhong felt a sense of fragmentation. The secular Dongshen Church mobilized the people to bravely resist the invaders, while the nobles, as representatives of the secular regime, were singing and dancing. How can you defeat Prosen when you are with this kind of insect? Yegorov seemed to have been accustomed to the presence of nobles for a long time. He jumped out of the car and started organizing the soldiers to get off. Wang Zhong noticed that the soldiers who got out of the car were staring at these dudes with hostile eyes. The dandies didn't notice the soldiers' gazes at all, and were still yelling at Ludmila, "Since you went to Ekaterinburg, you have become beautiful again. Has Elisha not attacked you yet? How about?" Soon enough, Busy Faraz roared and rushed over from the other end of the platform, scaring the military band into giving up playing and running away. It rushed in front of the stunned dandies, turned around and kicked 3 of them away. Busy Faraz neighed, spinning in circles, trying to kick away more dandies. Wang Zhong quickly got out of the car and caught him and came to Bucephalus. The horse immediately stopped and started chewing his hair. The frightened dudes lay on the ground for a while before getting up. "What's wrong with this horse?" "Wang Zhong, it's a wild horse." Busy Faraz stepped on Wang Zhong's right boot, which made him want to bend over in pain. However, Bucephalus clearly held back its strength, otherwise with its tonnage, Wang Zhong's toes would have been comminuted and fractured. Wang Zhong decided not to mention the wild horse and continued, "It is not very adapted to riding on the train and is going crazy. Sorry." At this time, most of the dudes stood up, and the remaining ones who were kicked away lay on the ground, moaning continuously, "I have a broken bone. My waist." The most unlucky one had brown spots on his pants, and a smell was coming from there. Vasily got out of the car and pretended to look around at the scenery. "Oh, why is there a familiar smell in the air? Filippov, do you smell it?" "Filippov, Vasily, this is not good, they are all nobles." "Ah! What are you talking about? Don't you smell the smell in the air? Where does it come from?" Vasily continued to pretend stubbornly. Also, it is unrealistic to expect this prickly head to respect the so-called nobles. He doesn't even respect General Whitehorse. Yegorov scolded, "Don't go crazy. Line up. Give the people in the capital a good impression." Exukov is the capital of the Kingdom of Hazalia, and previously Bogdanovka was the capital of the Principality of Vestrom. If you have played the Crusader Kings series of games, you will know that the series of fiefdoms is one after another. Above the earldom is the principality, and above the principality is the kingdom. After collecting 3 kingdom titles, you can create an empire title and become the emperor. While Wang Zhong's soldiers lined up, the frightened military band also gathered again and continued to play the farewell of the Slavic women. Several dandies began to direct their servants to lift their fallen companions and send them to the hospital. The remaining dandies gathered together and kept their distance from Hakuba. One of the dandies asked, "Elisha, how did you tame this beast?" As soon as Bucephalus heard someone calling him a beast, he immediately shook his head, his nose began to exhale, and his front hooves kept beating. Wang Zhong knew that it was happy. It didn't like to be called a wild horse, but it liked to be treated as a beast. Bucephalus has a complicated girl's heart. Wang Zhong looked at his beloved horse suspiciously, and vaguely began to suspect, There is a mysterious power in this world that can turn ordinary rockets into missiles, and there is a mysterious power that can turn ordinary people into smooth airs. Is there any mysterious power that can turn a horse into a heroic spirit? If I was actually the chosen god of the Eastern holy religion, would it be normal for me to ride a divine horse? While he was thinking this, Bucephalus began to chew his hair. Maybe I'm overthinking it, it's just a bit crazy. Wang Zhong pushed his enthusiastic horse away and said to the dudes, I'm sorry, my horse is crazy. Several dudes looked at each other, and the one who just called Bucephalus the beast said, it's okay. You used to like hot-tempered people, both horses and women. Am I set up like you? The other dude nodded, yes, you also said that Liuda was too docile, so you didn't like her, so you didn't touch her. Huh. It seems that if you dig deeper, you will enter a complicated NTR cycle? Forget it, Lucia likes me now. Wang Zhong shook off any unnecessary thoughts and planned to politely drive away these dandies. At this moment, the music played by the military band switched from Farewell of the Slavic Women to Ode to the Tsar. Wang Zhong was confused and found that all the soldiers were paying attention to the main building of the station. Wang Zhong also looked over, and then found that a person who could see the name appeared. Ivan Nikolaev Antonov, the military rank is captain, and then there is a bracket, Crown Prince of the Ant Empire. Wang Zhong looked at the Crown Prince carefully. Well, he's just an ordinary handsome guy. The first name is also a male name, and the patronymic and surname are also in male form. When the Crown Prince saw Wang Zhong, he immediately opened his arms to welcome him, Elisha. My dear friend. Wang Zhong also greeted him enthusiastically, Ivania. My dear friend. When the two hugged, Wang Zhong felt that Ivan was not a woman. It's a bit of a pity. No, it's not a pity at all. I already have a lovely fiancé. After hugging Wang Zhong, Ivan turned to Ludmila and just performed a standard gentleman's courtesy. Ludmila, I'm wearing a military uniform, so I won't kiss my hands. Only then did Ivan react, stand at attention and salute Wang Zhong and Ludmila. Salute to you, General. The local dandies who were left aside looked at each other in shock. Wang Zhong, salute to you, Your Highness. Without the technical equipment you deployed, we wouldn't be able to survive. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Zhong's troops shouted in unison, salute to you. Ivan looked at the troops with a surprised look on his face, it's surprising, they look like troops loyal to you. Vasily, Your Highness, we are troops loyal to the general. Ivan was even more surprised, is that so? You can actually gain the respect of the troops. Wang Zhong, you don't know. No, I thought your victory results were all bragging. After all, you see, I have been sitting in on the headquarters meeting, and we have been winning, right? Wang Zhong, Your Highness, the reports of the various front armies will lie, but the battle lines will not. We have been retreating. Even this Ixukov is in danger now. How could it be? The Crown Prince smiled, isn't this peaceful? There are 700,000 troops gathered here, 700,000. Wang Zhong's heart dropped when he heard this number. It's over, and the number of troops in Kiev's encirclement has also matched. The next step is to wait for the second tank group to the north to turn. But, if it really develops like this, does it mean that St. Ekaterinburg can be saved? No, it's not that you're worried about this. You have to withdraw your troops from the encirclement first. Wang Zhong grabbed the Crown Prince's hand, Ivania, it's really dangerous now. The Prosan troops like to encircle them very much, they will. The Crown Prince smiled and said, there are 700,000 troops here, and there is a natural barrier on the Tiber River, and Duke Mishkin's troops in Shepatovka can also cover Ixukov. Don't worry, we will be here beat them. You should relax and let your troops rest and replenish. Wang Zhong, I need to replenish troops, and I also need tanks. T-34 tanks. And I hope they are all equipped with radios. Peace of mind, peace of mind. Everything will happen, everything will happen. The Crown Prince patted Wang Zhong on the shoulder. Wang Zhong held his forehead. The Crown Prince added, oh, by the way, I have another message for you. Your father, Duke Rokosov, is preparing a banquet at the manor to celebrate your return from victory. He has also prepared a garrison for your troops. Wang Zhong sighed, thinking that there was finally some good news. At least there was no need to worry about the troop garrison. Chapter 102 It turns out it's not the Crown Prince's fault, 5,000 monthly votes for additional updat. Wang Zhong was thinking about the future, and Ludmila pulled his sleeve. He turned his head to look at the girl, but the girl pouted in the direction of his gaze. Wang Zhong looked in the direction of her gaze in confusion, and then saw a short and fat version of himself. Alexei Konstantinovich Rokosov looked okay overall, mainly because he exercised enough. The man in front of him was actually about the same height as him, but because the overall tonnage had expanded a lot and weight management failed seriously, he looked short and fat. The high EQ statement is, solid and honest. But even though there was such a big difference in body shape, Wang Zhong still had the feeling of oh my god, he looks like me. So even without looking at the name, Wang Zhong knew that this person should be his relative. He glanced at the name, Brigadier General Petro Konstantinovic Rokosov, Duke Rokosov. Based on the patronymic name of Konstantinovic, Wang Zhong judged that this person had the same father as himself. There was a tradition among the nobles of the anti-empire that the first-in-line heir would receive a nominal title even if he did not actually inherit the territory. In other words, this person might be his brother, the first-in-line heir, so he was also called the Duke, even though he did not actually inherit the territory. Pietro looked at Wang Zhong, quickened his pace and walked over, opening his arms, "My dear brother." Elisha. Wang Zhong was hugged so hard that his chest almost ruptured. "Are you going to murder your brother, fat man?" After Pietro let go of Wang Zhong, he was still very excited, and his mouth trembled when he spoke. It was not because Wang Zhong looked carefully, but because this guy was fat, and the small tremor was immediately obvious after being magnified by the fat. "Pietro, when the choir received the news that you were in danger in Upper Pinayi, I quickly tried every means to hint to the people below to send you reinforcements. I don't know what they sent. I was relieved until I received the news that you arrived in Bogdanovka." Did you send KV-1 number 67? But why, according to Petro, he couldn't give orders directly to the troops below. And how could he, a brigadier general in Exukov, give orders to the troops in Bogdanovka? He couldn't control that, right? Wang Zhong's doubts were immediately solved as soon as they arose, because Petro was too fat before. Wang Zhong could only notice his front and ignored the staff armband on his shoulder. Although this guy has the rank of brigadier general, he is probably a senior staff officer of the front staff. Thinking of a way in the headquarters, it is indeed possible to give some hints to the troops below to let them send troops. No wonder there was only one KV-1 to support. It turned out that the people guarding Bogdanovka at that time just found some reinforcements to deal with the above. Everything made sense. Petro held Wang Zhong's hand. "I'm glad you're back. My father and I just hope you're safe. You don't have to brag so much." "Pietro, I have already arranged a good relationship with the personnel department, and I will transfer you to the logistics department immediately." Wang Zhong frowned and looked at the fat man in front of him with an unbelievable face. What about the Western nobles who promised to protect the people? Not only did they transfer their bloodline to the back at this time of national crisis, but they also said it in public without any care? What do the sons of the civilians who died generously for the country think? The sense of separation that I just felt came again. Wang Zhong thought of the brave crusaders who died when defending Luktov, and the men, women, old and young who took active actions. Could it be that what prompted everyone to act at that time had nothing to do with the nobles, but the belief in saving the nation? Wang Zhong's favorability towards the people of Ant plus 1,000 points. He shook off Petro's hand. "I will not leave my troops. I will fight until I completely defeat Prosan, turn Prosania into a ruin, wash my tracks with the blood of Emperor Prosan, and then eat pickles on his table." The surrounding dandies obviously misunderstood Wang Zhong's words, thinking that he was bragging as usual, and whistled. But Pietro looked unbelievable and stared at Wang Zhong. What's wrong with you?" No, for the sake of the front-line troops, you should go to the logistics department, and go to those departments that manage unimportant materials, such as the warehouses for storing and distributing pickles." "Oh, you are going here, right? That can be arranged." Wang Zhong, "No, I say it again, I will not leave the front line. I will not give up the soldiers who fought with me. I will fight with them until the day when Prosan is finally defeated." Pietro smiled. "Don't be like this, look at your soldiers, they must have had enough of you." Pietro looked at the soldiers of the Rokosov battle group lined up on the platform, his expression as if he had seen a ghost. At this time, Ludmila said, "Petro Konstantinovic, he is no longer the same person as yesterday." Petro looked at his brother again, and seemed to finally feel the temperament of his blood relative that was completely different from the past, until he saw Bucephala who was picking Wang Zhong's hair. "Bucephala, tremolo." Wang Zhong silently pushed the horse's head away. "Petro." Then Petro decided to ignore this overly abrupt scene. He cleared his throat. "So, you won't tell me that you really commanded the troops to fight and got the recognition of the troops?" "Wang Zhong, what do you think?" "My dear brother." "Pietro, then, you want to say that you really destroyed 600 Prosan tanks?" Wang Zhong was choked up and almost stopped. He cleared his throat. "That's not true. But there are still 100 of them, and I personally commanded the tanks to kill 20 of them. I also personally commanded my car number 422 to kill Major General Randolph, commander of the enemy's 15th Armored Division, Now he may have been promoted to general twice in a row. The dudes behind Pietro looked at each other. Obviously they couldn't accept the fact that Elisha became a real iron-blooded soldier. Pietro was obviously a little confused. He covered his mouth. My father and I both thought that the battle reports were all made up by sycophants, or were produced by some capable officers under you, and you pretended to be the leader. We thought we should transfer you. Taking care of the pickle warehouse is the best way. Good guy. It turns out that dad and brother are not trying to keep the original owner in peace, but trying to prevent him from causing less damage. It seems that just as Ludmila said, the Rokosov family except Elisha are pretty good. Pietro, I want to discuss it with my father, but I don't think he will believe that you have become a qualified soldier. In the end, you may still have to manage the warehouse. At this time, Vasily finally couldn't stand it any longer. Brigadier General. Brigadier General Rokosov, Only after this guy opened his mouth did he realize that both brigadiers were Rokosov. After a brief hesitation, he said, Fat Brigadier. As long as we are stationed in the manor and let the Duke listen to our discussion, he will definitely know how much we trust the Brigadier. I mean, Thin Brigadier. Pietro took out a handkerchief, wiped his sweat vigorously, and then said, I will go back and tell my father. God, my father will not believe it. I am going to be scolded. But my father originally wanted your troops to be stationed in the manor. He felt that you, a commander with such outstanding performance, must be treated well. After saying that, Petro Konstantinovich Rokosov left in a hurry. At this time, Crown Prince Ivan, who had been listening to the family conversation between the two brothers, said, I told you why I received so much resistance when I asked to promote you. It turns out that the Duke was interfering. But, you really killed Pululo, a major general. Wang Zhong, yes, I saw him killed by a high-explosive bomb with my own eyes. Oh, that's pretty awesome. You really became a war hero? How is that possible? You have lower scores than me. Wang Zhong looked at the Crown Prince in confusion. You don't believe that I have become a war hero? Then why did you arrange heavy artillery and T-34 for me? Ivan, this is what Olga said. She said that giving you some military parade experts would make things more interesting. Moreover, she borrowed my name, took my seal and ran away. Wang Zhong frowned, and he immediately realized that Ivan used female pronouns in his words. In the Ent language, Olga is also a unisex name and can be used by both men and women. So the question is, who is this Olga? He can't be as high as the Tekadon leader in Iron-Blooded Orphans, that one is a man. Ludmila leaned close to Wang Zhong's ear and whispered, Olga Nikolaevna Antonovna, the sister of the Crown Prince, the second in line of succession. Because the current Majesty Nicholas V there is no second son. Crown Prince, you have even forgotten Olga. She has been scolding you all day long. Calling you a stinking turd. But after the battle report was sent from the front, I gave it to her with the mentality of teasing her, but it turned out that she actually read it very carefully. Then I offered to give you some cool equipment to make you look embarrassed. Good guy, let me tell you why the Crown Prince doesn't give me the impression of someone who can send me so many reinforcements. It turns out that it was Her Royal Highness who did this. And then this idiot was kept in the dark. The Crown Prince was still saying, how about these military parade equipment, are they put to good use? When they appeared on the battlefield, were the Procenians stunned? I originally wanted to use those handsome T-35. Send it over. After all, you used to like T-35 the most, saying it was tall and powerful. In the end, Olga scolded me and sent you T-34. This thing is no good, it looks weak. T-35 is still powerful. Wang Zhong said oh and then asked seriously, is Her Highness Olga Nikolaevna Antonovna also in Exukov now? Of course not. Her Royal Highness the Queen forbids her to come close to the front line. Now she gives speeches to the soldiers every day in St. Ekaterinburg, making hot water with her own hands and so on. My sister likes to put on airs, you know. Wang Zhong was speechless. Her Royal Highness the Princess took her brother's seal and faked the order before sending the technical equipment. Now that the Crown Prince is in Exukov, that means that we can't count on the equipment coming from the capital. It seems that tonight he has to convince Duke Rokosov that since he can transfer his dandy son to the warehouse area to distribute pickles, he can allocate troops to his son who has become a soldier. He couldn't wait to see this father. Wang Zhong turned to Yegorov and said, get ready to go and get to the manor as soon as possible. Yegorov, well, we don't know where your estate is. Wang Zhong thought it was a coincidence, I don't know either. He silently pushed away Bucephalus, who was nibbling his hair again, and looked at Ludmila. Ludmila, I will show you the way. You are all officers. You should just point on the map to understand. At this moment, on the third floor of the train station, in the machinery room of the huge bell tower, the secular patriarch Belinsky looked down at the platform, his eyes always fixed on Rokosov. Popov stood next to him respectfully, saying nothing. Finally, Belinsky spoke. It is true that he is a soldier who is dedicated to saving the nation, but is he really willing to be with civilians as you said? There are also people among the noble officers who are willing to share the joys and sorrows with civilian soldiers. They put those regarded as the basic qualities of a good military officer. How do you prove that this Rokosov is different from them? Popov, through observation, I think he is not the same as those nobles. Because of this, even civilians are willing to follow him, resist the invaders under his command, and even die generously. Belinsky, well, we need to observe more. And he also needs to show more actual results. Just killing a major general and destroying hundreds of Prasen tanks is not enough to prove anything. This war is a fight between two steel giants. We are much weaker and therefore need more capable commanders. At least we must stop Prasen's offensive this year and turn the situation from a retreat to a strategic stalemate, so that the United States and the United Kingdom can provide us with assistance. Popov, His Majesty the Patriarch, it is of no use to me, a brigade-level bishop, to talk about these things. I know. I just want to say it to let you understand that this mission is very important. At this time, the Rokosov battle group in the station began to move. Belinsky, go down quickly, the church will do its best to replenish the battle group, I mean, if you don't mind that the people who are added are ambitious young people who have nothing but bravery and passion. Popov, then why not replenish the prayer hands and launchers for the Divine Arrow Company of Deputy Knight Yetsemenko? Belinsky, well, this request can be met. Let's go back and wait for news. The Patriarch said as he waved his hand. After Popov saluted, he turned and left. At this time, the bishops who were listening in the shadow of the gears all came out. One of them said, one of our secular beliefs is that there has never been a Messiah. In other words, we ourselves, each of us, are the Messiah. Yeah. The Patriarch smiled, yes, that's why we have to find those capable people among the people. This is not a contradiction, Bishop Chernyshevsky. It doesn't matter whether he is a noble or a steel worker. What is important is its military talent, it's necessary to stop the invasion of the Prosan demon. The Patriarch looked at the platform again, looking at the young faces that had become extremely strong due to the tempering of blood and fire, and repeated softly, this is necessary. Chapter 103, Elisha is hated by people, 6,000 monthly tickets plus more updates. At this time, Wang Zhong's troops were marching towards the Rokosov family's manor according to the road pointed by Ludmila. Wang Zhong originally wanted to ride in tank number 422, but Bizivaras pulled his hair too hard, so he had no choice but to put a harness on Bizivaras and get on the horse. The tank could only sit behind the horse. Follow. The Crown Prince also rode a big bay red horse, following Wang Zhong in a majestic manner. The strange thing is that passers-by on the road will not even take off their hats to greet the Crown Prince, as if he is not the first heir to the Tsar at all. The streets of Ixukov are much more peaceful than Wang Zhong imagined. Before, when Wang Zhong entered the city with his troops, there was a feeling of desolation. The residents had little life atmosphere, but Ixukov was full of life atmosphere. There were a large number of pedestrians wearing daily clothes on the streets. This made Wang Zhong very surprised. The behavior of the dandies at the train station was already similar to that of wealthy families at the end of the dynasty, but unexpectedly there was no frozen bones on the road atmosphere. Before coming out, Wang Zhong thought he would see beggars on the street, poor people selling their children, and bread worth 500,000 rubles each in the bakery. But is there something wrong with these clean and tidy streets and the rosy-cheeked, well-dressed civilians? Wang Zhong was thinking while riding his horse, and then saw a long queue in front of him from a distance. The troops were marching towards the source of the long queue, and Wang Zhong eagerly looked forward to seeing what was happening at the end of the long queue. Soon, he saw the end. No, it should be said that the starting point of the long queue was a shop with the holy emblem of the Eastern Holy Church hanging on it. Civilians carrying large and small bags kept coming out of the store. Wang Zhong carefully looked at the things in the hands of a happy-looking ant, sausages as thick as an adult male's thigh and 40 centimeters long, 4 cans of canned fish, and oatmeal, sour cream, mushrooms, and egg yolks packaged in cans. Sauce and the indispensable canned pickles. Although they are all canned and ready-made sausages, and there is no fresh food at all, the variety looks quite rich. At this moment, a man dressed as a priest took out a notice board and placed it at the door of the store, which immediately caused a discussion among those waiting in line. The notice board reads, "From now on, we will only provide fish on Tuesday and 4 times a week. I hope everyone will understand." Someone in the queue shouted, "Why are they only serving fish?" The priest replied, "Many farms and meat factories have been occupied, and the supply has dropped sharply. Be content, at least you still have fish from Riga and the North Sea to eat." The priest's words were immediately met with opposition. "Yesterday I was in the tavern and heard on the radio that we will defeat Prasen soon." Priest, "Yes, so it's just temporary, just think of it as eating more fish. By the way, we have enough caviar here, so you can buy it back and eat more. I almost vomited after eating caviar. I don't know why noblemen like to eat it so much. Wang Zhong raised his eyebrows. It seems that the church store alleviated the conflict? If you think about it, in Ltov the church showed great mobilization capabilities. Is it because the church ensures rich food for the common people? Wang Zhong scratched his head, feeling that there were still many things he hadn't seen clearly and wanted to understand more, so he needed to observe more. In any case, it is a good thing that the church has the ability to mobilize. Looking at the decay of those nobles, it is probably impossible to expect them to defeat Prosan. Wang Zhong passed the church store and saw another shop on the street selling fried meat cakes, no, fried fish cakes. The shopping lady complained, why haven't you had any meat for 2 days? The fish is delicious too. The girl who fried the pancakes said with a smile, there will be meatloaf tomorrow. Okay, maybe some fish cakes. What kind of fish is it today? Cod from the North Sea. Wang Zhong walked past the fish cake shop. Keep going, there are several more shops like this. Wang Zhong fell into deep thought. At this time, the troops suddenly stopped advancing. Wang Zhong was confused, so he kicked the horse's belly, allowing Bucephalus to quickly pass the stopped infantry and reach the front. He saw that the road had reached the end, and an iron gate lay directly across the road, cutting the asphalt road into 2 parts. The iron gate bears the family's coat of arms and slogan, private property, no intrusion allowed. Igorov, who was at the front of the team, said, according to the path Miss Malehovna pointed out, this is your manor, but, do we have to crawl over and open the door ourselves? Wang Zhong didn't know what was going on. There didn't seem to be an intercom on the door. How could he open the door? At this moment, on the other side of the gate, a group of maids lined up in double columns and drove all the way along the road. Alexei Konstantinovich Rokosov, the iron-blooded warrior, the god of war in Upper Pernier, the guardian of Ltov, the bearer of the red flag, the rememberer of soldiers' names, saw the maid corps at that time. The face that had become stern because of the war actually showed a happy smile. But he immediately stopped this inappropriate behavior, and no one noticed. The maids drove to the front door and lined up on both sides of the road. The leading maid unlocked the door, opened the door, locked it with a hole on the ground, then stood at the head of the maid line and bowed deeply. Wang Zhong thought, is it my misunderstanding? Why don't these maids treat me well? Of course, with the crown prince present, the etiquette of the maids must be fine, but I just felt that I was disliked by the maids. Strange, am I not a war hero exuding male hormones now? The 2 girls in my army are obviously attracted to me now. Why don't the maids like me? Do they think I'm still the trashy playboy I used to be? For a moment, Wang Zhong hoped that the Plusan army would come over quickly and show off his ruthlessness. However, thinking of the peaceful scene he had just seen along the way, this thought gave way to the hope that the pace of the war would slow down. The simple desire to go. With a complicated expression on his face, he entered the manor on horseback. There were about 200 maids who came to greet them, and they directly led Wang Zhong's troops at intervals of 5 meters to 3 three-story buildings in the northwest corner of the garden. The building is built of red bricks, and its appearance is reminiscent of the red brick building of the British Naval Academy on Earth, or the red building of Peking University. The playground surrounded by 3 buildings can accommodate between 3 and 5,000 people at the same time. To the north of the 3 buildings, there is also a weapons depot and parking lot. Yegorov marveled, this is simply a barracks. I fought near Iksukov during the Civil War and was stationed in the city. Why have I never heard of a barracks here? No one answered Yegorov. Wang Zhong asked the maid standing on the roadside directly, when was the barracks here built? This is the barracks during the Civil War. The maid replied, we cleaned it yesterday, please make arrangements to move in. Dinner will be served in the annex in 2 hours. Crown Prince, that's good. Let the troops move in and get ready for dinner. Let's go to the main building to meet your father. Don't you want to continue to command the troops? If you don't go over and tell the Duke now, you will have to work with canned pickles from now on. Wang Zhong had a sullen face. He didn't want to go to the warehouse, so he said to Yegorov, the next step is up to you. I'll go meet my father. When he said this, Wang Zhong felt a bit awkward. After all, he still resisted calling other people father, but he couldn't change his name to foster father, so he had to bite the bullet. Yegorov waved his hand, remember to ask for additional personnel and technical equipment for us. Pavlov, and the staff. Wang Zhong waved his hand, I'll try my best. At this time, Ludmila, who was moving with the troops, got off the car of the Aero Company and shouted to the maid, Vera Vladimirovna. Help me get the horse ready. Elisha, I'll follow you go. Vladimirovna bowed to Ludmila, hello, Miss Malekhovna. The horses will be prepared for you immediately. The crown prince said frivolously, is it so troublesome? Wouldn't it be better to just sit on Elisha's saddle? Ludmila smiled slightly and did not answer. 20 minutes later, the three of them rode horses together and arrived in front of the main building of the manor. Two hounds ran out of nowhere and started barking at Wang Zhong. No, do dogs hate you? Wang Zhong was complaining when Bucephalus flew up from his crotch and kicked a dog out. The dog rolled around and stood up. It was obviously uninjured, but its previous arrogance was gone and it let out a sharp whine. Whining. The other dog saw it, stopped barking, turned around and ran away. There were several military vehicles parked in the parking lot in front of the gate, one of which had the number plate of the front army headquarters. It felt like it should be the car in which Pietro got back. When Wang Zhong passed by the gardener who was pruning the flower bed, he heard him mutter, "It's over, the little magic star is back." Little magic star? Why, I am the little fish in a pair of peerless prides. Ludmila also heard what the gardener said and smiled, everyone thought you were still the same guy who hates people and dogs. Wang Zhong, you actually don't hate me, a guy who hates people and hates dogs. I have a crush on you. I just said I was a naughty younger brother. The three of them arrived at the front, and the grooms had already received the news and were waiting here. They would lead the horses to the small stables nearby, tidy up the saddles, brush the hair, etc., and in short, ensure that the horses were in the best condition. Wang Zhong looked at Bucephalus being taken away by the groom and asked casually, how many people are there in this manor? There should be 300 to 500 servants. Since the end of the civil war, all servants have been paid, Ludmila said. In the records of the empire, we have also changed from lords to farmers and employers. As soon as she finished speaking, the crown prince exclaimed, what a pity. When they were serfs, we could whip them at will. Let's look at whoever doesn't work hard and whip them. It's really boring now. Wang Zhong glanced at the crown prince and thought, how quickly did you turn from a good brother to a playboy? No, it should be said that the two playboys had the same affinity, so they became good brothers. The three of them walked towards the heavy door, but before they even touched the doorknob, the door opened from the inside. The housekeeper who looked at Beer's style bowed slightly, Your Highness Antonov, the young master, and Miss Malekhovna. You are back. The master and the young master are waiting in the study. The crown prince waved his hand, I won't go. Is there afternoon tea? I would like to have walnut jam with bread and some wine. What wine is available here? Old butler, how about I open a bottle of Chinandali's red wine for you? Okay, a winery with a name will do. Anyway, I can't tell the difference after drinking. As he said this, the crown prince walked to the room on the left in a familiar manner, as if he already knew the structure here well. The crown prince must have been here many times. After the crown prince and the old housekeeper left, Ludmila looked back at Wang Zhong, you, remember the way to the study? The 381 heavy artillery is so powerful, it actually erased all your memories. Wang Zhong was not sure whether Ludmila discovered it or was pretending to be stupid, it didn't matter. He said, then please lead the way. Ludmila happily hugged Wang Zhong's arm and pulled him forward. As soon as Ludmila opened the study door, a loud shout came from inside, absolutely impossible. Don't I know what Elisha is? Absolutely, absolutely impossible. After the girl opened the door, Wang Zhong saw Pietro wiping his sweat and saying, but I see that his subordinates all trust him. What can you see? Standing in front of the window, the gray-haired duke in military uniform scolded, you are just a nerd. You have been working as a staff officer in the headquarters and you have never led a soldier for a day. You must have seen it wrong. Besides, come on, look at those battle reports. What destroyed 600 Proson tanks, and what kind of bicycle rushed into the formation and killed Major General Proson, do you believe it? Pietro could only wipe away the sweat. Old Duke, besides, Elisha is an infantryman. How can an infantryman command a tank to achieve such a good result? Wang Zhong thought because I had played War Thunder and had plug-ins. Of course, he really doesn't know how to operate a tank, which puts himself in danger. If possible, he still has to learn the skills of each tank battle position in the future. At this time, Ludmila spoke, Uncle Constantine. I can prove that Elisha is different. Prince Constantine Alexandrovich Rokosov turned around and glanced at Ludmila suspiciously, Lyuda, my dear Lyuda, my sunshine and spring flowers, I really want to believe you, but you helped him lie when you were 6 years old. Does Wang Zhongzin want to go back so far? Ludmila has grown into a big girl. Ludmila went over and grabbed the old duke's hand, but it's true. Uncle Constantine, go to the barracks and take a look, you must understand everything. The old duke frowned, looked at Wang Zhong, then looked at Ludmila, and took a deep breath, well, it's not like there are no examples of transformation after the war. Although I think Elisha will definitely not transform, but you said so, so I'll just go to the camp and have a look. Wang Zhong, that. The old duke glared at him, just say what you want to say. Wang Zhong, I didn't destroy 600 tanks. Isn't that nonsense? It must be the work of some flatterer. Wang Zhong, but I really killed the enemy's major general, now he is a general. The old duke glared at Wang Zhong fiercely, you have to lie in front of me. Wang Zhong, I didn't lie. It was the enemy's radio. They said that General Whitehorse killed Major General Randolph. In fact, the guard camp of the enemy division headquarters released smoke at that time, and I only saw the second high-explosive bomb hitting the wounded Major General Randolph. The old duke stared at Wang Zhong for a few seconds and asked, how many meters away were you from the target at that time? 850 meters. Wang Zhong replied instantly. What tank do you command? T-34 viewing type. Why the viewing type? Because the viewing type has a command tower, and the commander does not have to be the gunner at the same time, it has better situational awareness. Those crews with both the commander and the gunner working concurrently are like headless flies after a fight. The old duke stared at Wang Zhong suspiciously, suddenly shook off Ludmila's hand, came to the desk and took out a roll of paper. Wang Zhong took a look and saw that it turned out to be an aerial view of the city after splicing and enlarging the aerial photos taken by Luftwaffe. Old duke, tell me about the battle. Let me talk about the time. Well, what was the situation at 1100 on July 7? Wang Zhong, I don't quite remember the specific time. How about I start from the beginning and tell you my decision by the way? The old duke nodded, okay. Wang Zhong, on July 6, after receiving the order to stand firm, I decided to conduct forward reconnaissance first, so I led the team to personally investigate Kalinovka. 2 hours later, the old duke crossed his arms and looked at the aerial view that had been filled with various military illustrations drawn with pencil. Wang Zhong, I'm done. I know. The old duke replied, still staring at the bird's eye view. After a long time, the old man asked, why the hell did you come last in the exam? Wang Zhong said firmly, I am better at actual combat than talking about war on paper. I am ranked last, which shows that there is something wrong with our military education. Chapter 104 Just take the supplies. After Wang Zhong finished speaking, Ludmila stopped talking. Old Prince Rokosov noticed this and said, Lyuda, just say what you want to say. Ludmila nodded, okay. He was hit by the main gun of the enemy battleship, so he lost some memories. His personality also changed. Wang Zhong couldn't tell for a moment whether Ludmila was covering up or whether she really thought so. Old Rokosov frowned, is it a concussion? It is possible. I have experienced enough changes in personality after being bombarded during the Civil War, but those changes are all for the worse. Ah. But the old man immediately shook his head, but this kind of thing is uncertain. Although I still doubt whether a concussion can turn an unlearned troublemaker into a shrewd and capable general, the facts are before us. A concussion is more reasonable than him being possessed by Saint Andre. Wang Zhong pursed his lips. He couldn't explain this matter. Lying might deepen his suspicion, so he just shut up. Old Rokosov sat behind his desk and picked up a letter. This is a letter to the front army headquarters. It says that my son is uneducated and incompetent, which may cause many innocent soldiers to sacrifice and cause losses to the empire. A large amount of technical equipment requires him to be transferred to an insignificant place to guard pickles. After speaking, the old duke took out a match, polished one, lit the letter, and threw it into the ashtray on the table, watching it burn to ashes little by little. The old man unbuttoned the military uniform, widened the opening of the stand-up collar, looked at Wang Zhong and asked, how many people are left in your army? 914 people, including logistics, artillery, armor, and civilian personnel of the headquarters. That's all. Old Rokosov thought for a while and said, I have retired for a long time. I am not very familiar with the latest military equipment and blitzkrieg. I have not returned to the army to provide more for everyone. It's a troublesome plan. But as a retired general, I can still give you some help, so tell me. Wang Zhong, please tell the front army headquarters that Exukov is at risk of being outflanked. The enemy's second tank group is in the north. If they outflank him, it will be over. Old Rokosov shook his head, it is His Majesty the Tsar's decision to hold on to Exukov. The Patriarch even came here personally to boost morale. Even if the enemy is indeed likely to outflank him in the north, the front army headquarters will definitely say, then fight the enemy here. This will not leave any excuse for others, and it will also make His Majesty the Tsar happy. Do you understand? Unless someone can persuade the Tsar, or someone can make the Patriarch decide to give up Exukov, the army will not follow retreat here. In addition, based on my personal experience, it is very difficult for the enemy to complete such an outflank. Do you know how big an arc this is? Old Rokosov made a gesture on the map. Wang Zhong, it might not have been possible before, But technology has improved. Didn't you see the actions of the Prussian army in the Carolingians? Old Rokosov's face darkened. I saw it, but all the generals thought that it was the Carolingian army's lack of will to resist that led to this result. All the generals. It's better not to worry about this matter. You can't affect it, and neither can I. After saying this, the old man smiled slightly, a bit helpless. Wang Zhong understood and could only change his request. My troops need to be replenished, including experienced veterans, technical weapons, etc. I lack everything. Old Rokosov shook his head. Even if there are veterans who have recovered from the hospital, the number will definitely not be enough to replenish you on a large scale. The reserve forces are basically mobilized according to the establishment of the winter training every year, and they will become organic units, so they can't do it for the time being. I'll give you a reserve. As for the military school students, the higher UPS were panicked at that time and quickly mobilized the students. Now the higher UPS believe that our counterattack is imminent, let alone mobilizing the students. If you want to replenish your troops, you can only select those with shooting experience from the inexperienced skiterii. Wang Zhong interrupted the old duke. These skiterii have not received grenade throwing training. Throwing grenades may even blow them up. Old Rokosov, yes, you can upgrade all your veterans to squad leaders, and one person can lead 7 to 8 recruits, so that they can die later. Of course, you can also choose not to engage in brutal meat-grinding battles. According to my experience, fighting in trenches on the plains, as long as the enemy cannot rush into the trenches, the survival rate of the recruits is quite high. The most important thing is that if you want to maintain the structure of the army and recruit new recruits, this is the only way now. Around January next year, when the current recruits have almost finished their training and the veterans have recovered from the hospital, we will be able to replenish you with a large number of high-quality recruits. Wang Zhong looked serious. In January next year. Okay, fill up the new recruits for me, and I will let the veterans train them as much as possible. Although I don't know how long it will be before we go to the battlefield again. My ordinary soldiers are all warrant officers who have not yet graduated, and I should be able to teach them some life-saving techniques. And technical weapons. I need technical weapons. I need T-34 tanks, anti-tank guns, LAG-3 or MiG-3, and IL-2. Wang Zhong's strategy is to speak loudly. After all, Lu Sun once said that if you want to open a window, you have to propose demolishing the roof. Old Rokosov laughed loudly. Look. You're right. Only at the front level can you command the air force. You must first become a general. However, you can try tanks and artillery. You have commanded several tanks on the front line. Which one do you want to add? Wang Zhong, the T-34, and it is a viewing type T-34. Without an independent commander and radio, the combat effectiveness of such an excellent tank will be reduced by at least 50%. Old Rokosov shook his head. I can get you tanks that have already been produced, but I can't get the factory to produce other tanks. Is it T-34? I'll see if I can get you 2 battalions and more. Probably not. Wang Zhong, I hope everyone will give me a platoon command vehicle with a radio. This can't be done. Old Rokosov shook his head simply, but you can do this, use the platoon command vehicles together, replace them with the best tank crews, and form a special tank platoon. What do you think of the rest? If they are not capable of fighting, let them perform low-intensity missions. Wang Zhong thought about it and it made sense. In fact, in Luchthof, half of the remaining tanks in his unit were equipped with radios. In fact, the war situation forced him to popularize radios. It would be better to use them intensively from the beginning. Old Rokosov, anti-tank gun, huh? Pietro, if you are tired, sit down. Pietro, who had been standing nearby wiping his sweat, was relieved and sat down directly on the sofa. The couch protested loudly. It's time for you to lose weight. After old Rokosov finished speaking, he looked at Wang Zhong again. What kind of anti-tank gun do you want? ZIS-3. The 45mm anti-tank gun cannot effectively penetrate the front of the enemy tank and must attack from the side, which severely limits the choice of anti-tank positions. The old Duke nodded. What about the heavy artillery? Is the 203 reloading too slow? Loading the B4 heavy artillery requires the use of a small crane, and even Mazi, who is known for his brute strength, cannot manually load it. Wang Zhong, it is indeed very slow, and the accuracy of this thing is not very good. He clearly remembered the feeling when he had to draw a lottery when using this thing for the first time. Then I'd better replenish you with the 152 heavy artillery. It has good accuracy, fast rate of fire, and about the same range. It also has faster maneuverability. If there is no railway nearby, the B4 can only crawl. In this case, I will think of a way to add a 152 artillery regiment to you. At this time, Pietro finally recovered and said, Father, the most important thing is to promote Elisha to the military rank and give him the establishment of a division. It will be much easier to supplement him. Do you think I don't want to? Old Rokosov scolded, those pigheads are still thinking about problems in the way of palace struggle. I believed Elisha, but they didn't. They would oppose it? The foolish son of the Rokosovs was promoted to Major General. As he spoke, the old man began to knock on the table, and he almost took off his leather shoes and hit the table. After typing, he sighed, forget it, we can't rush this kind of thing. I have to write letters to some old friends. It should be ready in 3 to 5 days. I'll complete your brigade first. Infantry, T-34, heavy artillery, anti-tank guns, all equipped. I will take care of this matter, and you two brothers can go and talk about old times. Wang Zhong looked at the fat Pietro. He was very satisfied. Except for the plane, everything he wanted had arrived. If I continue to stay here, I won't get anything more. The old Duke has already said that he can't do things like using the chassis of a BT tank to modify the Su-76 self-propelled artillery. Then wait until you meet someone who can do it later. So Wang Zhong turned around and happily walked towards Ludmila, who was waiting at the door. As a result, Ludmila reminded him with her mouth, Pavlov. Wang Zhong slapped his thigh, oh, by the way, I also need staff members. There are also clerks and accountants. It's best to get me a 6th-level civil servant. Old Rokosov was shocked, why do you want a 6th-level civil servant? That's the level of a university vice president. You. Okay, I'll give it a try. Go quickly. The old man waved his hand. Wang Zhong turned around and left. Pietro stood up with difficulty and followed his brother's footsteps. After the juniors had finished leaving, old Duke Rokosov pressed the button on the table. 10 seconds later, the side door opened, and the housekeeper who had just greeted Elisha at the door came in, Master. Old Rokosov smiled and said, my old friend Mikhail, can you believe it? That Elisha has become an outstanding soldier. Really? The old housekeeper looked surprised, how is that possible? But it is true that when he came back this time, he didn't spank the maid, nor did she touch her randomly. Old Rokosov was speechless, I don't know what changed him. Maybe he was concussed by the heavy artillery. Mikhail, bring the wine. The doctor said you can't drink anymore. Fuck the doctor. Anders should drink themselves to death on the wine table. Fuck the doctor. Bring me wine. Vodka. Open another canned fish for me. It is Ant's tradition to use fish as a meal or drink. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 105 Food and Generals. Coming out of the old Duke's study, Wang Zhong breathed a sigh of relief. The matter of replenishing the troops was solved, or partially solved. The only thing left to worry about was the siege. If you can't influence the decision, then at least bring more troops out. Wang Zhong was thinking about this when Ludmila picked him up and pulled him to the terrace next to the old Duke's study. You have been frowning all day long. Since these are problems that cannot be solved now, you should do your best first. Yeah. Wang Zhong responded absently and looked at the scenery outside the terrace. At this time, Pietro said, then I won't disturb you too. I still have work at the headquarters. Goodbye. Ludmila waved and then poked Wang Zhong in the waist. Goodbye. Wang Zhong said. After Pietro left, Ludmila asked seriously, is it really so dangerous? The Crown Prince said that we have 700,000 people. Even if we have 700,000 pigs, the Prosons can't catch them all so quickly. When Wang Zhong heard the sentence, his mood fell to the bottom, because the last unit in his memory that received the evaluation of XX pigs could not be caught in XX days had been wiped out by the regiment. Looking at Wang Zhong's expression, Ludmila suddenly said, let's go horseback riding. You haven't been riding in the manor for a long time, haven't you? Wang Zhong, riding. Yeah, your second favorite activity before. I always feel that there is no need to ask about the activity I like first. Wang Zhong, okay, I just want to take a look at the surrounding terrain to find where I can set up an anti-tank gun position. Ludmila blinked, but still smiled, that's okay. Then I'll help you advise where to put the Divine Arrow Company. Wang Zhong turned to look at the girl and felt all the beauty in her. Wait, what did the old Duke call her just now? Wang Zhong, oh, Lyuda, my dear Lyuda, my sunshine and spring flowers. Ludmila smiled happily. Like everyone else, Vasily came to the cafeteria after cleaning up his dormitory, where dinner was already served. As soon as he entered the door, Vasily smelled a strong aroma, oh, it seems to be cabbage soup. Great, finally some vegetables other than pickles. Filipov, there are meats other than canned luncheon meat. Vasily, how is that possible? Do you think the Duke would use real beef to make soup? It must be sausage. At most, it is sausage made in his own factory. Dmitri turned around and asked, "Don't you hate sausages?" "Ah, of course I don't hate it anymore. It's 25% beef, 70% pork, and 5 kilograms of eggs and milk. I like sausages, so much that I can recite his recipe." Wazili shook his head, "But you'll always get tired of eating it." By this time, the people who were further ahead in the queue had already arrived at the soup pot, and the maid who cooked the meal poured a large amount of beef that was boiled until it was rotten into the bowl. The soldier holding the bowl exclaimed, "I'm going to make it really boiled with beef. There are enough onions and carrots. This soup is so thick that it's almost gone." At this time, the maid looked like "What is this countryman so surprised about?" and asked, "Would you like sour cream? Can I add sour cream? Hurry up and put more." So another maid poured a spoonful of thick sour cream into the soldier's soup bowl. The young man left happily without taking any bread or oatmeal. Vasily and others looked at the comrades passing by them, all staring at the soup that looked delicious at first sight. "Vasily, dear boy, you are really killing a cow. Filipov, and sour cream." At this moment, 3 other maids worked together to push a cart in. On the cart was another huge soup pot. In the soup pot is a red viscous soup. Filipov poked Vasily, "You are the professor's son. What kind of soup is that? It smells weird." Vasily said uncertainly, "It looks like Korshita chicken stew." Filipov, "Oh, although beef is also very tempting, I have drank cabbage soup countless times since I was born. I want to try that chicken." So Filipov followed the dining car in a hurry and was the first to get food when he arrived. "Fill it for me. And I want sour cream too." "Maid, well, you don't usually eat this like this. But forget it, Katya. This soldier wants sour cream." While talking, the maid who prepared the meal had already poured a large spoonful of soup into Filipov's bowl, then fished out a large piece of chicken separately and placed it in the soup. Filipov sniffed hard and immediately showed an intoxicated expression. "It smells so good, my mouth is watering." Vasily looked at his friend and frowned, "It's really worthless. Isn't it just a chicken, onion, and tomato soup? There's vinegar in it, so the already sour soup, plus sour cream, is so sour." He was expressing his disdain to the fullest when Dmitri suddenly grabbed him. "Look over there." Vasily turned his head, followed Dmitri's finger, and saw an ice cream machine. "Wow!" He ran over in a hurry. "Can I eat this for free?" "Maid, of course, these are all used by the Duke to show mercy to those who fought bravely." Vasily said decisively, "Give me 10. The maid immediately started working, and soon the first ice cream was in Vasily's hand. He licked the ice cream happily, like a happy child. At this time, the maid making ice cream said, "Thank you for your hard work. There are so few of you left. You must have been tricked by the Earl, right?" Vasily stopped licking the ice cream. In fact, the noise in the entire dining hall suddenly became quiet. Many people did not know what was going on, but they were also held down by their comrades who knew what was going on. The ice cream maid asked in confusion, "Huh? What's wrong?" "I won't allow you to insult the general," Vasily said loudly. At this time, a priest came over. "Vasily. Okay. People just don't know what we have gone through. Can't you just tell them carefully? We are the guards. Look at your guard's cloak. Even if you are angry, you must also speak well to the people." Vasily put down the half-licked ice cream. "Then let me tell you. First of all, it starts with the general asking us to lay out fake mine arrays. I don't know who made the mistake of saying, 'Shouldn't we start with you picking shit?' Then Kaibo pressed the interrupter's shoulders with both hands. Okay. I was wrong, I shouldn't have interrupted at this time." He was frightened for a second. "These Prosen devils," Vasily began, "are very rigid. The general has already fought them in Hotpinier. He also destroyed 40 tanks. So he knows that they are all idiots who don't know how to adapt. So the general ordered me to write 40 notice boards on wooden boards, which said, 'Minefield, please pay attention.'" It can only be said that Vasily, as the son of a music professor, is indeed somewhat talented. In a blink of an eye, the story of General Rokosov's battle against the 15th Demon Armored Division emerged vividly. However, when he mentioned that the booby trap he planted under the sign sent the enemy several meters high, some people couldn't sit still. "You are just bragging about yourself. I know that your girl has been guarding the enemy's radio that the general captured for 2 days. Vasily, I guard the radio, so I am closest to the general and know every decision." "That's weird. Our tank troops are the ones closest to the general. Alexander Yefimovich, please tell me about the time when the general ordered you to personally charge into the formation and kill the enemy's major general division commander." Alexander quickly wiped off the soup in the bowl with the bread in his hand, stuffed it into his mouth, and then stood up while chewing. "This matter starts with our tank. Our tank, originally it is used for the young master's spring outing, and a place is specially installed for the young master to enjoy the scenery. Guess what? The general said this is good. This position is convenient for observing the battlefield. So during the battle, the general kept his head outside the whole time. The enemy's bullets swept over and hit the tank armor with a bang. The general was not afraid at all. We just rushed through the enemy's armored forces. The general suddenly shouted, "Turn left and charge all the way." I was using the gun scope to open the tank of the Prosenjaps, but as soon as the tank body turned, the contents of the gun scope were turned upside down. Good guy, the enemy's division commander happened to be on the cross of the gun scope. When the general said fire, I opened fire, and the high explosive bomb hit the enemy major general at his feet. With a bang, he was blown to pieces. Others made sounds of admiration, as if they were hearing such a wonderful story for the first time. At this time, someone picked up the champagne on the table, a toast to the general. Here's to the general. We don't recognize anyone but him. While the men were excited, the maids looked at each other in disbelief, unable to believe that Elisha, who was hated by everyone, had become a commander who was admired by everyone. At this time Vasily said, "The general can also write poetry." At this time, the head maid, who had been crossing her arms, couldn't hold back anymore and shouted, "We girls know this very well. Any pretty maid here has received a sonnet from the second young master." One of the maids burst out laughing. It seemed that the sonnet was so bad that everyone would laugh just thinking about it. Vasily took out his notebook. Let me read it to you. Although this poem has many grammatical errors, the content is not mentioned. After I revised and polished it, it looked like this. The wind and smoke are singing about heroes, and the green mountains are all around to listen. Here Vasily is reading a re-rhymed version based on the Ant language. The maids of the Rokosov family were not that purely illiterate. At least they all attended Sunday school, and the younger ones even studied in the popular college established by the church until the 10th grade. They could hear the level of the poem. The maids looked at each other. Is this the same Alexei Konstantinovich Rokosov they know? Chapter 106 Tit for Tat, 7,000 monthly votes plus more updates. Wang Zhong and Ludmila spent a happy afternoon picnic time in their manor. When he returned to the stables of the manor, Wang Zhong keenly discovered that the attitude of the maids towards him seemed to have changed. When they first entered the manor, the maids were all wary and hostile, but now the older maids looked at Wang Zhong with some confusion, while the younger maids did not hide their curiosity at all. What's the situation? The maids were setting up the venue for tonight's dance in the garden, so there were maids everywhere. Wherever Wang Zhong went, he felt someone talking about him behind his back. When he turned around, he saw the maids setting up the venue in an orderly manner, and no one even spoke. It feels like a classic scene from The Mermaid. Wang Zhong was very surprised, so he turned around and asked Ludmila, "What's going on?" Ludmila shrugged, "Maybe something happened while you were taking a nap on my lap." Wang Zhong, "What's the difference between this and not saying anything?" Apparently something happened. Just as he was about to stop a maid to ask, the crown prince appeared. "Why did you abandon me when you came out of the duke's house?" Wang Zhong, That's because you fell asleep on the sofa after drinking. I saw that you were sleeping soundly. That's because you've only been in for 2 hours. Did you get punished badly this time?" Wang Zhong was a little embarrassed. How could he tell the crown prince that his scumbag brother had suddenly become a top student? The crown prince yawned and turned to look at the venue. The dance floor is so small that it can only accommodate one band. It seems like it's another meeting and reception for the big shots. You obviously have a larger maze in your house. Wang Zhong turned to look at the maze in the garden. He vaguely remembered that this kind of maze game at Western aristocratic dances was basically for giving opportunities for messing around. Girls entered the maze first, and then the boys went to find it, performing "You chase me, I chase you, and when I catch you, I will let you have fun." Drama. When we came out of the maze, everyone was disheveled. The prince continued, "Obviously Elisha, you are the best at this, you can always find the most beautiful one among them." Wang Zhong suddenly said, "Nonsense, Lucia has never been found." Ludmila, "I have never participated, how could you find me? Not only that, you also bring me a small piece of the girl's hair every time. I am almost annoyed by you." Wang Zhong was shocked. What kind of high-end gameplay is this? So you keep that hair? Of course I won't stay. Ludmila raised her voice. The crown prince said, "It's a pity today, otherwise you would have received several bunches of hair again." Wang Zhong, "No more." Ludmila, "He won't." The crown prince looked at Wang Zhong suspiciously. "Elisha, what's wrong with you? Ever since you came back, everything has been wrong." Wang Zhong said firmly, "Your illusion." At this time, he suddenly saw a few strong men placing a clay pot on a lit bonfire in the distance. Driven by curiosity, he stepped forward and asked, "What's in this clay pot?" In fact, Wang Zhong could smell the spices inside. It must be a kind of dish, but the coating of this clay pot looked very strange and reminiscent. The worker carrying the jar said, "It contains stew. It needs to be simmered for several hours, and it also needs to maintain natural heat dissipation. It is the most troublesome dish for tonight's dinner." Wang Zhong reached out to open the clay pot and took a look, and found that it was filled with dazzling vegetables, including eggplants, potatoes, green peppers, carrots, etc. The moment he opened the lid, the smell of spices irritated Wang Zhong's nostrils even more, making him wonder if the chef had thrown a handful of masala inside. When he saw this dish, the crown prince was shocked. "This is the chief shepherd Belinsky coming tonight." The worker saluted respectfully. "You are right, the shepherd is coming first." At this time, a blue hat judge appeared. He quickly inserted himself between Wang Zhong and others and the clay pot. "You cannot open it during the stew. After it is out of the pot, the chef must eat it first." Wang Zhong, "Okay, I'm just curious, not intentional." The crown prince also said, "I prove that he didn't do it on purpose." The judge glanced at Wang Zhong and nodded. After closing the lid, he guarded the pot closely. After leaving the pot, the crown prince muttered, "Why did the patriarch come to see you? Did you do anything that needs to be repented of? Or did you cause divine punishment by blowing the results of the victory so loudly?" To this day, the crown prince still thinks Wang Zhong is a packaged war hero. Wang Zhong was too lazy to get involved with his friends. Anyway, the equipment was sent by the second princess. It was business to please the second princess more in the future. At 20:30 hours on July 9, almost all the nobles in Exukov gathered at the dinner hosted by Duke Rokosov. Just as the crown prince expected, this was a simple dinner party aimed at chatting about the situation. Nobles with high military ranks all gathered together to discuss the situation, and the heirs who were brought to familiar social situations started chatting out of boredom. This is the case now. The dandies gathered around Wang Zhong, just like in the past. Wang Zhong was tired of dealing with the vulgar jokes made by the dudes. Suddenly someone hit the ground with a heavy object and shouted loudly, "His Majesty the Chief Shepherd is here." The nobles who were chatting all raised their heads, and then respectfully watched the patriarch arrive at his position. However, the patriarch passed by this position and came to Wang Zhong, "Alexei Konstantinovich. I have heard of his name for a long time." Wang Zhong held the hand extended by the patriarch, but didn't know what to say. After all, his experience in dealing with religious people before time travel was infinitely close to zero. The most interaction he had with religious people was when his father took him to the temple to worship Wenkuxing before the college entrance examination. When Wang Zhong was embarrassed, the patriarch said, "You played beautifully in Luchtov. It was an out-and-out victory. Congratulations to you, Alexei Konstantinovich." The venue fell silent. After a brief silence, General Skorobo, the commander of the Exukov front, spoke, "Your Majesty the Patriarch, the so-called Major General was killed is just a rumor spread by heretics. In fact, according to the intelligence obtained by the front army, the enemy armed 15, the division has not stopped taking action. Patriarch Belinsky, if one division commander dies, the entire army will be paralyzed, and Prosan will not leave us in such a mess." The word embarrassed immediately caused an uproar. "You actually said you were embarrassed. Isn't the front line a big advantage? But many noble families are already in mourning. But look, Alexei is back. If he can escape back, then the enemy must not be a big deal." Wang Zhong frowned. At this time, General Skorobo took a step forward and said loudly, "Everyone. There was indeed a small defeat on the front line. We lost the Principality of Wostrom and lost 200,000 troops, but our huge mother Ant is still there. There is such a vast land and so many sources of soldiers. Now, in Exukov, we have assembled 69 infantry divisions, 11 cavalry divisions, and 21 armored divisions. This is a huge force that has never been seen in the history of Ant. In addition, there is also the power gathered by Duke Mishkin in Shepatovka. Our two heavy military groups are the horns of each other. We can attack when we advance, and we can defend when we retreat. If the enemy strikes any one of our troops, the other force will launch a powerful attack on the enemy's flank. Detour. With the current situation, it can be said that we have recovered from our initial passivity. We can now think about defeating the enemy." Wang Zhong suddenly had a hunch. At this time, the general would not think that the advantage is mine, right? No way, right? If you look at the enemy's technical weapons and training level, and then look at you, you will see that there is nothing but morale. No, in this situation, are there really many troops who can maintain morale? At this time, General Skorobo stood directly on a chair and shouted, "We still have strong fortifications. We still have the advantage of fighting inside. Your Majesty, the Patriarch, at this time, spread rumors that are not good for morale. The news is not good, is it? Patriarch, really? Then let us hear what Alexei Konstantinovich Rokosov, the hero who has just returned from victory, has to say. He turned to Wang Zhong, come and tell me your opinion, Brigadier. Wang Zhong heard undisguised laughter among the nobles. Others are muttering, use the opinions of a brigadier general against a general. I heard that Duke Rokosov's second son got 0 marks when he graduated. Damn it, Wang Zhong thought, how could I possibly graduate with 0 points? Although I am in last place, at least I have passed the graduation threshold, okay. But the current Wang Zhong is indeed no different from 0 points. After all, he is a modern man who has only played war games. He took a step forward and cleared his throat. The Prasen army is an elite, modern army. General Skorobo, we are also modern. Aren't you still relying on your armor advantage to kill everyone? We have 4 brigades of T-34, and they will make Prosan suffer. Wang Zhong, the T-34 is an excellent tank, but its poor design has brought huge flaws. Its commander and gunner are the same person. As a result, the commander must always keep his eyes on the gun mirror during combat. There is no time to observe the surroundings at all. In contrast, Prasen's tanks have commanders and are generally equipped with commander observation towers. They are more likely to spot the T-34 in tank melees and take the initiative. Secondly, the enemy tanks have radios. The battalion headquarters can directly command each vehicle. During the battle, through the radio, each vehicle can make up for each other's blind spots in observation and cover each other. General Skorobo sneered, even so, as long as the enemy cannot penetrate us, we will definitely win. The strength of a tank is relative. General. Wang Zhong stepped forward, grabbed a bottle of wine, and threw it directly towards the bonfire with the clay pot. The next moment, the bottle shattered, and the spirit inside suddenly turned into a spread the flames. Several maids hurriedly brought a water truck and started to put out the fire. It seemed that in order to prevent a fire, the water truck had been prepared. A large amount of firefighting water sprayed onto the pottery pot for stew and entered the interior through the air holes in the pot. The patriarch showed a heartbroken expression. Wang Zhong pointed to the flame that was still burning tenaciously. Just such a Molotov cocktail, if thrown on the engine cover, will directly cause the tank to be scrapped. It's just such a Molotov cocktail. And the enemy will attack the weak points of our tanks. They will jam the turret with shells and break the tracks. Our blind tanks, as long as their tracks are broken, will not be able to deal with the approaching infantry. They will be picked apart by the enemy like sausages. General Skorobo retorted, then we can also deal with the enemy in this way. Then what if the enemy does not engage in frontal combat with you? What if Army Group Central in the north goes south? Cut off the supply to the rear through a large encirclement. Your army of millions is a glutton for devouring supplies. When the time comes, you will surrender without a fight. General Skorobo, we will never do this. What else did Wang Zhong want to say? General Skorobo added, if the enemy's central army group moves south, that's good. We will carry out internal maneuver operations on the vast plain near Ixikov to separate the enemy's central and southern areas. The 2 army groups were wiped out on the plain, and then they counterattacked and regained the territory. The nobles present applauded wildly, and the cheers were so loud that they prevented Wang Zhong from talking anymore. Wang Zhong still wanted to argue, but the patriarch held his shoulders. That's it, do your best and obey fate. Besides, what he said sounds reasonable. The principles on paper are all just words. It will fail. Your Majesty, the patriarch, the troops here will be completely lost, and the people here. Don't be impatient. We are already arranging to move the factories to the rear. The heavy industries will be moved to the rear at first. After the delivery is almost complete, we will also move the people's livelihood factories such as the meat factory to the rear. The patriarch said and took a picture. Patting Wang Zhong on the shoulder, you just need to take a good rest now and wait for the troops to be replenished. Wang Zhong looked at the patriarch. He suddenly remembered something and asked, can you refill my divine arrow battery? They will be here tomorrow, answered the patriarch. Wang Zhong, can you replenish my choir? It will arrive tomorrow. Can you give me some more Shunfeng ears? They will arrive tomorrow. The patriarch said and patted Wang Zhong heavily on the shoulder. Will it arrive tomorrow? Wang Zhong looked at the generals who were already toasting and complimenting each other, and happened to meet the eyes of the owner of the manor, his father, retired General Prince Constantine Alexandrovich Rokosov. He smiled encouragingly, as if to say, you did a good job. Wang Zhong felt a little relieved. It's really tiring. At this time, General Skorobo suggested, I think, let us raise a toast to the upcoming victory. The attendees raised their glasses. Wang Zhong didn't want to raise the cup, but when he saw that old Duke Rokosov also raised it, he could only join in the toasting procession. After everyone drank, General Skorobo said, oh, by the way, there is another good news. We will soon receive support from 4 armies. In this way, we will have the numbers to face the enemy in front of us. The advantage? Wang Zhong wondered how it could be possible. It should be that the front army had overly optimistically estimated the losses caused to the Pelosan people, or had too little information about the enemy. At this time, General Skorobo proudly announced, "The advantage is mine." Wang Zhong raised his glass and said sincerely, "Goodbye, sir." Chapter 107 Promotion, Leaders Update. While everyone was complimenting General Skorobo, Patriarch Belinsky made a follow-me gesture to Wang Zhong, and then walked to a corner of the garden. Wang Zhong followed without hesitation, while Ludmila glanced at them both and chose to stand where she was. The Patriarch's guards spread out and set up a cordon around them. The nobles attending the banquet occasionally looked this way, but they all immediately looked away. The Crown Prince also looked at his close friend from time to time, with a trace of confusion on his face. He probably couldn't figure out what the Patriarch wanted to do with his friend who had never been pious. As soon as Wang Zhong walked behind the Patriarch, he heard the Patriarch say, "Do you have to smash my stew?" "Well, that's the only place where there's an open flame." The Patriarch shook his head and changed the subject, "You have played well in the past few days. Are there any impressive scenes?" Wang Zhong was stunned. "What do you mean? Don't ask me about my experience in fighting and lessons learned, but ask me if I have any memorable scenes. So what if the scene that impressed me the most was my fiancé bathing in the moonlight?" Of course, this was just his complaint. No matter how beautiful his fiancée was under the moonlight, she couldn't compare to the experiences and insights he had while wandering between life and death. Wang Zhong said without hesitation the despair he felt when he was hiding under the BT-7 car and looking at the Prosan military boots around him. And the shock when he was rescued by a swarm of ski terii. And, of course, the gut-wrenching feeling of deciding to give them up in exchange for victory. The Patriarch had a straight face, and after listening to Wang Zhong's story, he said, "I have heard many people's confessions and prayers, and as long as there is even the slightest bit of falsehood or pretentiousness, I can recognize it in an instant. So I know that everything you said comes from the sincerity and is your true feeling. But I also want to know, how did you figure it out? Or, in the future, you will never." "Wang Zhong, as long as I am braver than everyone else, when I need to sacrifice to gain victory, I will die generously without hesitation. As long as I can do this, I will have no burden. Sacrificing others for victory." The Patriarch nodded, "Well, this is the idea of solving the problem, and it is not impossible. I will keep paying attention and hope that you will not violate your beliefs. Okay, my free time is almost used up, you can continue to enjoy. Let's have a party. Don't be too nervous, enjoying the good food and the girl's kindness tonight won't make the future worse." After speaking, the Patriarch walked towards the garden gate. The guards immediately gathered up and followed him. Originally, the Patriarch was walking towards the garden gate. After walking a few steps, he saw the maid of the Rokosov family taking away the pottery pot for stew. He turned around and walked over, opening the lid regardless of the temperature of the pot. Smelling the aroma of the stew, the guard immediately stepped forward to stop him. "Your Majesty. This guy has never tried poison." The Patriarch hesitated for a while, then put the lid back on and stood up. When he found Wang Zhong watching, he explained, "This is a sunny, energetic delicacy. But my knight won't let me eat it." He spread his hands, shook his head and left. Wang Zhong's curiosity was aroused, and he was about to go over and take a look at the stew, but the maid very quickly threw the stew and the pottery into the trolley containing kitchen waste. "Wang Zhong." Ludmila came over and hugged Wang Zhong's arm. "Let's go," Damo Capital said, "having fun tonight won't affect the overall situation. I also think you should relax a bit, look at your eyebrows, there are wrinkles all over." Wang Zhong thought it was better to have wrinkles than to be bald. However, the Patriarch was right, it was better to take the time to relax. Of course, he couldn't relax on his own, so Wang Zhong shouted to the maid standing by, "Hey, come here." The maid was startled, and then came over coyly, looking very scared. "Wang Zhong, send all the food and wine to my troops today." "Enough. Maid, it has been delivered. It is the same as here, with a much larger portion. The master has personally taken care of this. The old duke took care of him." Wang Zhong just didn't say that, Dad. He had his own father on earth. The maid didn't notice the question in Wang Zhong's statement and nodded, "Yes, I took care of it myself." Wang Zhong felt relieved, but immediately he remembered something new and said, "Also, send a band over too." "Band?" The maid was shocked. It seemed that the old duke had not thought of sending a band. Wang Zhong nodded, "Yes, the band. War will come and go, but music will last forever." "Maid, I'm going to find Mr. Butler." Wang Zhong nodded, and the maid immediately turned around and ran away. "Ludmila, you actually didn't touch her the whole time." Wang Zhong, should I touch it? No, you shouldn't, but you have touched your butt and breasts before. Wang Zhong looked down at his hands. Good guy, no wonder you are so skilled. The next day, Wang Zhong came to the army canteen early in the morning. He mainly wanted to see how the troops were eating, instead of endless pickles. Being able to provide the troops with rich food can greatly improve their morale, so the countries participating in the war on Earth will try their best to find ways to enrich their food. As soon as he entered the restaurant, Wang Zhong saw Vasily and others gathering together to drink oatmeal and eat sausages. Dmitri also held a sandwich with fried eggs and ham in his hand. And sandwich is not made between two pieces of bread, but a whole piece of bread with a hole dug into it. It looks like the ingredients are quite solid. There was also an open fish can in front of Filippov. The fermented fish inside looked a little swollen. This reminded Wang Zhong of the canned herring on Earth, but this can didn't have that impressive smell. It feels like it's okay. While Wang Zhong was observing the soldiers eating, he noticed that all his soldiers also stood up. General. Wang Zhong waved his hand and went to the buffet to pick up his meal. Then he saw a mountain of caviar cans at the pickup point. Wang Zhong turned to Vasily and asked, "Why don't you eat caviar?" Before traveling through time, Wang Zhong went to eat at a buffet that catered to more than 100 people. The caviar was distributed in limited quantities only on the hour, so each person could only take one plate, and there was only a small amount of precious stuff on the plate. Vasily frowned. "I'm tired of eating it. When caviar just started to be supplied in unlimited quantities a few years ago, our family ate it every day. Caviar was spread on bread, caviar was spread on sausages, and caviar was put into vegetable salads. Every day. Caviar, caviar." Several others nodded. "Boy, can there be a surplus of caviar too?" Vasily continued, "There is also champagne. Champagne was very precious when I was a child. My father was a professor and he would only drink a glass after a concert. Then suddenly champagne became less valuable and became on the same level as beer." Filippov nodded. "Yes, it happened all at once. I heard that the Holy See set up a special champagne factory to mass-produce champagne. The winery published an article in the newspaper saying that the factory only produced horse urine, and then they were put on trial. The court is done." Wang Zhong raised his eyebrows. There is still such a thing. Although the soldiers were tired of eating it, Wang Zhong had never seen caviar that could be eaten openly until they were tired of it, so he decided to give it a try first. He opened the first jar of caviar. His previous impression of caviar was that it was a thin box with just a layer of caviar after opening, usually only 10 grams per can. This can is amazing. Once you open a piece of fish roe, it seems to be almost 250 grams. Seeing so many fish roes, Wang Zhong's mouth almost watered down. He doesn't particularly like caviar, but all kinds of publicity have always portrayed matsu take and caviar as representatives of delicacies from the mountains and seas, so he will drool when he sees the super large matsu take, and he will drool when he sees so many colorful caviar. The brothers sitting together saw Wang Zhong's expression, and Vasily asked on their behalf, "General, do you particularly like caviar?" Wang Zhong, "Caviar and matsu take, I like them better." After saying that, he took the caviar, bread, oatmeal, and sushi soup to Vasily's table, picked up the knife and prepared to spread the caviar on the bread. At this moment, several unfamiliar staff officers walked into the dining hall. They saw Wang Zhong's brigadier general badge from a distance and strode over. The colonel leading the team saluted, "I'm disturbing your meal." Wang Zhong looked at the briefcase in the colonel's hand, then looked at the military uniform held by the person behind the colonel, and probably guessed what was going on. To be honest, it's a bit fast. Did the patriarch do something last night? It seemed like his answer made the patriarch very happy. Wang Zhong put down his knife, wiped his hands and said, "It's okay. Official business is important." "What's the matter?" The colonel took out the document from his briefcase and read, "Order, taking into account the military operations of Brigadier General Alexei Konstantinovich Rokosov in Lkta from July 6 to July 9. For outstanding performance, he was awarded the rank of Major General." Wang Zhong was also an experienced veteran. After nodding, he asked, "What's another order?" "You won't let me, a Major General, take charge of the pickled cucumber warehouse, right?" Vasily said, "Maybe it is to manage the quilt factory." "The large quilt factory is really a division-level unit." Wang Zhong glared at Vasily. "Vasily, it's about digging out feces, you know." "Wang Zhong, don't talk about this while eating." "Colonel, can I read the order?" Wang Zhong made a gesture of invitation. "Colonel, the headquarters plans to form the 151st Provisional Infantry Division." "Why are you giving me the infantry?" Wang Zhong complained. The colonel glanced at him and continued to read the order, "Establish the 151st Provisional Infantry Division, with Major General Alexei Konstantinovich Rokosov as the division commander." After speaking, The colonel stacked the two orders together and handed them to Wang Zhong. After Wang Zhong took it over, the second lieutenant holding the military uniform took a step forward and showed Wang Zhong's major general uniform and rank. Wang Zhong, wait a minute, why am I the only one who accepts the order of fate and promotion? Where is the establishment list of my army? And what about things like garrison? Colonel, these are being confirmed by Division Chief of Staff Pavlov. Ah, that's it? Wang Zhong asked again, have my staff and clerks arrived? What staff officer? The colonel looked confused. I'm just a messenger. Please discuss this with the Division Chief of Staff. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Thank you.